You can't say the color black without walking on eggshells.
You're tuned into Foolery. Make sure to hit the thumbs up button and subscribe. And consider donating with super chats, stickers, memberships, or you can even gift memberships to other chatters. Or use the tips link in the description to write a message for TTS that will be read on stream.
Hit the like button, or you ain't black. And that's a fact. Jack.
Enjoy the show.
Yo, what up, fools? Today is 8/25/2026. It is 8:29 p.m. Eastern Time. How's everybody doing? What's up, Jerry? What's up, just some kitten with a gun? Kyle, how's it going? Oh wait, Kyle's not here. I'm looking at last night's chat. Okay. Everybody else is, though. What up, Devin? How's it going, homie?
But yeah, the first story we're obviously going to talk about is the saga, the Hillary Skolton saga that started off with like DSA Watch and those accounts. They came out and they tried to do a smear campaign, right? And I guess to a certain degree, the smear campaign has been relatively effective in undermining Abdullah Sayed's Michigan run, because anytime he's talking,
It is, bro. Come on. It is people who want him to win They're not trying to undermine it. Mantis. 0-bit. How's it going? I was just telling Mantis a minute ago. I tuned into well, I think I can just show these DMs. I don't want to. There's not much of a way for me to pull this up. Here, I can do this. I was just showing Mantis that I randomly clicked on Destiny's stream today. And Destiny and Mooten were talking. Oh wait, I don't know if you guys are going to be able to hear this. Hold on. Okay, I think you can hear it here. Although you hear the game way louder, but...
Diet MAGA? Mooten?
Yes.
Yes. That's what you sound like.
Yes. Bullet bit.
You think it's funny.
Mr. Mooten, as soon as I turn it on, I hear Mooten saying, bullet bit.
Yes. That's what... Mooten?
Yes.
Yes. Are you Diet MAGA? Mooten?
Yes.
Yes. That's what you sound like.
Yes. Bullet bit.
You think it's funny.
Bullet bit. Let's go.
Talking about me or having to address anything related to me.
A member for 19 months. Devin, let's go. Sheesh. Oh wait, now shit's doubling, isn't it? Okay, I got it. I got it this time. Don't worry, I got it.
Is a moment where he's not talking about Donald Trump. Is a moment he's not trying to. Is a moment where he's not addressing the many controversies of Mike Rogers. Is a moment where he's not.
Oh fuck! Fuck!
Long process. It's still not going to relatively effective in undermining.
Wait, what just happened? Okay, there we go. If you guys weren't here last night, I killed the worm. I killed the worm. The worm is dead. Ding dong, the worm is dead. I killed the wrong one, but I did kill one. So.
Abdullah Sayed's Michigan run, because anytime he's talking about me or having to address anything related to me is a moment where he's not talking about Donald Trump, is a moment he's not trying to, is a moment where he's not addressing the many controversies of Mike Rogers, is a moment where he's not putting his best foot forward. Okay?
Okay.
And Abdul did the classic thing that he did, and we'll get to that in a second with one issue on the comm side where he said my name and then also tied it back to Moss, which, is wrong, incorrect, and is a significant comms issue. And I think that that won't force some of the pro-Israel side to back away. It's just going to make them double down. And then he's going to have to, for the next 48 hours, basically routinely relitigate how much I suck or whatever, and it's still not going to to stop people from attacking him.
So true.
What's the issue with Moss? I mean, my issue with Moss is that he's
I thought maybe he was saying like Hamas and just didn't want to say it out loud, so he was like doing a TikTok thing and just calling Hamas Moss or something.
very, very pro-Israel, but what they're claiming I was saying is like I was, fomenting violence towards them or something. It's fucking bullshit. It's complete bullshit, right?
Right.
Yeah, and of course these groups have immediately doubled down. Look, you see that?
Of course.
My statement on Hassan Piker's comments regarding Jeremy Moss. Anyway, well, let's start with the top. Let's start with the beginning, okay? Because the story's already made it to state media. El Sayed says Hassan Piker does not speak for his campaign amid comments about Jewish candidate, okay? So a couple days ago, before I even went on tour, I'm talking about how The false conflation between Zionism and Judaism harms Jews, okay? This is very basic, elementary, anti-Zionism 101. It's such a fundamental concept that it's even a part of the IHRA definition of anti-Semitism, which is the association of Israel with all Jews in the United States of America. The idea that like Jews are single.
Bro, is he pretending like he didn't act like Jews need to change the way that they act? Is he pretending? Is he actually going to do this? Is he going to pretend like he was not saying Jews need to change their behavior? Are you kidding? Is this a joke?
Mindedly invested in a monolithic way with whatever the fuck's going on in Israel. You guys have heard me talk about this a million times over. It's false, it's bullshit. And, you know, I go through this long process, except Max Nordhaus.
Tom almost hitting double digits again. I know, dude. I know we're on the fucking rise over here. We're getting ready to hit double digits again. Let's go.
Who himself is LARPing as a Jewish person, even though he's not. I believe his name is Brian Griffin. He's not Jewish, but he lies about being Jewish on the timeline.
On
clips,
the timeline.
I think it was like DSA Watch or this guy, one of the like beeper in the bio accounts, right? That
Let's
his
fucking
name
go.
is Brian Griffin. Yes, literally, like the Family Guy. Anyway, so the smear starts here, right? Abdullah Sayed surrogate Hassan Piker on American Jews. Someone's going to come around and take action. Now, you'll notice that this is a 51-second video, which is a little bit longer than the normal clips that they use, right? So the normal clips that they use usually are like 10 seconds long. So you might think, oh, well, this must be in context. But once you hear exactly what they clipped, you'll understand it's complete bullshit. And you want to know why? Because people don't fuck with Israel any longer. And if Jews in America keep putting this idea out there that they are singularly invested in Israel, eventually someone's going to come around and take action, not against the state of Israel, mind you, but against American Jews.
Right, Hassan?
Okay? We're teaching people the wrong lesson. I don't know how. Yeah, I like that they even put the we're teaching people the wrong lesson in there. So, like, if you're not the least charitable psychopath of all time, you very quickly understand that I'm, saying,
let it play.
Constantly claiming that
don't play it out of context,
are monolithically invested singularly with the nation state of Israel is the dual loyalty trope, and people are teaching people the wrong lesson. Okay,
don't play it out of context,
Hassan.
Hassan.
A verbatim statement that Ezra Klein made. Okay, almost the exact same statement. Where is it? Hold on, let me find it really quickly. Before we get into more stuff, where the fuck is it? God damn it.
Hassan's playing himself out of context. That's fucked up. He's a snarker. He must be a DGGer. Hassan's obviously a DGGer. Hassan is obviously a fucking DGGer, dude. That's clear.
Yeah, Ezra Klein warned about this exact same thing. Anti-Zionism is rising as a response to what Israel is doing. It will simply not be possible to treat it as a marginal viewpoint that can be shamed or shunned into invisibility. Yes, anti-Semitism often cloaks itself in anti-Zionism, so don't do the anti-Semites work for them. If you keep telling people that if they oppose the Jewish state, then they must hate Jewish people, eventually they will believe you. Okay? Ezra Klein wrote about this in an article in a New York Times op-ed a couple months ago when people were attacking me and calling me an anti-Semite. Okay, guys, please don't try to offer idiotic suggestions about like putting a timer on screen, rendering the clip chimp ineffective immediately. None of that works. Some of my most prominent attacks on the YouTube sphere came from the time when I was criticizing Vladimir Putin's actions while also offering some criticism to NATO or criticism to Ukraine, regardless of the obvious illegal nature of Russia's war and its inhumanity. And I used to literally have a ticker on top of my face, basically, that said, fucking Vladimir Putin sucks. This war is illegal, all this shit. And people still clipped it. People always find a way because this is motivated reasoning. Okay. No one wants to actually have a nuanced conversation about any of these issues.
Yep.
They are reducing it.
Yep. Oh, well, Hassan doesn't even want to have conversations, but also no one wants to have nuanced conversations.
To an unnuanced position, and they're not shy about bastardizing their opposition's perspective as well. So no amount of like tickers or no amount of banners is going to change that reality. Okay? It's just not, because you have to understand, for a lot of these folks, they recognize that their position is untenable. They recognize that their position is getting unpopular. And for many of them, their perspective is, oh, it's unpopular because everybody hates Jewish people. It's anti-Semitism. All criticisms of Israel it must be because of anti-Semitism, right? Like that's the operative that's the reasoning that many people base their reality around. And therefore, if there are people like myself who are prominent anti-Zionists who actively fight back against anti-Semitism, they have to make that work. They have to make...
He's been a champion of fighting back against anti-Semitism. He said it a bunch of times. He goes, guys, anti-Semitism is not good, and I don't like it. I don't like anti-Semitism. It's bad. Anti-Semitism is bad. Hey, yo, Devin! I don't know how I missed that. 5 gifted memberships. But am I donos not? Did it not pop up on the screen? I didn't hear any sounds. Devin with the 5 gifted memberships. Let's go. Let's fucking go, boy. Thank you, Devin. Trimming fate. I'm him. Let's go. You guys didn't even put a whole lot of W's in the chat or anything. Aaron M sounds the only one posting cheers. Well, and then Jeffy also posted some hypers.
Their cognitive biases work. And the way to do that is by smearing, is by claiming, oh, well, this guy is an anti-Semite. This guy's a vicious anti-Semite. See? And that's precisely what happened here. Let's finish this. People don't recognize how dangerous this predicament is, how dangerous this is for Jews. You're running around basically tying your entire identity to a country that inevitably will be seen as basically Jewish ISIS. And you're saying, as Jews, this is all we care about. You're making anti-Semitism worse. And you want to know why? Because... yeah, it's funny because there was an attempt to turn this into, like, you guys have heard me give this spiel a million times over. So obviously, from your perspective, you're like, what's the issue? Like, this is pretty basic stuff. This is pretty basic, elementary anti-Zionism 101. The false conflation between Judaism and Zionism, the false conflation between Jews and Israel makes Jews less safe. Right?
Fucked up.
And the clip itself is not necessarily bad, but they frame it as me saying it's a good thing that this is happening. Okay? The Jewish ISIS thing was new and pretty edgy, but it's not that far-fetched. No, I've said that as well.
Can't believe people said that.
I've said that as well. The reason why I bring up the Jewish ISIS the Jewish ISIS thing is literally to say, like, look, as an American Muslim, how did the propaganda around the global war on terror take root? Because the media constantly tied all mentions of Islam and all Muslims in the Western world to ISIS, to Al-Qaeda. It was a false conflation. Okay?
Fucking media. Shit.
So, I mean, this is literally for years and years and years what I've been saying. And it's the same thing that I delivered in my Oxford speech as well. Nobody's threatening anybody. Hassan Piker's a reasonable man. He's concerned for you and understands sincerely. It's understandable to care about anti-Semitism. American Jews do care about anti-Semitism. It's understandable to care about anti-Semitism. They don't care about Israel. So how do you tie the two? You say, well, Israel is the only thing standing in the way of the next Holocaust happening. That's how you do it. That's how you do it.
That's how you do it.
So every single time you have prominent Zionist Jews come out and be like, no, this is anti-Semitic. To oppose Israel is anti-Semitic. You're teaching people the trope of dual loyalty. That's what you're teaching people. Like, I want someone to sincerely watch even these clips that are not even like out of context. They're just negatively framed. Okay.
Oh.
I want someone to watch this.
So wait, so it's not out of context. I thought it was out of context, but now it's not out of context. He's really picking this apart. He's got great analysis on this. I'm learning a lot.
And then tell me what anything I'm saying is fucking anti-Semitic. I need someone to explain this to me. Okay?
Okay. I got you.
After you teach them that, you can't turn around and say, oh, well, this is dual loyalty. This is anti-Semitic. Because at a certain point, people are not going to give a shit. And we're already past that point. Anyway, so this is like a shortened 7-minute version of it.
Wait. Where's the rest?
But like even the clips are in context, right? Like the clips are not out of context. The clips are basically in context. They're just saying something that I'm not implying at all.
Oh, that's fucked up.
If I explain, will I be banned? Is it really a false conflation though? Oh wait, this is one of my like mass stalkers.
His fucking audience did. His own audience, like, wait, but is it a false conflation though? Like, aren't they actually the same thing? Like, come on. Like, are we saying that Jews and Zionism aren't the same thing? Or
right on the subreddit. I remember this name. Yes, I won't ban you. I would love to hear your explanation. It is a false conflation. Yes, of course it's a false conflation. Zionism is an ideology, and it's a relatively new ideology. Jewish culture and history spans across 2,000 fucking years. Zionism has been around for 100, and even now, it hasn't taken root. Yeah. I know who you are. I know who you are, buddy. Yes, I know you're the number one smear merchant. Come on, go ahead. Talk about the other thing. Talk about the talk about why it's not a false conflation. Tell me about how all Jews care about is Israel, and then explain to me how that's not the anti-Semitic position, because it is, right? They don't even watch the clips anymore. They just read the headline and caption and run with it. I know. Why are you entertaining these schizos? Anyway, all right, fuck that guy. Let's just continue. So, you guys are obviously very familiar with this. You're very familiar with my commentary on this, but it doesn't matter what my commentary on this because there are a lot of people out there. There are a lot of people out there who are just not going to dive into it. They're not going to see the nuances, and they're not going to.
That's so sad.
They're not going to be as charitable, right? And that's the goal, because most people are busy, so they see the fucking headline and they move on. As an anti-Zionist Jewish person whose temple is Reform and deeply Zionist, it's difficult to even approach trying to change their minds. No, I understand that. I understand that. I'm responding to an anti-Zionist Jewish person in the chat here who's talking about having these intra-community conversations, and how difficult it is to get that point across to older Jewish folk in the community, right? I mean, look, To the anti-Zionist Jews in my community, you have a very tough job ahead of you. Well, you have to go back to your communities and try to get wait, what is this? Pussy, what happened?
You have to
Are
try
you
to
going to
defend
explain
me.
why it's not a false conflation?
Sorry, guys, but you guys have a tough job. You have to go defend me now. It's going to be rough.
Or not? I don't know why you think you have any additional time. I gave you an opportunity to address your position, but you're running away from it. You're calling me a pussy now. I'm not the pussy here, big dog. I think you are. You're just aching for a ban so that you can go back to your cyber stalking Discord server filled to the brim with cultists of a sex pest.
Snarker left.
And be like, oh, I got banned. Isn't that awesome? Look, if that, yeah, stop reading great names. All they do is clip you is true. Your elderly relatives to understand that this connection between Israel and Zionism that is expressed over and over again through a lot of these Jewish institutions, okay, is teaching people the idea that Jews are monolithic. And this is a dangerous, it is a very, because look, it's a very dangerous mode of propaganda. And you want to know why?
Why?
Because people don't fuck with Israel any longer. So they cut all of the beginning first 50 seconds of this. And they made it seem as though, you know, I'm just like directly referencing Jews or something like that, like not talking to a Jewish anti-Zionist chatter of mine or anything like that. But even without the fucking context, it's very clear. It's very clear the point I'm making. But at this point, unfortunately, given the crisis that contains multitudes, the crisis in literacy, the crisis in short attention spans, the crisis in clickbait culture, the crisis in headline culture, people don't even give a shit. We have now moved away from the mentality. Is it literally not the same as locking up Japanese people in internment camps during World War II for the crimes of their country? That was bad. This thought process doesn't work for any other country. Exactly.
That's what I'm saying.
Exactly. That's what's so fucking frustrating about it, is that I'm saying Jews are not monolithic. Zionism is not Judaism. Okay. And this,
again, am I crazy? Did he not say in the clip that like Jews needed to like change their behavior and change like the things that they were doing? Is that, am I just making this up in my head, or I feel like that happened, but he's just not playing it.
false conflation being regurgitated at a time when Israel's unpopularity has reached newest highs, okay, is very dangerous. It's very dangerous for the truth, and it's very dangerous for Jews in general. It's not a fucking controversial position at all. And it's one that prominent Jewish thinkers have explained over and over again for years before I was even fucking born, even during Israel's inception. So Ben Lorber has a take on this, senior research analyst. Hasan Piker's statement about the relation between American Jewish support for Israel and anti-Semitism shouldn't be so controversial. Here's Hannah Arendt making the same point in her 1944 essay, Zionism Reconsidered. If a Jewish commonwealth is obtained in the near future, this is 4 years prior to the inception of Israel, okay? With or without partition, it will be due to the political influence of American Jews. But if the Jewish Commonwealth is proclaimed against the will of the Arabs and without the support of the Mediterranean peoples, not only financial help, but political support will be necessary for a long time to come. And that may turn out to be very troublesome indeed for Jews in this country, the U.S., who, after all, have no power to direct the political destinies of the Near East. It may eventually be far more of a responsibility than today they imagine or tomorrow can make good. The Zionists, if they continue to ignore the Mediterranean people and watch out only for the big faraway powers, will appear only as their tools, the agents of foreign and hostile interests. Jews who know their own history should be aware that such a state of affairs will inevitably lead to a new wave of Jew hatred. The anti-Semitism of tomorrow will assert that Jews not only profiteered from the presence of foreign big powers in that region, but had actually plotted it and hence are guilty of the consequences. See also the last clause of the Balfour Declaration. Ben Lorberg continues. From Zionism's beginnings, Jews, both pro and anti-Zionist, were acutely aware that yoking world Jewry behind the actions of a Jewish state could imperil the standing of Jews in countries where they actually live. The irony, of course, is that Zionism was conceived as an answer to anti-Semitism, and most Jewish supporters still see it that way. But when you yoke the fortunes of a small, hyper-visible global minority to the actions of a belligerent pariah state, it can cause dangerous blowback. Stating this simple fact doesn't let us blame the victim or excuse the perpetrator of vile anti-Semitic acts. But those of us who are Jewish owe it to ourselves and our children to start, and our children's children to start talking about it, and soon. Stifling the discussion only makes it worse. My one quibble with Arendt here, by the way, is that Israel was not established in 1948 due to the political influence of the American Jews. There were many other factors at play. American support was far more decisive in the early years, and the influence of American Jewish leaders was limited. Yeah. That's it. So nothing I have actually brought forward is new or unique, right?
Right.
What is this? 85% of Jews believe in Zionism. That's at that point, that's not a conflation. Brother.
See, I told you this is, I fucking knew it. He was acting like, I don't think that this is, I don't think this is like a DGG or somebody like that. I think this is somebody who's farther left, who thinks that conflating Zionism and Israel actually makes a whole lot of sense.
What you are doing is not a defense of American Jews, okay? Because Zionism is an intentionally vague definition, and its reception by the American Jewry is also diverse. It's not a one-size-fits-all, and no group are monolithic. And the number that you are presenting is the exact same thing that Nick Fuentes presents for the reasons that I'm mentioning. Okay? I love that I said Jews are not a monolith, and you turned around and said, no, actually, in defense of Israel, I will tell you Jews are a monolith. This is dangerous thinking. Okay? This is the problem. People who think they're defending Israel by saying, well, all Jews care about Israel, are actually fomenting anti-Semitism. Israel makes Jews look bad and causes people to be anti-Semitic is just an obvious self-evident position. It's funny how it's only Israelis who get the agency card thrown at them. HASAN is specifically saying that American Jews are getting attacked because of how those American Jews behave. He's not making an argument about Israel. I realize you don't even bother to understand context, but you should try harder than this. Could HASAN spoken in a way that couldn't be construed as tut-tutting? I'd say definitely. It can come across as patronizing. But would you not agree that American Jewish institutions and their close connections with Israel are going to cause violence against Jews, and that's bad? It's hard to read HASAN's statement as anything other than out of some form of concern for Jewry. That's the problem. That is exactly what this is. But let's call it out for what it is. I think there are a lot of people, due to Islamophobic sentiment, due to Islamophobia, that sincerely believe that anyone with the name HASAN could ever operate out of concern for Jews unless they're pro-Israel.
Oh, wow. Wow, so he's conflating all of us. As Islamophobes. That's fucking racist. That's fucking racist. That's fucked up. That is super fucked up. El HASAN. Alright. I'm about to do it again. We're about to take out another motherfucking worm. Because I took out the wrong one. I took out the one that had this section here. You can see this is all cleared out here. But I need the tungsten ore, so I should have taken out the one in this section here. So we got all of these right here. And we're gonna go find all of these worms. They have their own sections. They gerrymandered this planet. Into different sections, so I think you're Islamophobe. It's an Islamophobe. If you actually cared about Islamophobia, you would have gotten the grammar correct. So that actually makes you Islamophobic. Really?
Okay, that's it. That's it.
Okay, is this the right one?
I am no longer considered someone who cares about bigotry. Okay, by a lot of institutions, by a lot of members of the media, because of my anti-Zionist position. Okay, and unlike some of my other counterparts, some of my other peers in the media who are Muslim themselves, I also directly tackle the issue of Zionism. Okay? Zionism is an ideology. Many people don't reach that level because they are worried, especially Muslims don't reach that level. Muslim commentators don't often talk about Zionism as an ideology, and they simply keep to the dangerous conflations, and that's understandable for that very same reason.
He's about to die.
The problem is that the conflation question is the complete worldview split between Zionism and anti-Zionism. Yes, we are objectively correct on the issue, but the entire opposing group is based around the idea that Jews must support Israel. You can't rationalize with people when they can't even agree on the first step of the conversation. They'll immediately take offense before you even begun to discuss. Source, I've tried for years. Yes, I understand that, Megaphonics. I know. But what do I always say? Seek truth from facts and always say the truth, right? Always say the truth.
What he always says. Yeah, I don't think the problem here isn't that he was that Zionists and Jews are the same. It was that he seemed to act like Jews are responsible for Zionism, and was making it out that they need to change their behavior. Or sorry, they are responsible for anti-Semitism, and they need to change their behavior if they didn't want anti-Semitism to happen anymore. That was the issue with the statement. People who keep acting like Zionism and anti-Semitism are the same thing, it's fucking stupid, because initially everybody would say, oh, it's anti-Semitic because he's conflating Zionism and anti-Semitism. And then now they're like, well, they're the same thing. It's like, wait, they're not the same thing. Like, well, most of them are. Most of Jews are Zionists, so pretty much the same thing then. No, it's not. That's fucking stupid. It's absolutely fucking moronic.
Around 75% of Jews globally feel a strong connection or support for Israel. Did you reflect to think that maybe you are advocating for a position they themselves don't support globally? Hassan Abi, enlighten me. I'm a Palestinian, by the way. I know. I have had this conversation with Palestinian chatters and with numerous people. There are two problems with this, okay? There are two key issues with this, okay? Number one, the inability and the idea that like people are incapable of changing their perspectives. That's the number one issue, right? Most people assume that whatever position you have arrived at due to social conditioning is the position you will, die defending. That's not the case. The second problem is something that we've talked about already. on numerous occasions. It's the notion.
Yes.
Well, there's three problems actually. The second problem
That was close.
is the notion that Zionism is this unchangeable system of thinking, and that every single person identifies with the terminology or identifies with the ideology or identifies with the state in the exact same way. Okay? This is also not the case. I'm an American. I have many criticisms of America, but at the end of the day, I still love America. I live here. I want to make this better. I want to make this a better place. But if you were to ask people, many people, especially after the barrage of fucking smear campaigns that I have received, they would say, you hate America. You're a terrorist. People have different associations with countries, with their form of governance. Okay.
He never said they're responsible. Okay, hold on. Let's find the original video again. Shit, maybe I don't have the...
And you want to know why? Because people don't fuck with Israel any longer. And if Jews in America keep putting this idea out there that they are singularly invested in Israel, eventually someone's going to come around and take action, not against the...
So yes, he right there, he is saying it is Jews' behavior. Right there. Right there. He literally just said, if they keep saying this, if they keep doing this, if Jews keep doing this, the issue is not that everybody else is conflating Zionism and Zionism and Jews. The issue isn't that he's conflating Zionism and Jews. The issue is that he's saying that Jews have to change their behavior if they don't want anti-Semitism to happen. Can you play it one more time? Yeah.
And you want to know why? Because people don't fuck with Israel any longer. And if Jews in America keep putting this idea out there that they are singularly invested in Israel, eventually someone's going to come around and take action, not against the state of Israel, mind you, but against American Jews.
No, he said the Jews that involved with Israel, correct? I knew it. I'm proven right about your gay conjecture. Wait, this is what I said. That is what I said. I don't know why you said no. It doesn't, that makes no difference. Yes, about Jews that are involved with Israel. Yes. I didn't say he conflated Zionism and Jews. I'm saying he said it was their behavior that is causing this. That's what he's talking about. He's talking about their fucking behavior that is causing anti-Semitism. That's what he said. He's saying they need to change their behavior. Their behavior is what's going to cause people to come kill them. That's what he's saying. I wouldn't say that he's being anti-Semitic, but he's like, I think he's justifying anti-Semitism. Like that's what it comes off as. And this is like the way that we would, again, I've given like Tim Pool as an example on the way that he got in a lot of trouble for the way that he kept conflating like trans people, or not conflating trans people, sorry, acting like trans people were responsible for transphobia and people shooting up, you know, Club Q and shit like that. Yes, this is what I said. Tom has gone full Hutch with his obsession. Hold on, Brelly. I did say he was talking about Jews' behavior, yes? He was talking about Jews' behavior there, yes? You're arguing against something that I didn't say. I said he's talking about Jews' behavior. He is literally saying, if Jews keep doing this, so this is exactly what I fucking said. I don't know why you're acting like you got some sort of W off of me proving that he did say Jews. He did say Jews, and he did say that if they keep doing this, someone's going to come hurt them. That is what he said. So it is 100% exactly what I said it was. There's no difference. It is what I said it was.
That in and of itself is not an unchanging position, okay? There are varying degrees of support, and also there is people's capacity to change, okay? And last but not least, the false notion that a group of people or minority population are monolithic in their thinking. They're not. No one is, okay? No one is monolithic. Jews are not a monolith. Black people in the United States are not a monolith. The idea that a group of people are operating with a monolithic way, operating with this monolithic understanding of Israel is false. It's just not true.
I get it, W. Brelly, did he say if Jews keep doing X? Did he say that? Yes or no? Did he say if Jews keep doing X? Is he talking about Jews' behavior? Yes or no? This is simple. This is simple as fuck. This is not hard. Like this is the simplest fucking shit. He said if Jews keep doing X. That's what he said. Like, this is not difficult.
True. It's just not true. And if it was true, then Zionist groups would not spend hundreds of millions of dollars trying to create this false reality, okay, amongst Jews in the Western world. If that was the case, there wouldn't be such a tremendous generational breakdown amongst young American Jews that lean on the side of anti-Zionism as opposed to older American Jews, for example, who show much higher degrees of support to Israel. Do you understand? These are the three major problems with the way that Zionism gets discussed in American media and how that feeds into a growth of anti-Semitism in this country and all around the world. This is a reality that anti-Zionist Jews understand intimately. It's one that they oppose. It's one that they try.
Get to the part where HASAN is anti-Semitic. Your entire stream has been a nothing burger. I said I don't think he's being anti-Semitic. I've literally said this like 3 times now. Why do you keep arguing with shit that I'm not saying, Brelly? Why do you keep doing this? Why? Why can't you just engage with what I've said? Why? Like, it is incumbent upon you guys to argue against things that is not being said in order to continue arguing. Because if you actually argued with what was actually being said, it would be fucking game over. I've literally said numerous times, I don't think he is being anti-Semitic. I've said it over and over and over. So I can't, like, if you're just gonna keep making me argue with shit or defend shit that I'm not saying so that you can make it easier on yourself to fucking defend HASAN, then that's fine. But I'm not able to. I'm not gonna play the part where I defend things that I don't think.
To actively fight back against. And it's actually something that I was repeating over and over again, and I will continue to repeat. I don't do it, contrary to what people think, I don't do this because I'm paying the piper or something, right? I'm not saying these things about anti-Semitism or
Is there a way to fill in lava at all? Like, is there a way to like pave over it or fill it in or anything? Like, or is it just there? It just is what it is. There's no way to deal with it. It's just there.
Combating anti-Semitism because I want to be welcomed in mainstream news or anything like that. A lot of people, I think, assume that I'm doing this in a cynical manner, and ironically enough, there are plenty who think that I'm doing this in a cynical manner to actually feed back into the anti-Semitism that I am fomenting. You know, this is another handshake moment between the likes of prominent pro-Israel voices in mainstream news that are, you know, defending Israel while making this false conflation, and also prominent anti-Semites like Nick Fuentes. The idea of the idea that you know, you cannot be anti-Zionist without being anti-Semitic. Okay. It's frustrating. Of course, there's also this unbelievable double standard. Once we have, you know, gone through the same positions that I have relitigated a million times over, there's also the incredible double standard. But basically, so this happens, and then first it starts off on the right, on the Israel First right? Israel Firsters on the right, Mike Rogers, these people come out and start launching cynical, smear-based attacks in the direction of Abdul al-Sayed. Okay? Then you have the CEO of the Jewish Council for Public Affairs, Amy Spitalnik. She also said there are multiple levels of cynical anti-Semitism embedded in Piker's recent comments, blaming Jews for the actions of the Israeli government, and then blaming Jews for the anti-Semitic violence that targets them under the guise of protesting Israel. All of it is dangerous and wrong. It's so weird that I'm not a fan of Piker, yet people are so disingenuous with their comments about him that I find myself defending him. He literally said, if you say anything Israel does represents American Jews, you are perpetuating an anti-Semitic trope that leads to violence. I'm glad that there are people who are recognizing this this heinous smear campaign. Okay. Nexus did something similar as well. They're doing this thing where they're basically repeating my position back to me and making it seem that I'm at odds with this position by framing it as though I'm in the opposite side of this argument. A Jewish person's stance on Israel or any issue isn't an invitation to violence. I don't think that that is the case. I don't believe that that is the case. To suggest otherwise sets up an excuse for inexcusable acts. People who attack Jews are making a choice to do so. Pinning the blame for violence on the victims or presenting violence as inevitable is unacceptable. It's very frustrating. It's very frustrating when all of these groups are repeating my position back to me. That's my position. Okay? It isn't true that most American Jews tie their entire identities to Israel, and Piker should know that. But also, if he really believes the current political discourse making anti-Semitism worse, that should be a case for taking it more seriously. For him, it's an excuse not to take it seriously. This guy, again, doing the same shit. What's especially frustrating is that there's a core point here about how American Jewish organizations have prioritized protecting Israel over protecting American Jews, but making that point responsibly requires acknowledging that most American Jews don't feel that way, which Piker won't do. That wasn't just the core point, that was his entire point. In his actual VOD, he makes it very clear that most Jews don't prioritize Israel, this guy says. Let's see if there's a response to it. Most people only know what HASAN thinks when someone who hates him and wants everyone to know he's evil says, here's what HASAN thinks. Even the quote is like, look, I know these guys are usually full of shit, lol. That's my point. I don't want to believe that every single person here, is cynically advancing this position because they have to believe that everyone that is an anti-Zionist is anti-Semitic, right? I don't want to believe that. I don't want to believe that. I don't want to believe that I want to believe that there are people out there who are getting duped by people who are cynical smear Hosberists that are operating to dupe people like this, to make them feel like I am fomenting anti-Semitism. Okay? Matthew Carson says, it's quite prejudiced to think a government that doesn't even represent the majority of a particular people that exists in the world could somehow be the cause of hatred against them. You're just using that as an excuse for your anti-Semitism. Yes, it's obviously prejudice, but understanding that a country widely noted and talked about as the Jewish state committing massive numbers of war crimes and calling all opponents of such crimes anti-Semites will further inflame Jew hatred is not an endorsement of such a phenomenon, but a cool assessment of the average person's deduction skills. The Jewish country is saying it's anti-Jew to criticize Israel for killing babies is a much easier narrative to incalculate than Israel is a nation with its own national interest that while being founded by Jews does not inherently represent all Jewish public opinion, and that the connection between mainstream Jewish organizations and Israel is of a vestigial historical connection and not necessarily an active political one. The wide and vast interweb between mainstream Jewish organizations in America and the Israeli state is a widely discussed topic within American Jewry. It might sound impolite, and it kind of does, but Gentile speaking about this connection from a descriptive vantage point is not something far beyond the pale. And then this guy goes, so you would similarly excuse the same sort of thinking regarding Muslims and the crimes of Muslim states, right? And therein lies the problem, okay? Because when it comes to ISIS or when it comes to Al-Qaeda, or even when it comes to Iran, you will never find an overwhelming majority. There is no poll that says that, Muslims in America are by 75% in support of ISIS, and yet the media has presented it as reality. So everyone that's not Muslim thinks that.
Holy shit. I was like, wait, is he actually going to address this for once? That's fucking crazy. And then, yeah, he did not come anywhere close. That is not analogous in the least. That is not analogous in the fucking least. If there was only one majority Muslim state, then sure. That would be analogous in some way. But because you're comparing something that's not like you're comparing a bunch of there's tons of Muslim states, there's tons of Muslim countries, and one majority Jewish country, and you're acting like these are the same things now. They're not. You're not going to have the same thing with Muslims because there isn't an analogy to it.
All Muslims actually support ISIS. This is how you create a sophisticated smear campaign against an entire minority population. And this was the point that I was making, reflecting back on my own personal experiences coming to the United States of America at the age of 18 and basically living here for the past 17 years as a dude who's white, whose name is HASAN, and how that shapes my own personal experience.
His name
I was reflecting
is HASAN.
on that experience.
Isn't that what Alex Jones says?
Alex Jones on Husuni.
His name is HASAN.
Yeah, there it is. His name is HASAN.
He's funded by Gulf.
Alex Jones on Husuni.
His name is HASAN.
And then tying it back to how dangerous this conflation is for rising anti-Semitism rates in the United States of America. It's fucking insane. And it's interesting because that's the argument that Abdul presents all the time as well. And then there's the third leg of this conversation. Conflating the right-wing Israeli government with all Jews, anti-Semitic, assigning acts of terror of 9/11 as both make innocent people unsafe. Analyzing misplaced violence doesn't endorse it, but funding Israel does. Materially support genocide. He didn't analyze, he threatened, people keep saying. It's unbelievably disingenuous. It's incredibly frustrating, and it's already working. And every time the conversation is look, if you have a prominent Muslim anti-Zionist who has spent most of his political advocacy fighting against all forms of bigotry, including anti-Semitism, you spend an entire media cycle saying, I'm a Jew hater over and over again. You're leaning into that same conflation. For the average person, for the average fucking person, they don't think about these things. The average American doesn't lean into Israel critique from the perspective of anti-imperialism. The average person does not lean into critique of Israel from the perspective of anti-fascism like we do, okay? Like I do. They think about, oh, that's the Jewish state. Those are Jews. Jews are doing Jewish things. That's how anti-Semitism rises in this country, okay? And at a time when the otherization is already starting, I cannot understand how people, kind people, decent people who are not looking at this issue sincerely cannot recognize the dangers of leaning into this false conflation. Oh. Anti-Zionist Jews never get prominent media placement. They never do. And there's a reason for that. Okay? Jewish Voice for Peace, Breaking the Silence, B'Tselem, which, you know, Breaking the Silence isn't even anti-Zionist, but it doesn't matter. It's like there is a reason for why Jews who are anti-Zionist never get they never get talked about in mainstream news. They're never invited onto these outlets, and they're routinely turned invisible. This also plays a role in propagandizing this dangerous and false conflation. Americans have to hear from anti-Zionist Jews. Okay? What? I have a hair on my tummy? What are you saying?
What are you even saying?
Oh. That's crazy.
Crazy, bro.
And then you have the other side of the story as well. Islam is not a religion. It's a supremacist ideology that openly calls for the killing of non-Muslims and the conquest of all non-Muslim civilizations. We need a Muslim ban in America. I stand by everything I said. Round them all up and deport them, preferably sooner rather than later. This is Laura Loomer. Sheesh. She's been on fucking Air Force.
Fuck, I was about to say, dude. Yeah, it sounds like Laura Loomer. Holy shit.
She has direct line of communication with the State Department. She's gotten the State Department to do things, to do her.
You know what? If Laura Loomer starts going in campaigning with Al Sayed, I'll go ahead and say it now. I will also call for him to stop campaigning with her as well.
Bidding. Laura Loomer was presented as like a sincere voice in Ukraine advocacy by the Associated Press only like a week ago. In any case, the last part of this story then revolves around Hillary Skolton. Hillary Skolton, who is allegedly, there's rumors in Michigan politics. Hillary Skolton is allegedly in a extramarital relationship and has committed adultery allegedly with a Republican, a prominent Republican in the state. She comes out and she ties it back to Jeremy Moss, who just won the seat that that Haley Stevens vacated, right? Congresswoman Hillary Skolton releases this statement. Says, today, Congresswoman Hillary Skolton issued a following statement after Tushamir Hassan Piker said that American Jews who support Israel are inviting violence. In his stream, Piker directly discussed and targeted Michigan State Senator Jeremy Moss, showing his picture while stating that eventually someone will come around and take action not against Israel, but against American Jews. Okay? It's fucking bullshit. Hassan Piker's calls for violence against American Jews and directly naming a Michigan elected official and future congressional colleague Jeremy Moss are unacceptable. Full stop. Piker is a hack who thrives on hate, shock, and awe because he lacks substance. It's dangerous for everyone. We should all be calling out this disgusting rhetoric so it loses grip on our politics once and for all. It has no place in Michigan and no place in our country. It was bullshit, but it was a coordinated smear campaign. It's not an accident that it was initially, it was initialized on Jewish Insider. Again, the propaganda mouthpiece for AIPAC. Okay. Not dissimilar to Mallory McMorrow's exclusive interview initially. Okay. But the big problem is this wouldn't have been that big of an ordeal, I think, ultimately. But clearly, and I can't speak on this with any sort of like personal any sort of firsthand account or anything, but I reacted to it. I said, if I was an Israel First congresswoman with a possible cheating scandal with a Republican in the state, I wouldn't spend so much time vying for the spotlight by actively defaming a prominent anti-Zionist voice to harm the Dem Senate majority chances over a 90-10 issue. So then Abdul's team came out with a statement. And in the statement, the actual meat of the statement, he did the same thing that he's always done, which is, no one speaks for me. Why are we talking about, she responded again. Oh, Democratic Congresswoman Hillary Skolton amplifies Hassan Piker, calling her an Israel First congresswoman with possible cheating scandal with a Republican and does not deny the claim. Yeah, she says, not Hassan Piker daydreaming about being me, as if, keep dreaming, pal. There's only one of us hurting the chance of a Democratic majority in November, and it ain't me. So Abdul released a neutral statement. The only issue I have with the neutral statement is that it legitimizes. Well, I have a couple issues with it, right? Oh. He's trying to do the same thing that he's done over and over again, even though these attacks they're not going to let up. Which is
threw him under the bus.
My own. Hassan's statements are his own. Stop tying us to one another like this. It's ridiculous. It's a distraction, right?
Hassan's like, dude, just say we're the same person. Say we agree on everything. What the fuck? Why you and who was the other person who did this? Mom Donnie. You and Mom Donnie are both. You're both pretending we're not all the same. We're Muslim. We're brown people. We're the same. Why are you not acting like we're all the same?
So that's what he said. In my opinion, I think it would be best not to say anything, right? It would be best not to say anything at all, but obviously there's probably a lot of people in Michigan politics that are, saying like, dude, what the fuck are you doing? This is ridiculous. You got to say something. The only issue I have with this is not this statement in and of itself, because it's exactly what he said over and over again, but it was this. Tying it back to Hassan Piker's comments regarding Jeremy Moss. Okay? This legitimizes the smear, unfortunately. And it also doesn't make anybody happy, right? There
I'm
are
not
going to be a
happy.
lot of people who are already questioning Abdullah Sayed's sincerity on these issues that will then turn around and say, "Oh, he's
I mean, I agree with that. It wasn't like a full. It wasn't really a full statement, and he is kind of right. Nobody is gonna be happy with this. That's not wasn't enough.
moderating his position on Israel, all this stuff." I don't think he is. Okay, I will say this: I am literally the person that is being dangled, and I'm going to tell you once again, he's not moderating on his perspective on Israel or anything like that. Okay. And the problem is, nobody's going to be happy with this.
Oh, that's what you guys meant. I can just put it in the lava. Okay, wait. All right.
This anti-Zionists will not be happy with this because they will see this as a betrayal. They will see this as Abdullah Sayed, taking advantage of the popularity of the pro-Palestinian cause, and then in the general turning around and betraying the pro-Palestinian cause. That's not the case. Okay, that's not the case.
I got it.
I don't think that is the case. But also,
Not
the
the case.
overwhelming majority of people who fomented this crisis, this manufactured outrage, they did it for this reason. Because none of them are going to turn around and say, "Wow, Abdul, it seems that you have distanced yourself from Hassan Piker. It seems you have disavowed his comments. We now believe that you are actually going to, we now think that you're not an Islamic style taqiyya merchant who is doing jihad." It doesn't matter.
Well, I mean, I already don't think that. I just think that it's obvious that that's the way that people are going to take this shit because of Hassan. So I'm already there.
And here's proof. Dems for Mike Rogers immediately goes, "Another fake condemnation from Dr. Abdul Sayed. Notice he never actually condemns Hassan Piker's calls to violence against Jeremy Moss. Abdul continues to avoid condemning Hassan Piker's calls for violence against Jewish Americans. Is shameful. Abdul is too extreme for Michigan." So it's unfortunate that it's one of those situations where conceding to the oppositional framing in any way, shape, or form is, of course, going to cause them to double down and say, "Oh well, why did you even hang out with this guy to begin with?" As I said, as I predicted ahead of time. Okay, and then they're
No
also
way.
going to.
How did he know?
They're also going to then turn around. Yeah, there are Krasenstein brothers everywhere for eyes to see. They're also going to turn around and say, "This is bullshit. This is not a good enough condemnation." And then they're going to demand further and further condemnations. Okay?
Crazy.
But this is a damned if you do, damned if you don't situation that he's found himself in. AIPAC is gloating over the Abdul statement. Yep, see, here you go. He knows this as well. He, understandably, does not want to have a conversation about whatever new media concocted manufactured crisis is, manufactured outrage campaign is. He doesn't want to talk about that. He wants to talk about what he's going to do for Michigan, right? That's the goal. And the goal of those who are in opposition to Abdul's victory, his imminent victory in November, are going to do everything in their power to continue the conversation around this. Who better than Etan to interview Hassan Piker? Get your popcorn. What is this? Yeah, I don't want any harm committed against random citizens, whether they be Jewish or Muslim. Left-wing streamer Hassan the Hun sits down with Haaretz's Eitan. So here's the problem, okay? You don't want to have this conversation over and over again, so you have to say something. But if you say something, they'll use it against you. If you say anything, they're going to say, fuck you. You knew this guy was bad news, and you leaned into it anyway. And if he were to just simply say the truth and be like, this is manufactured outrage, you guys are being ridiculous, which is the case, right? This is a dude who is a committed anti-Zionist who fights against all forms of bigotry, myself included. We do the same thing. Then they're going to be like, well, what about this quote? What about that quote? And you can't expect someone who has a short period of time in a contentious media environment to know the context of every single thing that I say, and he can't constantly fucking be in a defensive posture. I described.
Yeah, you can't always be like, dude, this is out of context. It's the context. What about the context?
This to you from the start, which is why I said that his reaction to this was very good. His reaction to this has always been very good, which is, look, I deal with people that I don't fully agree with and don't fully subscribe to on a daily basis. This is politics. Politics is about addition, not subtraction, right? It's smart. It's the right way to deal with it, and then deflect back to the issues, because they are the ones who are engaging in the deflection. Okay? It's not even a deflection to be like, why are we talking about this? Let's talk about the cost of living crisis. Right?
Right.
Okay, seriously though, there's a fear that you could get taken out, but what if it happens and they'll stage it to look like a suicide? They could clip you saying, I'm going to kill myself. Can you, for the record, publicly announce that you'll never do that? Yeah, copy this from another chatter. Yes, guys, I am not suicidal, okay? Are you fucking insane? I don't have any, like, workout equipment in my house. I don't have a gun in my house. I'm not suicidal. Stop being fucking weird. Piker is a bitch. Can you go longer than 10 seconds without lying?
Yeah,
I mean, you've been in here for, I assume, 10 seconds. What have I lied about? That I'm not suicidal? Is that what you're saying? And if Jews... Anyway, let's continue with this clip while I go pee.
You think he's lying about not being suicidal?
This idea out there that they are singularly invested in Israel, eventually someone's going to come around and take action, not against the state of Israel, mind you, but against American Jews. Okay? We're teaching people the wrong lesson. At the end of the day, American Jews do not prioritize Israel, but they do prioritize anti-Semitism. And that's precisely the reason why a lot of this propaganda that is facing the American Jewish side from a lot of these Jewish outlets, right, will tie the two all the time. And we hear that from outlets like ZBS as well, right? When the host asked Angie Nixon, like, ZBS. Oh, well, don't you think we shouldn't stop giving weapons to Israel at a time when anti-Semitism is exploding? Where's the connective tissue between these two events? American Jews do care about anti-Semitism. It's understandable to care about anti-Semitism. They don't care about Israel. So how do you tie the two? You say, well, Israel is the only thing standing in the way of the next Holocaust happening. That's how you do it. That's how you do it.
How you do it.
So every single time you have prominent Zionist Jews come out and be like, no, this is anti-Semitic. To oppose Israel is anti-Semitic. You're teaching people the trope of dual loyalty. That's what you're teaching people. After you teach them that, you can't turn around and say, oh, well, this is dual loyalty. This is anti-Semitic. Because at a certain point, people are not going to give a shit. And we're already past that point. It's that simple. I read this not as an actual retreat from anti-Semitism charges, but enhanced preparation for pressing on Islamophobia, given the plausible rise of voting publics less beholden to the power of every errant anti-Semitism charge, chipping away at the offices of anti-Semitism czars. That's precisely what's going on, yes. They're not going to give up on, claiming that people are anti-Semitic, of course. They're going to keep doing that because there's a lot of institutional value. There's a lot of, there are a lot of institutions that will still take action once the anti-Semitism allegation is brought up. But what they're doing is the Israeli Foreign Ministry has recognized at this point that there is no way to defend Israel. So they'll take the second best thing, which is to foment Islamophobia. Who's fighting against the hordes of Muslims, the dangerous Muslims that are destroying the Western world? The Jewish state is, of course. This is a battle between the Western forces and the scary Eastern hordes of Muslims who are barbaric. That's the way they... Yeah. Also, of course, whenever people actually come out and say, I don't see this as anti-Semitic at all, he's saying that if American Jews tie their identity to Israel and their actions, people are going to take their grievances with Israel's horrific actions out on American Jews. And he's saying it's a bad thing. The same way Muslims got blamed for 9/11, except they didn't even tie themselves to Al-Qaeda. And of course, immediately they go, you are Jewish in name only. And it's quite cynical how you weaponize the fact to that fact to take minority positions against a culture you don't understand and a community you don't belong to. Like, this is the actual anti-Semitism.
That's the real.
This is the actual anti-Semitism. The notion that, like, the notion that there is a monolithic and organized Jewry that is singularly invested in Israel is anti-Semitism. It's anti-Semitic when Nick Fuentes says it, and it's anti-Semitic when Jake Tapper says it. Okay?
All right, so I think I got it. I've got the the orange science packs, metallurgic science packs going in.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't know what to say other than I will continue saying the fucking truth. I will continue fighting for the values that I believe in. I hope that the truth will inevitably prevail. That's the only thing I can lean into. I've been doing this for a decade. Okay? And
so is the only thing on this planet are the worms, right? Like, once I clear a section, I don't have to worry about anything else. I can leave this planet. Nothing's going to come attack my shit. It's just going to keep making the... It's not like the other planets where, like, something will come and tear your shit up once in a while. Like, on this planet, I can just leave, and everything's bueno, right? It's all good. All Gucci. Yeah?
And at the starting point, there wasn't a lot of attention, but there was also not a lot of hatred and animosity directed in me, in my direction, right? And over the years, I've continuously kept fighting for these values that I believe in, standing loudly and proudly against all forms of bigotry, combating it to the best of my ability, combating misinformation, disinformation to the best of my ability. If I were you, I'd stop campaigning with candidates. It's brought you so much trouble. None of these politicians deserve your platform, your time, your community's help. At this point, it's hard not to side with those ultras who are disillusioned with politicians. You should just stream from your desktop like the old days and leave the endorsements and campaigning behind. Saying that you're done with campaigns might get these scumbags off your back. Yeah, I'm not going to do that either. Because it's working. If it wasn't working, then they wouldn't be attacking me this much. Why the fuck would I ever concede? Why would I ever cave to the disingenuous framing? Why would I ever cave to the smear campaigns? You think I want AIPAC to get a W here? What are you, fucking nuts?
What are you fucking nuts?
It's not going to happen. If that was the attitude demonstrated by the broad anti-Zionist movement, the pro-Palestine movement in this country, then we wouldn't have seen this sea change. Okay? It is the steadfastness of the Palestinian people that we are motivated by, and we will continue doing what we're doing. Some people might even disagree with my methods. Some people might disagree with how I, carry myself, how I present myself.
No.
It must be exhausting to be Hassan the Hun. They turn to, don't you realize if you continue falsely associating Jews with support of an apartheid, then an anti-Semite will attack Jews into I'm an anti-Semite and I want someone to attack Jews because they all support apartheid. Jesus fucking Christ. Yeah. That's what's so frustrating about it. So yeah, the only thing I take issue with is within Abdul's framing, within his comms team's framing here. It lends credence to the notion that I was in any way, shape, or form attacking Jewish people, and that will be used against them permanently now. It sucks. But yeah, I'm not even worried about how that, how that reflects on me and how that gives credence and legitimacy to these heinous smears. You've been talking about media smears for weeks. Maybe we focus more on the news outside of you. I know it can feel hard not to be centered so heavily, but maybe sticking to the issues a little bit more strictly will help. You're right. The number one fucking news story of today, I should just avoid talking about. I know. It's me. I'm being so fucking self-centered. Yeah, well, according to archive.org, Fox News has had 224 broadcasts in the month of August mentioning my name, over 5 times as many broadcasts that have mentioned Trump's massively unpopular war with Iran. Only 44 broadcasts have mentioned Iran. It's not as clear that the distraction for the right is chosen to distract away from Trump's historically low approval rating. And many Democrats are actually caving to this framing, and they're leaning into it. Okay?
Great reply, Mike. This does smell like the Dem Party forcing a statement. Yeah, this is DC consultant shit. I could smell it from a mile fucking away. I know I read it already, but like, this is the type of stuff the Democratic Party loves to do, which is like, so the Republicans are doing some sort of bad faith smear. It has 2,000 likes on Twitter. Nobody gives a shit. Nobody gives a shit about a 2,000 like tweet. Then Abdul makes a statement about a 2,000 like tweet. And now every single newsroom in the entire country can write a story about it. So congratulations, Abdul and Democrats. You have now fallen into this shit. You have fallen into this shit. Now they can make all these, Abdul El-Sayed refuses to,
Well, everybody else is trying to pretend that it's just Republicans who are saying these things. But obviously, yes, Democrats are also saying, hey, no bueno, amigo. Like, we should probably change the strategy here. Continuously pretending like it's just Republicans who are attacking him and just ignoring all the Democrats who are like, hey, we really need that seat, dude. Can you fucking quit with this shit, please? For the love of fucking God. Just ignore them.
Renounce Hassan Piker. So now the volume is going to go up. Again, as I said, it's not a fatal mistake, but it will become a fatal mistake if it keeps up. Because what will happen is, if he keeps making nothing statements, people and people keep reporting on it, then people are going to make more tweets about Hassan Piker, and he's going to have to make more nothing statements until eventually he will condemn Hassan Piker, in which case he'll look super weak, and then it'll be like, why'd you take so long? And then
yeah. They'll say, why did you take so long? Why did you even campaign with him?
Yeah.
Because remember, if you give in to the false framing here, addressing the bad faith Hassan smear campaign on the merits is tacitly lending credence to the manipulated or fabricated statements. It's not only a political miscalculation in that the Dem establishment and GOP will never give progressives credit for capitulation. Give an inch and they'll take a mile behind you while you're looking for a pat on the back. But it's also a fairly basic logical error to assume that rationalizing with a dishonest actor in any context will appease or disarm them. Stop giving air to these attacks. Simply allow the class of pundits and politicians who are hyper-focused on a Twitch streamer leading into a midterm election that is clearly about delivering economic relief and actually representative of government for American workers scream themselves in the circles like crazy people. Yeah. It's just not going to happen. It's never going to cause people to let up. And they immediately started doubling down. AIPAC doubled down. Democrats for Mike Rogers doubled down. Yeah. Yesterday I saw a right-winger arguing with a lib. They disagreed on practically everything Hassan was brought up, and like a switch, they were both in agreement that Hassan is a crazy anti-Semitic terrorist. Brother is getting attacked from all sides. Yeah. The thing is, there are, I think, liberals who are vying for a position of power that want to become DNC consultants that are doing this. And then there are already pre-existing DNC consultants that are doing this. I think people in the real world don't necessarily give a shit about this, no matter how much it's covered in the news. At least that's not been my experience. It, once again, is designed to make you feel that way with the algorithms that we see on Twitter, with how crafted and how echo chambered the permissible the permissible messaging structure is on Fox News and CNN. But I think by and large, we've seen this over and over again. We saw this already in the last 3 years with the pro-Palestine movement.
I remember.
The media being out of step with the population is not new. So, you know, take the Bernie Sanders approach. Trump pardoned January 6th rioter Jake Lang is in Michigan targeting Abdul al-Sayed, burning Qurans and calling Muslims insidious parasites. Will Mike Rogers and the Republican leadership condemn Lang's bigotry and hatred, or will they continue to fan the flames of Islamophobia? Reddit seems to have tweaked the algorithm to hate you too. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Anyway. Stop trying to eat and reframing, right-wing framing. It doesn't work. Yeah.
Yeah.
You are under no obligation to concede on oppositional framing. These people are cynical monsters. They're not invested in arriving at the truth. They're trying to trap you into accepting their framework. So whenever you actually do this, whenever you actually lean into their framework, you've lost. It sucks.
Yeah.
Madeline Somerville, I'm fucking furious about this. Honestly, my heart is racing. I was watching the stream when Hassan said this, and it's abundantly clear what he was saying. The more people continue to conflate criticism of Israel with criticism of Jewish people, the more dangerous it will become for Jewish people in America. And he's 100% correct. You want to know how? Because I was in the GA legislature when they added the IHRA definition of anti-Semitism to the law for prosecutions of hate crime. My former law professor, who's a rabbi, wrote the law. The primary example he gave us that why this was necessary was because he personally knew of a young man who wears a yarmulke at a local university who got jumped by some kids. Okay, but I disagree with the IHRA definition. No, a young man who wears a yarmulke in the local university who got jumped by some kids who said they wanted to punish him because he was a Zionist who supported Israel was doing in Gaza. The kids admitted they did not know their victim, nor did they know his position on Israel. They attacked an innocent person specifically because he was self-identified as Jewish. Take it from someone who deals with these issues. The last case I handled before I stopped practicing law was one for a kid who was getting threatened at his high school for being Jewish. It is precisely the conflation of being Jewish with being a Zionist that is encouraging this kind of violence to occur. I literally saw for myself. I cannot stand that that's what Hassan the Son said is being framed the way it is. Hassan, I'm going to try to talk about this as much as I can.
Yeah. Anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm fucking tired. It's also nasty that none of these like local reporters reached out to me for comment on this story as well, which, you know, obviously plays a formative role in the smear being effective. CNN isn't going to invite her on to defend you, I'm sure. Yeah. No, you get blackballed and blacklisted. Yeah, lawmakers condemn Hassan Piker's remarks targeting American Jews. This is how it works, man. This is how it works. Now, every boomer who fucking reads the news is going to permanently assume that this is what took place. An argument against the conflation of Zionism and Judaism, the false conflation between Zionism and Judaism, turns into a line of attack for the one actually combating anti-Semitism.
The one person. He's the only one.
This is also partially why we need more people to just like come out and unconditionally reiterate the truth. Because if we don't prosecute this right now, the idea that you can cast someone like myself aside and another person will take my role, will take my place is silly. They're going to do the exact same thing. They're going to do the exact same thing. Let's say tomorrow I decide it's too much. Who would want to deal with this? Who would want to be yelled at every day? Who would want to be smeared every day with heinous lies? I'm done. Let's say tomorrow I say, I'm fucking done. I'm out. Okay? Someone else is obviously going to take my place because the masses and the resentment and the anger towards what Israel has done is not going to go away. Someone else is inevitably going to fill this role. Because at the end of the day, I'm just a megaphone. I'm just a platform. And here's the thing. When that happens, that person is going to be attacked all the same. This is how the smears happen against all the pro-Palestine people in the United Kingdom went. We've seen this coming for years. Time for everyone to rise up and reject this. Really pathetic. Abdul played into it. Horrible advice he got. I think he's stuck. He's stuck. He can't like directly tackle every out of context clip because then he's not talking about the issues. So I understand his predicament because every moment is yet another instance where they're like, why won't you condemn Hassan? Why won't you condemn Hassan? Do you just not want Jewish people to vote for you?
Yeah.
And look, I wasn't involved in Angie Nixon's campaign. She condemns Israel's genocide. She still won. Okay? And then they try to piece her up and be like, oh, well, do you condemn Hassan Piker? And she was like, I don't know Hassan Piker.
Yeah, who the fuck is that?
So now they move to the next thing. Now they're saying DSA, 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 DSA. It doesn't matter. There was always a thing. Okay? So we on the left broadly have to get better at dealing with this kind of contentious media environment because it's never going to go away.
Yeah, they're not very good at framing their opponents in certain ways and constantly going after people that disagree with them. They have to learn how to do this stuff. They got to learn how to engage in the same way. They've just never been those types of people.
Do you understand? If it's not DSA, then they'll say, oh, well, what about your tweets from 2020? What about this? What about that?
Crazy.
There's always going to be something.
That's crazy.
Charlotte Clymer, multiple things can be true. Dr. Alsea would be a good senator. Any Democrat is vastly preferable to Mike Rogers. No Democrat should be campaigning with Hassan Piker or defending him. The GOP will use Piker's insane, ridiculous views to attack guaranteed. In my opinion, this is going to be the same thing as Republicans calling Dems communists no matter what. Angie Nixon didn't campaign with Piker, and they attacked her for it anyway. As long as Dems campaign on real issues, I say let Republicans waste breath talking about a streamer most people don't know. The media is in a frail position right now to think it won't go away is short-sighted. No, it won't go away. It won't go away if we breathe life back into it. This was the same argument that I gave to, this was the same position that I had with Kamala Harris. Every time there was a pro-Palestine protest, they would find someone who had like a placard that said, you know, they love Hamas or something. And then they would take that, they would highlight it, and then they would go to the Kamala Harris campaign and say, what do you have to say about this? This person is your #1 fan. What did I always say? If you recall, if you were here in the 2024 election, I would say, look, you should never in a million years take ownership over this stuff at all. Okay? You should never take ownership over this stuff. Even if you disagree with it, just don't address it at all. Just say, look, there are
As he's sitting here addressing it. After people told him to stop, and he's like, what, I'm just not going to talk about the #1 story of all time?
multitude of different opinions, but you have to look at the broad confines of the movement. You have to look at the broader movement. This was done with the Black Lives Matter protests as well. I'm not going to agree with every single thing that every single person is saying in a BLM protest. I'm not going to agree with every single thing that every single person says in a pro-Palestine protest. But ultimately, it doesn't matter. Is there a genocide being conducted or not? And these people are standing against it. That's it. I'm not sure why we think it's truly gone away, though. It hasn't. The public opinion on Israel has changed, but the establishment politics are exactly the same. I agree. Nira is saying Republicans are attacking Hassan Piker and his candidates. Don't campaign with him because he...
Dolly Parton. My sister knew Dolly Parton. My sister actually knew her really well. She went to her house numerous times and ate with her, and my my family called me today to let me know that she died because my sister was really close with her. And if you guys have ever heard of Dolly World, it's like a theme park sort of thing that Dolly Parton made. And my sister worked there with her, but she was like a big part of the actual production and the day-to-days and everything. Dolly Parton was there pretty consistently, and they did shows together and musicals and all sorts of stuff. I've been to Dolly World. Nice. Yeah, it's I think it's in Tennessee. I think it was in like Pigeon Forge, and obviously like they consider themselves like the home of country music. They invented country music according to them. So everything, if you go to Nashville, if you go to Tennessee, and all these different parts, that a lot of the branding is all about. They're the home of country music. Trump said, quote, very sad to report that Dolly Parton, one of the greatest country singers and far beyond ever, has just passed away, the president wrote. In his post. This is a true loss for millions of people. There has never been anyone like her and never will be. I mean, the Republicans love her, so you gotta give her due.
Good evening, I'm Bill Malugin, and this is your Fox News Report. Country music legend and humanitarian Dolly Parton has died at age 80. Parton's family announcing her passing on social media. Her cause of death has not been revealed, but ongoing health issues led to her canceling shows recently. Parton's legacy lives on through her music and acting career, as well as her philanthropic endeavors. President Trump has ordered all flags to be lowered across the U.S. for 1 week. The U.S.-Canada trade war is escalating. Canadian officials unveiling retaliatory tariffs up to 50% on hundreds of American products starting September 8th. And President Trump is taking the feud a step further by considering changing the name of Lake Ontario to Lake America. President Trump announcing all mines in the Strait of Hormuz have either been detonated or removed by the U.S. Navy.
That'll show him.
You'll get him then. Every inch of the key waterway is being monitored. A new forensic technique helps scientists identify another victim of the September 11th terror attacks nearly 25 years later. The unnamed woman is the 1,654th victim to have their remains identified. Officials say they are committed to identifying all the nearly 3,000 people who were killed. It's the Senate GOP primary runoff election in South Carolina today to fill late Senator Lindsey Graham's seat. His sister Darlene is on the ballot against Representative Ralph Norman. This comes on the heels of President Trump's mail-in voting Supreme Court win in New York. I'm Bill Malugin. Have a great night.
Joining us, author of the Cross-Section newsletter on Substack, Paul Waldman, professor of public policy and economics at the University of Michigan, Betsy Stevenson, co-founder of the Lincoln Project, Rick Wilson, still with us, and MS Now senior White House reporter, Vaughn Hilliard. Vaughn, how's the grass out there?
The grass right over here looks pretty good on the north lawn. On the south lawn, Katie, there's not much of it left. I was in the White House briefing room, and I overheard one journalist ask the question, what's going to happen to the Easter egg roll this upcoming spring? Because most of the grass is gone because the president, he cleared out the area, right, to put this helipad, which one could make the case the helipad was needed, maybe. But then he actually had it removed because he said that it was sloping. They put the new helipad down, and that's what he was showing the cameras there. And he made it clear that it could withstand any strike, suggesting if there was a bomb or something that it would be able to keep it from being destroyed. So the president saying that it was going to be there on the South Lawn beyond all of our times on this planet, Katie.
So I asked this next question seriously and without snark, even though it might sound a bit snarky. Does Donald Trump know how bad his numbers are? Does he know how angry people are? Or, Vaughn, is Natalie shielding him from it?
It's a very good question, Katie, and this is part of the more insulated second Trump administration that we are watching. And for the President of the United States, I believe that it's more, based off of conversations, an instance in which he believes that part of his legacy is the physical structure around the White House and beyond, and that these are means that he is going to take. There is sort of this disconnect from reality that Americans, as you just heard, they're watching him focus on these construction projects that are costing in the hundreds of millions of dollars at the same time that their loved ones are in theater in the Middle East, that they are struggling to pay grocery prices, and yet he isn't changing course. And that is why, frankly, it was not anticipated that he was going to go and show off his helipad. And when they announced that the cameras should come to the doors so that the president could lead them on the tour, it led to a lot of everybody kind of looking around, because that's where the president's focus is uniquely on a day like today. And so whether he is wholly aware, he's dismissive of his approval ratings and places blame so often on others, as we've heard him say, right? He said that if Republicans lose the midterm elections for Senate and the House, it's not because of him, but it's because of them.
Let me play a little bit more from Donald Trump on his ballroom helipad construction project tour.
They can have events on it. They can have people go there for cocktails and then walk to the ballroom after that's finished. We can have really incredible. This is unbelievable for state. Without even having to go into the White House, they get out of the car on the beautiful new roadway. They get out of the car and they walk down this path onto that, and they can have cocktails and everything outside of the White House, and then they go into the ballroom. Even the military, they can use it like that, and we have the ballroom is so much a military component with the drones and the bomb shelters and everything else that we have in there. So it's really, that started off as a ballroom, and before we started work, the military came to see me and they say, "Sir, we have an opportunity to do something incredible here, and we've been trying to do it for 100 years. But we've never had an opportunity like that." So I had to make that decision. And I said, "Look, go ahead, design what you want." And that goes down 5 stories. It goes down almost 65 feet.
What's in those 5?
Well, I'm not allowed to discuss that, but a lot of very detailed stuff.
Cocktails and bomb shelters. I mean, honestly, Rick Wilson, what the heck is going on?
Look, Donald Trump is a guy who is disconnected somewhat from reality. He's disassociated from the real job of president, and he thinks he is either an infomercial or a reality TV show host again. And he wants people to see the ballroom and the gold leaf on everything and the weird Liberace meets Saddam decorating style in the Oval Office. That's what interests him now, and that and money, of course, which is why the crypto bros are all there today. Really, he's disconnected from the political impact of it. He really doesn't care. I mean, for my as a former Republican, I say this to the guys who stayed in the party. He doesn't care about you. He's never been a Republican, and his very Versailles sort of approach to an election where people are screaming about their economic fears is really dragging down. He doesn't have to run again. The rest of these guys are taking all the radiation off of this behavior right now.
I mean, Paul, these numbers, the polling numbers, both from The Economist and from Reuters, they're real bad, really bad. How do they get this low without intervention from the White House, without, a change of approach, strategy from the president himself?
Well, I think the problem really is him. He ran saying, "I'm going to bring down all your prices on day one." And of course, that hasn't happened. And, I think a lot of what's going on now, we see him focusing so much on things like the ballroom and the lawn. A lot of that is about his desire for a sense of control. The economy is an enormous and unruly entity. There's no button that Donald Trump can push that says bring grocery prices down or increase jobs. It's very complicated. And he can, on the other hand, say, give me a new helipad, and then it will happen. That I think gives him that sense that he is potent and he has that sense of control. But it's really difficult for him to do big things on the economy. And the things that he has done that have been pretty big haven't worked out well at all. And in fact, especially when you think about the Iran war, have really done damage to the economy. And so now there really isn't all that much that he could do to suddenly turn around America's economic fortunes. And I think at some level he knows that. And so he believes that if he talks about the things that he is interested in, that he cares about, then that will somehow, kind of divert everyone's attention, or at least make them think that he is still strong and forceful and effective. But, even if he wanted to, even if he sat down with his closest economic advisors and said, tell me how we can bring inflation down to 2% by November, there wouldn't be much they could tell him to make that happen. I mean, maybe Betsy could speak to that more than I could, but there's not that much that he can do at this point. And so he's focused on the things that he really cares most about, which is all this aesthetic stuff and whether or not the lawn is greener than any lawn that's ever existed before.
Betsy.
Well, all right.
killed some little sisters. So it's like, it's, it's not a good ending, not a bad ending. I can't remember. And then there's a bad ending. It's horrifying. And I didn't know that you had one membership for 6 months as someone who's going to lead the world into like his version of anti-colonialism and like ending capitalism. And I think he sees Israel as like the ultimate example of settler colonialism. And I don't think he's considering the experience like what you described, where you're not raised. I assume probably most American Jewish people are not raised with this belief that they're like literally a superior race or like an ethno identity or something. It's, yeah.
That, I mean, yeah, that's just a Nazi.
PA, yes, it is. I mean, listen, I think you guys want me to take this call, so it's all on. Then I don't know why. Oh, there we go.
Hello?
Hey, man.
What the fuck is that call? Does anybody know what that is?
Oh, here, let me mute my TV because I'm watching. Can you call somebody else? Because it's all grayed out and the setting is on in my settings.
For some reason, after I checked on the settings and I clicked on it, then it gave me the option to call you, so.
Wait, you're calling me right now? Because it came to my... Oh, that makes sense. So we're talking on Twitter right now.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
We did it.
What's up, man? How you doing?
Oh, it's on Twitter. Okay, that's cool. Cool.
Good. How are you? We're enjoying, the great Hutch's coverage. One of the great sane minds. And I was watching you this morning, and I've been like thinking about the HASAN thing, and it's, I don't know if people are even, I want to explain what I think he's doing, and I think it's actually quite insidious, and I don't know if this is obvious or if people already know this, and you kind of did touch on it today, but what he does is he spends so much of his time convincing his audience that he doesn't hate Jewish people and that there's a big difference between Jewish people and Zionists, right? And so Zionists are the enemy.
Right.
Zionist is the worst thing you can be. The problem is that he defines Zionism as anybody that, I mean, as he said once, has any kind of fondness for this, has ever at any point had any kind of fondness for the state of Israel, or
disgusting,
or anybody that doesn't think that Israel should be, wiped off the map. So when you read a stat like 80% or whatever, it's like, I don't know, 80-90% of American Jews have some type of like positive association with Israel, it doesn't mean they support the government.
Right.
But what it does mean is that by HASAN's absolutely insane, rabid definition of Zionism, then what he is doing is fomenting hate for 90% of American Jews. But because he's convinced his audience that not all Jews are Zionists, and that there's so many good Jews out there, guys. Look at all my Jewish friends and look at all the Jewish people online. They hate Israel, and like so many Jews hate Israel. So we're not anti-Semitic. We just hate 90% of Jewish people in America. But he has difficulty reckoning with that fact because his definition of Zionism is so it's so broad, or it involves so many Jewish people because it's so hard to qualify as an anti-Zionist in HASAN's community, right? You have to basically be pro-Hamas at this point to be to be considered anti-Zionist, right? You have to be like Norm Finkelstein, who said on October 8th he was euphoric at the sights of Hamas breaking into Israel.
Well, I don't even think Norm Finkelstein.
Who wasn't?
Like, correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think Norm Finkelstein is Norm Finkelstein even a one-state person? Like, I don't know if he opposes the existence of Israel. But could be wrong about that. But like,
actually, ironically, I think you might actually be right about that. But I don't think he makes a big fuss about it either way. He just really fucking
yeah, right.
Really hates Israel and all of its forms.
But in terms of defining Zionism, HASAN very repeatedly defines it as an inherently, what his language is, ethno-supremacist, settler colonial project.
Right.
And I guess a question that popped into my head when you were talking is, when you were being raised in Judaism, how often did the word Zionism come up, like in your studies and in your in where you worshipped and your family? Was that a term that was used a lot?
Never. I mean, for me, never. The first time I ever even started thinking about that word was like, I mean, I had heard it. If anything, the only people I heard using it was like white nationalists and like David Duke type of people. Those were the only people using that word, at least in my view.
And academics, it was definitely a word that came up in when I went to college.
Sure. I'm not in the academia area of Israeli studies and stuff, but I've always just heard.
I remember when I first started hearing about, like, when people first started blowing up about Zionism after October 7th. I grew up around Jewish people. My dad worked for a group called Worldwide Jewish Ministries. He literally goes to churches and teaches seders. I'm not Jewish. He's not Jewish. We're not Jewish. Like, no Judaism, like no ethnic, religious, nothing. He's just Christian who believes that Jews are the chosen people and teaches about their culture. And I never heard the term Zionism growing up, but it was like a norm for literally everybody. When I was growing up, like Republicans, Democrats, everybody was what you would today call a Zionist. But I remember when I heard the term Zionist, I thought it was a Rastafarian thing. Because I listened to a lot of Bob Marley growing up, and he was always talking about Zion. I heard Zion, but not really Zionist for Black Israelites. Right? Exactly. Yes. Thank you. Okay, so I'm not alone here. All right. Cool. Because yes, that was kind of my experience. Like I would think of like Bob Marley and those sorts of people. First time I ever heard Zionist, I thought it was referring to Zion from the Matrix. We need Zion when AI puts us in the Matrix. Ziggy Marley is married to an Israeli woman. Really? Disgusting. How dare he? Absolutely disgusting. Yeah, I would think of like Mount Zion and Bob Marley and shit like that, but I never thought about Jews. And then all of a sudden, as I really had to like twist my brain to get it to stop thinking about Rastafarians every time I heard the term Zion or Zionist. I thought it was some fucking Rastafarian, like Caribbean sort of culture.
David Duke and people like that, Zionism, Zios, the Zionists, stuff like that.
Yeah.
I never ever, no, at when I was at temple or Torah study or in the synagogue, whatever.
I think Bob Marley is part Jewish. I don't know if he's part Jewish or if he thinks that they're the real Jews. Bob Marley rumored Jewish ancestry is unverified and largely disputed. While popular claims state his parental grandmother, Ellen Broomfield, was a Syrian Jewish woman, biographers and historical records note this lineage is speculative, with marriages documented often listing different ethnic classifications. Father Bob Marley, his father was Norval Sinclair Marley, was a white Jamaican man of English or Welsh descent. Really? Okay. The grandmother stories circulate that Norval's mother, Ellen Broomfield, came from Syrian Jewish family, but biographers point out that this is unproven and archival data counters the narrative. The consensus: historians treat the Jewish heritage claim as unverified lore rather than an established fact. Rastafari believes Bob Marley identified as a Rastafarian, a movement deeply inspired by Old Testament biblical themes, Zion, and Judeo-Christian history. Okay, so yeah, so I was correct there. Okay. Later life, he was baptized into the Ethiopian Orthodox Church shortly before his death. Dude, I loved Bob Marley. I loved Bob Marley. I, like, to get my day started right, when I was in high school, I had to wake up and immediately start blasting some Bob Marley. Like, you gotta wake up and start blasting some fucking Bob Marley. I'm blanking on the others. I listened to some Modest Yahoo as well. I would listen to what was it? Bob something? Fuck, what was his name? Who am I thinking of? No, not Marley. Shut the fuck up. Or Rob? I don't really listen to much Ziggy. I didn't have anything against him. Just wasn't really my thing. Didn't like him as much. Rob Marley. Oh, no. Rob Thomas, no. Anyways, I can't think of the name, but it was, let's see. Yeah, I'm not sure who I'm thinking of.
There was
Tom, did you have dreads back then? I did have dreads at one point, but not then. No.
It's never about Zionism or anything like that. If anything, it's just, yeah, there's a lot of conversation too about how Jews are raised to on propaganda and this type of stuff. Honestly, I think that I think a lot of American Jews have family or associations or you know, entanglements and crossovers with people or things in Israel. So it's like anybody else that has an association with, like, somebody who's German and is born in America, but they have German family and they have places they like in Germany, or maybe they visited Germany. You know what I mean?
Yeah, my mom is Italian, and so
Not
she
Shaggy, no.
They didn't start traveling until the last
Not
like
Shaggy.
20 years, and they've taken like 6
It's somebody with like a very like plain name, to where I was like surprised that they did reggae.
trips to this.
But I listened to like a lot of Sublime, 311, even like the white Caribbean like bands. Mantis Praise, Based Finder. in the chat.
Little city in Italy where my mom's family come from, and it's like this city of like 300 people or whatever. And now she has a deep fondness for that city and her family that live in that city. And so now there's this like direct familial connection there. And she was trying to like get me dual citizenship in Italy. And so, yeah, I mean, I take your point in terms of not that exclusive or unique to Jewish people to have like a similar situation, right?
Yeah, and it's nothing more than that. But then to turn to your audience and say, well, if you're one of these people, like that just has like a completely normal.
Ben Harper. If you don't like my fire, then don't come around, 'cause I'm gonna burn one down. That's Ben Harper. That's who I was thinking of. Ben Harper.
Association with a country that you might know, people that live there or what have you. Then you're a baby killer. You're a Nazi. He really doesn't even mince words these days, right? You're a fucking evil Nazi. And
he does blues and rootsy stuff, sure, but Burn One Down is not that. Do you guys not know this song? This is my jam.
But burn it slow to light me up before I go. If you don't like my fire, then don't come around, 'cause I'm gonna burn one down. Yes, I'm gonna burn one down.
For some reason, I can't open the game right now. It won't fucking open. Like I just minimized it a minute ago, and then now. Okay, there we go. Weird. I had to minimize everything else to get back.
And one of his favorite quotes that I like is that
the dog walking one with.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
That if you've ever at any point had a fondness for Israel, you should not even qualify to be the local dog walker, right? And that's the quote that Sam Cedar famously defended.
Yeah, don't get me started on his sane washing. That was a crazy thing to say. But tell me what you think, because like I think that for HASAN, I think like number one, I think his ego is very big, obviously, and I think he's not thinking about American politics in terms of like specific policies, like Medicare for all. In his mind, I think he sees himself as a thought leader and as someone who's going to lead the world into like his version of anti-colonialism and like ending capitalism. And I think he sees Israel as like the ultimate example of settler colonialism. And I don't think he's considering the experience like what you describe, where you're not raised. I assume probably most American Jewish people are not raised with this belief that they're like literally a superior race or like an ethno identity or something. It's, yeah.
That's just the Nazi propaganda, right? That's all it is. No, the Jewish people don't think listen, I'm not friends with a lot of religious Jewish people, but I knew a lot of them when I lived in Israel. Nobody's walking around thinking they're like superior. I think there's like the radical settlers, right? These types of people do believe that stuff. And I'm pretty sure that me and even most Israelis are united in thinking these people are fucking horrific, disgusting, racist people. But like the vast majority of Jewish people definitely doesn't have this superiority complex. It's not like we're some group that's looking to like screw over other Jews. I mean, this or that we're colluding together to the whole greater Israel conspiracy craziness, which is something that I've heard even HASAN saying now, which is just like a straight up David Duke, like Protocols of Zion level of conspiracy.
Yeah.
It's just not a thing. And I mean, the thing is, Zionism is such a, like, it's such a, I feel like the whole Zionism thing is moot at this point because the state of Israel has already existed for like 100 years almost. And there's like 9 million people living there. It's a fully developed country. This whole conversation about how, the only solution is one state with equal rights. It's like, well, I think the only solution for the world is world peace and that everybody, gets $1 million. The truth is that it's never going to happen. And it's not because I don't think it's great or I don't think that would be like a nicer vision of the world. It's just the same thing. It's just not going to happen. It's just a country. It's been there 100 years. It's full of people. It has, you know what I mean? It's not something that you just flip a switch. And one thing I told HASAN when we were kind of disagreeing on leftovers was that like the only way I see that happening is through some like horrific war. Like that's the only way I see something like that happening. And
Israel would have to be forced through violence or extreme coercion that would require like very broad international consensus in a way that's just difficult to imagine. What I was getting at when I was setting up like how HASAN sees himself, and like one of the reasons why I think his movement that he's trying to build is just so useless is I think they see themselves as like fighting a war against capitalism that ended in the 90s and a war against the establishment of the state of Israel that ended decades ago. And like to your point, like the matter is settled. Israel does exist, even if you have problems with like the way that it was initially formed to begin with. But that's literally every country is a product of some kind of colonialism, like literally every country. And if your problem is ethno-states, it's like, well, I got some bad news about the vast majority of countries in the Middle East because I looked into it.
I do think this is like kind of bad faith. I think the majority of the time people are talking about ethno-states. They're not just talking about like well, I'll let him finish, but the problem is that a lot of times people will act like an ethno-state definitionally is just like a state that just has the majority of one ethnicity. Like that's an ethno-state. Whereas most of the time when people are talking about an ethno-state, they're talking about a state that has laws to keep it as an ethno-state. They have laws to keep that ethnic majority. And so I think majority of the time that's what people are talking about, but maybe he's talking about that. I don't know.
But like a month ago, and I was surprised to find that basically like the vast majority of Middle Eastern countries have it in their constitution that they're either an Arab state or a Muslim state or both. Like it's literally.
You know what? You've convinced me. Let's not fund any of those countries then.
Really, it's like the first article of their constitution of like Egypt and Jordan and all these countries is like they establish an ethno identity for the country. And so I just don't buy that the opposition to Israel or the insistence on a one-state solution that's never going to happen unless you can tell me how you're going to force a nuclear power to do this. But like, how do it just doesn't seem like genuine opposition to the concept of like an ethno-state. If
it's not, it's just like weird virtue signaling, like feel good bullshit. And this is the whole reason that me and me and Hassan started beefing is because I was like, dude, this whole idea that there's going to be a one state is like so silly. Like, why are we even having this conversation? Like, it's just not gonna happen. Like, it's like not, and it's not because I don't think it's a good like, I think it would be great if we could go back in time and make like a pluralistic one state for all types of situation, but it's just not happening. It's gone. That ship has sailed. I mean, and by the way, there are, again, people forget there are like 2 million plus Palestinians that do already live in Israel and are integrated, but
I had someone in my chat just now said, Hutch, can you name one single of those countries that made any of their minorities stateless or stole land from one of those minorities? Just one. I wonder if you have thoughts on that, Ethan.
Well, I mean, the Arab countries were settled. Listen, I'm not a historian, but they were all settled like a long time ago.
Ethan's not a historian? What the? Why are we listening to him?
Whereas by the way, guys, I'm not defending the settlement of Israel. If you want me to do that, I'm not.
I thought you were going to jump in and point out the fact that hundreds of thousands of Jewish people were expelled from countries like Iraq, Egypt, Jordan. Yeah.
I mean, about 800,000 to 900,000 were, right, following the war for the Israelis' war of independence, or I guess the Nakba, depending on your perspective, right? And so when I asked Hassan, where should the Jews of Israel go if they don't feel safe there in like one state, he literally told me, and people forget this, he literally told me they should go back to Iraq.
Yeah. Which was an especially insane country to point to, given the circumstances that surrounded like the expulsion of Jews in that country. It's just that was such a crazy thing to say. Yeah.
Like, and nobody bats an eye. Nobody has any thought for that.
I batted an eye.
Because guys, listen, we gotta reckon, if you actually want to make some progress on this, we gotta reckon with the real situation, right? And the real situation is, okay, there you got 9 million people here who own homes and businesses and sky rises and government buildings and subways and buses and tunnels. And you want them to either leave or risk, basically becoming minorities in Israel, which historically has not worked out well for Jewish people. And I know Hassan likes to point out to like the Ottoman Empire, which the Jews did do well for a time. That was also like over like 100+ years ago, right? So if you want to revive the Ottoman Empire and give somehow, I don't think Jews would be, I don't know how many Jewish people are in modern day Turkey, if he's suggesting that maybe Turkey taken a bunch of Jews. I'm not sure even what he means when he says Ottoman Empire, because it doesn't exist. It hasn't for a long time.
Real quick, how would you feel about, I think Lonerbox wants to say what's up to you. How would you feel about adding him to the call? Okay. So yeah. I think I would have to start a new DM thread and then call you again.
Sure. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, let's do that. I'm going to end this call and then.
Yeah.
If you don't like my fire, then don't come around, 'cause I'm gonna burn one down.
It would be so much. Try to hit video. I got to go back to. Oh. Hey, I couldn't figure out how to add
the Jews.
You gotta get a burner Discord account on your phone.
The Jews.
Yeah, that's probably a good idea.
2026.
I don't do this very often.
Yeah.
But so going back to kind of his recent statement that's getting him into all this trouble, it's so easy for him to defend himself to his audience and say, I am trying to protect Jews. Because people are always conflating these two issues. But the thing is, it's not a conflation. Like, by the way he defines it, 90% of American Jews are going to be Zionists. But
I don't like this. I don't like this. This is dumb. Because like even in the past, again, Americans 90% of Americans were fucking Zionists. So was it anti-American to say it? Like, it just, I think this is such a ridiculous argument from people.
The way he defines it. And again, that's not to say like that the Jewish people that I know, all of them, including myself, despise the current government and what the settlers are doing and how the government protects the settlers and, you know, all the wanton death that's happening in Gaza and around Israel. But that doesn't, but that's just you're protesting a government. That's not undoing a state, which is just, it is just not happening. And this was my point from the beginning. It's like, I don't know how you're advocating for Palestinians when the solution is just erase the state of Israel, because that's not happening. You're not actually doing advocacy, because that's just not going to ever happen. I don't understand.
It's not going to happen.
I think it makes the public discourse about this issue just so much dumber, because it's not a serious proposal, but he's convinced millions of people at this point that it is. And so there's, again, just I reiterate the point that they think they're fighting a war that's been over for decades. And so how can we get to a conversation about real solutions if they're insisting that you have to adopt their view as far as like what should be done, when it's just not?
It's complicated. Americans, the general population, it's notoriously isolationist. Since the 70s, they've been more Zionist. Yeah, like when you say like there's way more Americans who are Zionist probably than there are Jews, you know, and just like white Americans as well. And I think that the argument that like, oh well, this applies to the majority of Jews, therefore that's not a good argument. The issue is that the way that they use it a lot of times just seems obvious that they're talking about Jews. Like that's the fucking argument. It's just the way that it's said, the way that it's used, it just becomes blatantly fucking obvious that they're talking about Jews. And in this latest thing from HASAN, the issue there is that he's acting as though Jews are the ones who have to correct their behavior. They're the ones who have to fix what they're doing. That it's on Jews to change what it is they're doing. They're causing the anti-Semitism. That's the issue with what it is he said. Not that he said Zionist and therefore it has to mean Jews.
Not possible. And so it's just, and if you don't adopt their view, you're an ultra Zionist and you want every Palestinian to be killed. Like they draw these lines in the sand and then like tar and feather you in the public square.
If you try to handle this conversation with any nuance isn't even the right word, but just like a touch of realism, right? Then you become an enemy of the movement. And that's, again, just kind of what happened to me. And then, but the thing, so again, HASAN, what he's saying to his audience is, I don't hate Jewish people. Actually, I love Jewish people. And that's why I think we should never conflate Jewish people with Zionism. And his audience believes him. And then because he spends the whole time convincing them that there's so many good anti-Zionist Jews out there. And he brings them on his broadcasts all the time. And he talks about them all the time. Jews that reach his super high baseline of being anti-Zionist, which is just like, you have to be like the most kind of, you basically have to be pro-Hamas. I mean, it's really like that, right? You have to be willing to like carry water for Hamas. And so he convinced his audience that this is like 50% or more of Jews. But the truth is 90% of Jews have some kind of fondness for Israel. And so what he's doing is fomenting, I believe, violence and hate towards Jewish people, because he's basically giving people the green light. He's creating a system of consent for anti-Semitism, like systemic anti-Semitism, where it's just, if you like Israel, you are a fucking, baby killer. You're your enemy. And I mean, he said of my own wife that she was a valid military target because I forget the exact words. He said, even if your favorite podcaster's wife, who's just a secretary, or I don't remember, but he really is creating a whole consent structure to do violence on Zionist people. And then a tricky way of convincing his audience that not all Jewish people are Zionists, even though by his definition, 90% are. So I don't know that his audience will ever understand really what's going on. And I've tried to have these conversations with him, and I mean, the result of it is apparent. And I know exactly how this is going to play out. People are going to clip it on Twitter. I don't care at this point because it's already happened to me 1,000 times, but they're going to clip me on Twitter saying like Ethan even now supports the state of Israel or whatever, and then, the whole cycle of Ethan being a Zionist renews, right?
Well, it's all free when he says,
It is fucking wild because Ethan like straight up says that Israel's committing a genocide and makes no qualms about it. Like he will straight up fucking say they're committing a genocide and outright denounce them, and they'll still act like he's some rabid Zionist.
saying this to help protect Jewish people. I think if you're familiar with like what his ultimate goal is, and you can read between the lines of the stuff that he says, I think it's obvious it's not about that at all. Like when he says you got to separate Zionism from Judaism, I don't think the goal is combating anti-Semitism. I think the goal is poisoning the concept of Zionism. Like that's the ultimate goal. Like you want to separate yourselves because like Zionism is this ethno-supremacist Nazi ideology, and if you don't do that, then hate crimes are going to happen or whatever.
Yeah.
And so
basically he needs to provide some kind of logical structure for people to be like openly hateful and racist, but to also make it something that.
Yeah, so this is where, like, that's the point. That is the statement where he's acting like Jews, because he literally says, Jews are doing this. Jews. And so he's saying that, like, Jews have to correct their behavior. Jews have to change what it is they're doing, or else anti-Semitism is going to happen. It's just we would never accept this in any other circumstance. We would never accept that somebody was going to tell some group to change their behavior, or else the bigotry against them was going to be justified. Like, we would never, I mean, he doesn't say justified, but we would never tell people to change their behavior to avoid the racism, right? Like, while it is true that black people commit a higher rate of crime, we would never say, well, you got to stop committing crime if you want the racisms to stop happening. Like, you got to do it. If you don't want to deal with fucking neo-Nazis and racists, you got to stop committing crime. Like, while true, yes, you want people to stop committing crime, you wouldn't like make it out as though they have to change their behavior. Instead, you would just keep calling on the fucking racists to change their behavior. You would keep calling on them to change their behavior, but you would never point to like the behavior of the black people to act like they're the ones who need to fix what it is they're doing. That's just weird as fuck.
Feels virtuous. So he's created like hating Jewish people into a virtue, and they really believe that. Yeah. And that's kind of, and again, not at the risk of sounding hyperbolic, that's how you end up with a country like Nazi Germany when they think that being anti-Semitic is virtuous and they're proud of it. And because, they call them Zionists there too, and they blame them for everything that happened in Europe leading to World War II. It was all the Jews' fault. And now the same people are saying the same thing about Israel and American Jews. Now he's making it even broader. He's really making an effort now to broaden it to American Jews.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's been apparent since day one that it's not enough to oppose like the Netanyahu regime or the wanton violence in Gaza. If you stop short of denouncing Zionism altogether, then there is no daylight between you and someone like Itamar Ben-Gvir. You know, like there's just
no, there's not.
Yeah, right.
There's not. That's basically how they see it through that lens.
Supporting Israel isn't a crime. Wait, are you sure? Wait, what? Except having an affinity for Israel is nothing like committing a crime. Whoa. All right, well, I'll have to rethink that one then. I thought it was.
It is, right? And of course, Ben-Gvir is despised, right? By, I mean, he's just the worst. He's the worst among us, right?
Yeah.
And so, yeah, that's just kind of what I want to say. Like, because when I see all the condemnations of him, I agree with them. They don't really explain the minutia of it. But when I see HASAN responding to it, he's able to spin it so easily to his audience of like, dude, this is just about not conflating. Like, oh my God, it's such a hit job. And guys, we're the virtuous ones and we're misunderstood. And we are the ones that actually care about Jewish people. And he gets them all hyped up on this notion. But it's just the whole framing of it is just, it's just fucked up, dude.
It's like a caricature. Like it's easier to imagine your perceived enemies as cartoonishly evil to help explain the world. I think that's like a human tendency. People need things to be simplified, especially when we're talking about like geopolitics and hundreds of years of relevant history. But so when a lot of people think about like the initial the establishment of the state of Israel and all the conditions that happen around it, you know, they think about the violence, they think about like the dispossessed, the Palestinians that lost their land, and you know, all of that is of course relevant. And if you're doing historical analysis or whatever, but I feel like a lot of those people just fail to stop and ask themselves, like, okay, imagine you're a Jewish person in Europe in 1947 or 1948, and you're told that if you get on a boat, you can go over to a different place in the world and have your own country. Like those people in that moment are not thinking about like this ethno-supremacist settler colonial right. They're thinking about the fact that was it 60% of European Jews were killed during the Holocaust, and so like everybody that's listening to my words right now would have gotten on that fucking boat. And it doesn't make everything that happened, obviously, in 1948 and the subsequent decades or whatever, and even to this day, like the efforts to block a Palestinian state, it doesn't make all of those things okay or acceptable or whatever. But you know, you should be able to understand that people had completely rational, justified reason, the Jewish people fleeing Europe.
But even if they didn't, honestly, even if they didn't, it just doesn't really affect the conversation today because it's ancient history. Like the American settlers had no justification. They were just fucking insane, murderous, psycho. Like Christian, they were Christian or religious supremacists, right? But what was that? 250 years ago, we're not gonna be able to undo that. It's just, it is what it is, and we got to deal with that, right? I mean, and I'm in favor of reckoning with it, right? And doing right to the people that were ousted and trying to create some kind of reparations. I don't know how that looks, but obviously that's so far away from where we are now because where the conversation is. But at the end, but also kind of what you're saying. I mean, and then the other half of the first inhabitants of Israel were coming from the Middle East because they were being prosecuted and kicked out of their country, like Iraq, for example, and basically every other neighboring Arab country at the time were chased out and sent to Israel because they had nowhere else to go. And that's basically who settled Israel. And again, I don't even think it matters because it's all settled history. It's like it happened already, you know?
Yeah, we have this like post-war kind of like the borders landed where they landed, and they've held for the most part. It's not that there hasn't been any kind of like land disputes since World War II, but compared to every other period in history, remarkably stable in terms of like where the borders landed. And so like we should operate it in that reality and not push things that just have no, it's just, I don't know. The one state solution, full right of return, when imposed on a nuclear power like Israel, I don't, it kind of bothers me that it needs to be explained why this is not going to happen. And then the other thing to remember, and this is a point that Loner Box brings up a lot, is that's the least popular proposal for both Palestinians and Israelis. Like,
this so funny. And they don't, that's such a great point. And you see it. The Palestinians don't want to share a state with the Israelis. So,
and vice versa. I mean, like there's like these different proposals where it's like one single state with unequal rights with either Israel or, Palestine controlling the government. And then you have like a two-state solution. And then you have one state with equal rights, and one state with equal rights is the least popular. I mean, like, so this idea that as some Western leftist, like you, like you're going to center your activism. Number one, you're going to center it on what some other countries thousands of miles away from you are going to do, like with their peace process or whatever, however that plays out. But then also you're pushing a solution that neither side wants, and it's just so.
Just to feel like morally superior and to feel like you're the real justice fighter online, and it's just like yeah, exactly. Nobody even wants it. I don't even know what the conversation is happening. And I'm like all for like a one-state solution. I mean, obviously there's a lot of animus now, and it's just not. Now is not the time. But let's say in like 50 or 60 years, or I don't know how long it would take, maybe less, where there's like a relative peace and a comfort with each other, where there's no more conflict and everybody's chill. If you want to make it a one-state solution, then I think that'd be great.
Yeah, if they decide that
reunification or something.
If they decide that, jointly as a part of some peace negotiation, it's not like people like you or me have a principled opposition to single statehood. We live in literally the melting pot of the world, where America's superpower has been immigration and attracting innovative, hardworking people. And like, why would we be like opposed to that? That makes no sense. But it's just about like, it's a nice thought right now. And a lot of times the pushback you get is, well, when you look at the West Bank settlements, like, how do you even imagine a two-state? And it's obviously true that Netanyahu, like, very explicitly, publicly, has taken steps to make a Palestinian statehood harder. That's like been his pitch to voters in Israel, like, elect me and I'll block a Palestinian state. So it's not like there's no truth to that, but as like, if you're okay, I understand that's really difficult to imagine. There would have to involve land swaps. That would, I don't even know what the maps would look like. There would be like dots all over the place. But, as impossible as that seems, I promise you the prospect of forcing a nuclear power to hand control of their military, including the nuclear weapons, to people that they've been fighting with for 8 decades, that is 1,000 times more impossible than
it's actually impossible.
Yeah.
And I think a lot of when you're talking about the attitude of Israelis, they have a very much like us against the world mentality. And I think a contributing factor is when they see these types of dialogues happening on Twitter and online, and people saying like, oh yeah, they need to, they're all murderers and they all need to leave. They need to go back to fucking Iraq. I mean, going back to Poland is like the like classic anti-Semitic trope. Go back to Poland, but HASAN actually just put a little tiny twist on it, and nobody had a problem with it, which is go back to Iraq. Equally problematic though, and dumb. But they see this discourse, and I think it jades them and closes them off even more. And makes them think like that, reasoning or solutions with these people is impossible, right?
Yeah, I think they're writing a story about the world and themselves, and it's a story that very conveniently positions them as 100% virtuous and fighting against the forces of evil. And I assume a lot of that comes from younger people in his audience because you good?
Sorry.
Everything good?
Yeah, yeah.
You know, I think we all want to believe that kind of story about ourselves when we're younger, and then you get a little bit older and you realize, wait a second, like the world's just not that simple. And
what?
You know.
Yes, it is.
Those old notions of like yourself in the world change as you grow, I think.
Yeah, and I mean, again, just to make clear, because I know what people are going to say, it's like, I don't think that Israel should be wiped off a map. That's basically my defense of Israel. That's basically where it starts and ends in current day. Is that I don't think erasing Israel is a plausible solution, and you know, I oppose the government and I oppose the radicals there. And I oppose a government as much as you can, right? Like I've said, I've gone there. I've voted in elections there against Netanyahu every time. And I've done everything that a person can do to oppose a government. So that's where my stance is. Basically, I just don't think that it's a reasonable... But anyway, the reason I wanted to call was just to explain how what I think HASAN is doing is super dangerous. But he's convinced his audience that being racist and hateful and anti-Semitic is virtuous because he's defined it as just being against Zionism, which is 90% of the 90% of Jews. By the way, he defines it. So, yeah.
Well, I think he's in a tight spot.
I don't know. See, this is the problem, is that a lot of people like, and it's really fucking annoying because sometimes people will come in here and they'll be like, Tom, are you a Zionist? And I'm like, it depends on what you mean by Zionist. Like, because there's been a lot of times where HASAN and a lot of these leftists, they literally define it as like a pro-genocide movement, that like the whole thing is inherently genocidal, and that there's just so many other, you know, conflations and things that come with the idea of being a Zionist that, I mean, from my understanding, it's always just been like you support like a state of Israel existing, but that's not what they ever mean by it. Well, I mean, I say ever, like it just seems like sometimes it's not what they mean. And so then I do feel like lots of times the people will be like, dude, you're being fucking weaselly. Just answer the question. Are you a Zionist or not? I'm like, okay, I get it. Like, it does look weaselly, but also I'm still going to need you to tell me what the fuck you mean by Zionist. Like, I don't know. Like, they're always, you know, why can't you just answer the question? Are you a Zionist or not? I'm like, well, yeah, still, I get it. It looks weaselly. I'm not going to answer the fucking question until you tell me what the fuck you mean when you ask. What do you mean by that? Do I think, you know, a state of Israel should exist? Yes. Do I think they should be genocidal? No, like, of course not. So, you know, but if that's the definition that they're going to keep going with, if that's what they're going to keep saying is, you know, the definition, then yeah, I'm not gonna know how to fucking answer these questions.
Right now, I don't know if you agree, but I think he's in a really tight spot right now because he's now like really directly involved himself in political races that have tremendous national significance, and you know, he has declared war on the Democratic Party and, you know, I would argue to a lesser extent the Republican Party, but you know, he's finding out that the story that he was telling, that his version of politics, you can just do that everywhere in the country and it's going to like energize and electrify the electorate. That's obviously not panning out in the way that he thought, because the people that he's going to war with are fighting back and using his own clips against him and using his own clips to damage candidates that he's trying to help. And
I mean, he's the most clippable person. I mean, there's so much that this guy has said and done, and I just find it incredible that all these people are willing to campaign with him. I don't know how to explain it because it seems like such obvious folly to campaign with him. Just even if you think he's a great guy and you know, he's misunderstood and all this, it still doesn't make any sense to tie your campaign to him. And honestly, if Hasan cared about them, he would understand that too.
Yes.
If it wasn't just about his ego, he would also understand that.
100%.
But the truth is, you know, for him, it's just about his significance and his importance and his relevancy
and loyalty tests. Like he puts these. It's like very abusive and manipulative when you listen to the way he talks to chat and the tweets that he puts out. But because he puts out these like not so subtle calls for defense, you know, like he'll like prod his audience to get you like, I'm not seeing enough motion in these tweets, and he'll send these like really obvious signals to other smaller creators that are trying to get like clout from him that they need to do a better job defending him. But it's like, bro, you got this. That is not the way to like approach political races. Like what he should be doing is telling any candidate who might benefit from distancing themselves from him to do that so they can win. That like if he actually cared about the outcomes, he would.
Which is why people are calling for him to. That's why people are calling for El Sayed to separate himself from Hasan. They want El Sayed to win. Democrats need that fucking seat. But he'll keep framing it as like, oh, they're willing to take the side of the Republicans over the Democrats, and that's why they're trying to attack El Sayed right now. It's obviously bullshit. Obviously fucking bullshit. It is pretty obvious that they want El Sayed to win. They want him. They need that fucking seat, and they're getting upset that he's fucking it up. Because he's not just fucking it up for himself. He's fucking it up for Democrats.
Would do that, but he sees it as a reflection of him. He sees all these races as like his project. And if they abandon him and betray him or whatever, then that's a concession that his politics are not like as palatable and appealing as he's been telling his audience they are.
But somehow he's convinced them all too that.
No, everybody agrees with them. What are you talking about? Everybody agrees with him and his politics. It's even Republicans. The majority of Americans, they all agree with this shit. They're all on the same page.
Like, because I don't really see a lot of splintering in his audience. That it is about him, like his involvement and like Abdul's campaign is more important. It's the most important thing. Like it's so obvious that Abdul should disavow, step away from Hasan if he wants to win. It's so obvious, right? So why doesn't Hasan want him to do that? The problem is I can't believe that any of these people are openly associating with him to begin with. The only way I can describe it is if they have like close advisors or interns or I don't know who are like Hasan fans, and they're like telling him how great and awesome this guy is, and they all go, okay, cool, great, he's got a young audience, let's do it. And I think they're not doing their campaign any favors either. They're all kind of poison pilling themselves by involving him. It's really incredible, and it's also just from a self-preservation point, like you were saying, it's just drawing so much scrutiny on Hasan himself.
Yes.
And I think it's going to be a losing. It's going to be a loser for Hasan, and it's going to be a loser for his candidates.
Yeah, I think it makes sense for some candidates to leverage Hasan's clout in a primary if they're trying to boost their name recognition in like a really safe blue seat. But as far as El Sayed went, it's like, okay, you know, maybe Hasan gets a good deal of the credit for like how he got that boost to begin with, just because of the surrounding coverage that happened when Third Way went after him. But that's quite a devil's bargain, because a general contest in a state that voted for Trump 2 years ago, that's very risky. And now like Abdul is like even more dug in. So if he pulls the plug now and does a full-throated disavowal, then there's a threat of like losing that online grassroots base of support that he's gotten from like the Hasan sphere. And if he doesn't disavow, he doesn't even talk about it, then, well, you're running in Michigan. So like, you know, that's risky. And so the statement that he put out yesterday, I just thought was just really bad. It would have been better if he said nothing at all.
No,
because
I agree. Yeah, it would have been better if he said
No
nothing.
way.
It was a very like wishy-washy kind of.
I mean, this is what HASAN said, because he was like, "This. I wish he didn't make this statement because nobody's gonna accept it." And I was like, "Yeah, nobody is gonna accept it. It wasn't even close to what it is that people would expect. Like this isn't gonna be good enough." He is like, HASAN's actually right this time. It's not because people just refuse to accept his answers, but instead it's because it's just actually not good enough. It's just actually not a disavowal.
You know, yeah, it probably would have been better if he said nothing. I agree.
Yeah,
but yeah, that's kind of where I'm at on that.
Well,
it's been real interesting. It's been really interesting to watch, and like, I'm not talking about HASAN on the show anymore. I'm trying to focus on making like a fun, entertaining show. I watch HASAN these days, or clips of him, and he's just miserable. He's yelling at his audience. He's yelling at people on Twitter.
He looks stressed. He looks very stressed.
Does look stressed. I was watching a clip of him yesterday, and he's constantly doing like this. I don't know if you've noticed that.
He keeps sighing. He keeps going over and over and over. And he was saying, like, he was saying this is the biggest story in the news right now, and that he has to combat this stuff.
And
the labored size, you mean?
Yeah. It's just not fun to watch, and it makes me realize when I was constantly talking about this shit, how miserable it can be to watch. And that's why I'm just focusing on making my show fun and enjoyable and not talking about HASAN at all, because
yeah, well, we don't watch you anymore because of that. We only watched you when you were talking shit about HASAN. You're a fucking idiot outside of that, so that's it. That's all the fun's gone.
I mean, listen, I have nothing to say on the situation, and HASAN is doing a perfect job on his own of forcing himself into terrible positions.
He's making his bed, that's for sure. Well, yeah, I appreciate you calling in and getting your perspective. I think maybe I'm scheduled to have another conversation with you on your show.
Yes, I don't know when is that on the calendar. I don't. I
think it's a week from today or a week from tomorrow.
Yeah, that sounds right.
Yeah.
So we'll talk then. And I'll keep watching.
Cool, man. Thanks for calling in. Hope you guys are doing well.
Yep, same. All right, talk to you soon. Bye.
Take it easy.
Cool. That was fun. Did you guys have fun? I had fun.
Overnight, a very disturbing new threat from Iran. State TV in Iran aired a video that appears to place a $10 million bounty on the life of Barron Trump, the president's youngest child. The video even shows locations where the 20-year-old is known to spend time. I don't want to even mention those locations. The Secret Service says it is aware of the threat, but won't comment for security reasons. Joining us now is...
Wow. Bro, I bet you anything. Conservatives are probably going to get mad that they even covered this. They'll say that this is CNN trying to help Iran get him murdered. And that's why they said, they told people that they said where he hangs out all the time, so that if you want to know, you can just go look it up and you'll be able to see. I don't even want to mention exactly what's in that post that tells you exactly where he's at all the time. I'm not even going to say exactly where he is currently at all the fucking time. Would never even say it. If you don't like my fire, then don't come around.
Leon Panetta. He was the defense secretary under President Obama. He was also the CIA director and formerly a member of Congress. Mr. Secretary, thanks so much for joining us. At any given time, the president and his family are among the best protected people in the world. But how concerning is this latest Iranian public threat and the apparent bounty on the life of 20-year-old Barron Trump?
Well, I think you have to take these kinds of threats very seriously, especially if they did it over Iranian TV. It's crazy for them to even try something like that.
That is crazy that they put it on fucking TV, dude. That's some crazy shit.
Uh-oh. Oh! Well, we see you. Can you hear me?
Unfortunately.
Oh, well, it's okay. This doesn't have to be painful if you don't want it to be. We can make it gentle. How you doing?
Don't ask me these questions. Let's get to it.
Okay. So yeah, I think you have engaged in anti-Semitism, and
Are we live? Is this is this happening right now?
Yeah, we're live.
Are you serious?
Yes.
You would bring me on without any sort of foreplay?
You said you didn't want to be asked.
You just said get to it. You just said get to it. What do you mean?
What are you doing?
Well,
Let's just
not
get
if,
to it.
clearly, definitely. If we're
And so I'm
obviously
getting
live,
to it without any foreplay. We're going in dry. Okay.
You didn't even tell me
wanted
that the
to
camera
lube you
was
up
on.
a little bit, but you wanted to go in dry.
You didn't tell me the camera was on.
What do you
You
mean?
did not have my consent.
I told you we're going live.
You are a Destiny orbiter, aren't you?
So, say one more time. Sorry.
I said you are a Destiny orbiter, aren't you?
Do you feel that this was a trick that I tricked you into coming on live without telling you so I could embarrass you?
Doesn't matter what I feel. Here we are.
I mean, it does to some extent.
It's very Mr. Girl-esque, isn't it? It's very Mr. Girly.
I don't want you to feel like I'm ambushing.
Why don't we start by
Jay?
playing the clip that sparked it all? What do you say?
Do you have it? Go ahead.
I'll send it to you. You bring it up. Oh, I have it.
Whenever you want, you can either stream it on your end or I can stream it on my end. Whatever you want to do.
No. I'll send it to you.
Okay.
Let's see.
This is funny. Yeah, he's fucking with him.
Ah, yes. You and your eunuch sidekick, Ryan. Here
My
you go.
eunuch sidekick, Ryan? Is he a eunuch? I think he has kids.
And Lindsey Graham.
Well, this is the
Well, he didn't
heart
have a
of
wife, but
Okay, let me bring it up so everybody can see it.
yeah.
Let me full screen it. Clicky to linky. Are you watching?
I see it.
Cool. Let's hit play.
remember that conversation we had with PF Jung a long time ago?
I can't hear it.
I know it happened, but I
yeah,
couldn't
it
tell
was a-
you what it was about.
Oh, by the way, holy shit! Does that guy?
I can't hear it, Whick.
People with
You can't hear it?
I can't hear it.
Share stream audio. Is that going to be better? Let's see. Back up just a minute.
that would be
Can
good
you
for
hear
us
now?
policy-wise.
I don't know if you believe this. Do you believe that most voters have an ideological backbone of any kind?
I think they should, but they
No, I agree
probably
with you.
don't.
Shit, I fucked up. I took the fucking clock off a while ago. Well, clock ran out 5 minutes ago. Whoopsies. I gotta fix this shit. I didn't even hear it go off, but I think it's because I took it off the it moved off of the game screen. We got $0 on the clock. We got $25 to go. If you guys want to donate to the channel, use the tips link pinned at the bottom of chat.
$5 a month.
I did all of this earlier, but I'm just now seeing that on one of my sites, the chat disconnected like 3 times. YouTube chat's been fucked on my end today, apparently. What did you guys do? Tally bots, what did you guys do? What did the fucking Jews do to my stream? Don't even act like it wasn't you guys. Whoop, I didn't mean to do that. Okay, donos or no-goes?
Super Real Horse tipped $10.
Super Real Horse! Let's go, boy! Whoopee! Thank you for the $10 dono, Super Real Horse. And he's a horse that is super real. That's Vosh's friend. All right, we got $10 in. We got $15 to go. You want to donate? Use the tips link pinned at the bottom of chat.
Bullet bit. I just bit your bullet. Bullet bit.
That they should. I don't think they do.
Yeah, well, this is the heart of.
there.
Remember that conversation we had with PF Jung a long time ago?
No, I know it happened, but
yeah,
I couldn't tell you what it was about.
Oh, by the way, holy shit! Does that guy hate people with tiny hats? Whew, things.
Tom Regulated said, "You're fair." Was Eminem appearing with Kamala bad? Eminem appeared with Kamala? I don't know. Why would he do such a thing? I say yes. I don't even need to know. It's disgusting.
Changed
Oh,
over
he's
there.
an anti-Semite. Yep.
Oh my God,
He's
Jesus!
Oh! This can just an aside, and this could maybe
this is a huge tangent, but
okay.
PF Young's frozen.
Oh, he's an anti-Semite.
Yes.
You didn't say I was engaging in anti-Semitic behavior. You said I was an anti-Semite.
So one, your cam is frozen. Is that on my end or your end?
That's on your end.
Okay.
Way to derail me.
Okay, I had to stop streaming so I can say it. Okay, so yes. Would you agree a thing is what it does?
Called me an anti-Semite.
Yes.
Wow.
People who engage
You
in
slime
anti-Semitism.
ball, backstabbing coward.
What do you mean backstab?
Coward.
I didn't.
You
stabbed him in the back.
We're great
I said it in
friends.
public.
We were great friends. And then you and your sidekick eunuch Ryan, who I eviscerated in a debate, who I embarrassed. And so he came out and tried to do an apology tour and said, oh, well, he hates tiny hats people. And you go, oh, yeah, he's an anti-Semite.
Yeah.
Let me ask you a question. Is Adolf Hitler an anti-Semite?
Yeah.
Okay. So you're using the same word to describe me and Adolf.
I would also say Adolf Hitler was a human and a white person and had 10 fingers. I would use all of those same descriptors of Adolf Hitler and you. It doesn't mean that you're Adolf Hitler, nor that Adolf Hitler is you. It's not how that works.
Adolf Hitler.
I don't think you are. Your anti-Semitism is as virulent, but that does not mean it does not exist.
I think you're an anti-Semite.
Oh yeah, why?
Because you knowingly throw a term like anti-Semitic around, knowing it reduces the utility of it. People stop taking it seriously, which allows real anti-Semites to flourish.
Well, this
as
is
evidenced by you calling me an anti-Semite.
This is kind of the
As
reverse
evidence.
of my issue with you. I think that by calling every criticism, or by claiming that I am using anti-Semitism incorrectly, when you throw terms around like Zog and world Jewry and all these things, what you are doing is you're trying to dilute the meaning, to tear down what anti-Semitism is, so that everything, right, it just reduces it to nothing. Because if I cannot call someone who uses the term Zionist-occupied government and say that that person's engaging in anti-Semitism, then what would be anti-Semitic?
Okay, Whick, I don't believe you're this stupid. So why don't we start with this? Why don't you define anti-Semitism for me?
Sure, I wrote
You
it.
called me an anti-Semite. Why don't we define it? Let's define our terms. Because I have the correct definition.
The correct, okay.
Let's hear what your
Anti-Semitism-
nonsense definition
Sure.
is.
Anti-Semitism is prejudice, hostility, discrimination, or conspiratorial thinking directed at Jews as Jews.
Yeah, chat. Super Real Horse said, let's get to that 25, chat. I got called off work tomorrow and I need some late night Tom. Come on, chat. Don't let him down. Don't fuck this up. Don't fuck this up for him. All right? Me personally, I don't like money. I'm not interested in money. I don't really care one way or the other. But I care about my chat. And if my community needs entertainment, then I care about that. That is what I care about. Do you guys care? Do you guys care about other people? There's like 4 or 5 Jews in chat right now. If you don't care about my chat, that means you don't care about 100% of the Jews that are in chat. That makes you anti-Semitic. So time to donate to prove you're not an anti-Semite. Time to prove it. Put your money where your heart is.
Stream Elements is annoying, sorry.
Okay. Well, Tallybots is not anti-Semitic. She's not anti-Semitic. Let's go. There we go. Tallybots on the board. We're at $15. Jew lover. Tally's a Jew lover. How many Jews we got? We got Aaron M Sound. We got Tally. We got Wasted. Oh, that's 3.
For the follically challenged.
Well, I'm not follically challenged. I beat that shit. I beat that shit. I just like shaving my head.
Some money to prove I am not an anti-Semite or a racist or homophobe.
There you go. All right. That's the goal. W's in chat. Let's fucking go, boy. As a celebration for hitting the goal, I will play a nice little song for you guys that I made myself.
Would you go on Fox News to have a legal commentary on
Where the Democrats are negative? Yes, I would. Bullet bit. Yes, I would. Bullet bit. I just bit your bullet, right? You said in a way that negatively affects Democrats? Bullet bit. Bullet. 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 Bullet bit. Bullet.
That guy doesn't exist. Tip $10.
I just bit your bullet. Bullet bit.
Oh, that guy doesn't exist. Thank you for the $10. Let's go. Shit. There we go.
Yeah, I knew you guys weren't anti-Semitic.
I just bit your bullet. Bullet bit. I just bit your bullet. I just bullet bit. Bullet bit. Bullet.
Would you go on Fox?
You hate this edit? It's so fucking good. What are you talking about? It's so fucking good. There's the link in chat for the tweet. I posted it on Twitter. There will be a full version eventually, but this is, you know, we got to make sure we give the people what they want, so we'll get it out there eventually. But all right, Jay's not an anti-Semite. That guy doesn't exist. He's safe. Bald Phoenix, you're safe. Tallybots, you're safe. And Super Real Horse. All right, let's get back to it.
Jews, including...
I don't believe you're this stupid. So why don't we start with this? Why don't you define anti-Semitism for me?
So obviously, when Whick says, you're saying Zog, you're saying Zionist occupied government, okay? That's what that stands for. Whick saying, you're anti-Semitic because you're saying Zog. Whick is saying that's anti-Semitic. So P.F. Jung is saying, define anti-Semitism. Why? Because when you define anti-Semitism, it's going to be about Jewish people, not about Zionists. It's going to have nothing to do with Zionists. It's going to have to do with Jewish people. So he's going to say, wait, I said Zionist occupied government, not Jewish occupied government, Zionist occupied government. So how can that be anti-Semitic? Now, this is the problem. I would say that Zionist occupied government isn't inherently anti-Semitic. It's not necessarily anti-Semitic, but it is a red flag for sure. It's one of those red flags. It's like somebody calls a black person like a thug, seemingly unnecessarily, calls him a gangster. They may not necessarily be racist. You know, they're saying, hey, black people commit 50% of the murders. They're only 13% of the country. 1350 meme? It's a red flag for sure. Sounds like they could be racist. Not necessarily. I mean, it could be that they're just really interested in criminology, but it's a red flag. It's something that's concerning. So I think Whick probably should make it a bit more clear that, like, it's not this alone. This by itself is not anti-Semitic, but
sure, I wrote
you
it.
called me an anti-Semite. Why don't we define it? Let's define our terms, because I have the correct definition.
The correct, okay.
Let's hear what your nonsense definition is.
Anti-Semitism is prejudice, hostility, discrimination, or conspiratorial thinking directed at Jews as Jews, including treating Jews as collectively responsible.
What is PF Young gonna do the thing where it's like it's just hate? It's only if you hate the Jews, then that's when it's anti-Semitism. It can't be anti-Semitism unless you hate them.
For the actions of other Jews or Israel, presuming divided or dual loyalty, or attributing to Jews hidden or disproportionate control over institutions or society. I guess this is...
Are Jews disproportionately overrepresented in finance and media?
Do you think that...
Answer my question.
Are they? To what
Given
extent?
their population size,
I don't
which
know.
is at what,
I don't know.
5%? Okay, so you're not even informed enough to even begin having this debate.
What do you mean?
Proving.
Wait, wait. What do you? Why did he say he doesn't know? Why did he say that? Why did Whick say he doesn't know? Does he actually not know? Is that possible? Is it possible that Whick actually just doesn't know? Why did he say that? Why the fuck did he just say that? That that's like one of those things where like you ask, you know what, if HASAN shocked his dog. Like, that's what he's doing right now. He's asking Whick if HASAN shocked his dog. He's asking him a question that says, okay, obviously we all know Jews are overrepresented in these fields. As long as you can admit that, then I don't have to worry about you being like so insanely biased that you're incapable of admitting just obvious truths. But when you say you don't know, nobody's ever going to say no, right? Literally nobody will ever say no. But if they say, I don't know, it's like, okay, they know, and they're just avoiding. They're avoiding answering the question. That's the way that literally anybody is going to take that, who's, especially in P.F. Jung's position, this is how, excuse me, this is how they'll take it every fucking time. No bueno, not a good look.
Point that you don't even know what you're talking about when you throw a word like anti-Semite around. You come up with this Google definition of anti-Semitism that says, what was it? Claiming that Jews have disproportionate influence in
control.
Read that again.
Disproportionate control over institutions
disproportionate
or society.
I don't know, but I know. Yeah, true. Like, because it is true that like the majority of people in our government are Zionists. And so if all he ends up doing is just, oh yeah, I'm just saying that the majority of, Congress are Zionists, they keep voting in favor of this, like, he's able to get like super literal with it. And so yeah, you have to be able to admit this. Like what Whick not being able to admit this is it's not good. It's no bueno.
Yes.
Okay, do you know what the word disproportionate means?
Yes.
Okay, so if a population, Right. So for example, black people disproportionately commit murder given their population, correct? No disputing that. We know that.
Sure, but if you are going around pointing this
Black
out.
males, no, hold on. Black males represent 6% of the population, commit about 48% of the murders, right? No serious person disputes that. Is that fact racist?
Not in and of itself, but as
of course,
part of a larger argument, it becomes
sure.
racist. Yes.
But the fact itself is not racist. Yes. But part of your definition of anti-Semitism was claiming that Jews, making the claim that Jews have disproportionate influence is anti-Semitic. So given that Jews are what percent of the population? 1 to 2%?
Yeah.
And yet they occupy what, 10 to 15% or more positions of power in executive positions in Hollywood, finance. Is this anti-Semitic to point this out? It can be. Okay, yes. But it's not necessarily.
Yes, but this is the thing that you do, that Pisco does, that a lot of people do. They try to point to a tree, and they use that as a way to deflect from talking about the forest as a whole. A lot of these things that you say and do in isolation can be excused, right? They can be overlooked. They can be, there could be alternate explanations. That would be reasonable. But when all of when you have so many of these individual tiles, it begins to paint.
Yes. Wait. So that is the argument. You can't say that this by itself is anti-Semitic. You gotta go with the overall idea that he's done and said enough things to where these are all red flags. But as you continue to build red flags, you're eventually going to say, okay, that seems to be enough evidence for me to infer what's going on upstairs.
The mosaic.
Right.
That is impossible to ignore. So again, if it was just one of the things that I have, then fair enough. But it is a consistent pattern of behavior that you have engaged in, which you recognize. You talk about mimetic.
No, I reject this utterly. So what you're doing, Whick, is no, because I understand your point. You're saying, in isolation, each of these individual pieces of evidence is not enough, but together we can paint a broader picture. Okay, what you're doing is called the Bear Stearns dog shit mortgage subprime bundling tactic, which is you put together a bunch of individual pieces, none of which are actually evidence, and then you say, well, I have enough of these pieces of non-evidence where together there must be a picture here.
But you
which is,
already
of
agreed
course,
with me
not
that
true.
some of these things can be evidence. Like your
Give me
analogy
one
about racism,
example.
right?
Give me one example of something I've said that is anti-Semitic.
Sure. When you talk
in
about
and of itself
Ben
is
Shapiro
anti-Semitic.
having dual loyalty, right?
Oh my God.
Based on, and as an argument that you made, based on his Jewish religiousness.
Correct.
That
yeah,
is
yeah. Ben Shapiro.
anti-Semitic. Yes.
No, it's not. It's a
It
fact.
absolutely is.
Ben Shapiro cares more about Israel than he does the United States. He
Prove
said so
it.
himself. Should we play the clip?
Play the clip. Yes.
Wait, hold on. Do
Play
you
the
know
clip.
what clip I reference every time I bring
Yes,
this point
the
up?
2022 clip where he
Yes.
says, and I'm going to quote it here. Give me a
Go
second.
ahead.
I have a lot of these. Hold on. If you know it off the top of your head, just go it. Right.
The single greatest guarantor.
Bro, I'm getting so smart. I now have figured out how to get ice to automatically come down from my space deck. I am fucking brilliant. Come straight down to my landing pad.
Tour of my loyalty to the United States is the existence of the state
Yes.
of Israel.
Mm-hmm. Why
Because
is that?
Israel,
Hold on,
there
hold on,
was a
just real quick.
backstop.
Hold on. Again, why is that evidence of divided loyalty?
The existence, I don't believe this is a serious question.
Okay. You understand in what you just said?
Okay, hold on. I need to listen to that again.
Should we play the clip?
Play the clip. Yes.
Wait, hold on. Do you know what clip I reference every time I bring
Yes,
this point
the
up?
2022 clip where he
Yes.
says, and I'm going to quote it here. Give me
Go
a
ahead.
second. I have a lot of these. Hold on. If you know it off the top of your head, just go it. Right.
The single greatest guarantor of my loyalty to the United States is the existence of the state of Israel.
Mm-hmm. Why
Because
is that?
Israel,
Hold
there
on,
was a
just real quick.
backstop.
Hold on. Again, why is that evidence of divided loyalty?
The existence, I don't believe this is a serious question.
Okay. You understand in what you just said?
My
He is
loyalty
saying,
to the
I
country
am loyal
that
to
we live in
America.
contingent upon its support of a foreign country.
Okay, it acts
That's
as
the
a
definition.
Yes, that is Israel first. That is a divided loyalty. You're saying the only way that you're going to be, or you know, it's implied that the only way that you're going to be loyal to the United States is if the United States is loyal to Israel, because your loyalty is to Israel first. That is what he's saying.
Stop. It's
loyalty.
not contingent on. You are making that contingency. You're smuggling that in. You're assuming that. But that is not the words he says. And in
I
fact,
see.
in
I see.
other
So I see. So it's
quotations
a
that we
mosaic
have
without
of Ben
pointing out
Shapiro,
individual
he has
facts.
absolutely said in 2019, for example, he says, my loyalty to is America, is
right.
to America. So part of what makes you anti-Semitic.
Nick Fuentes says he's not
Young,
anti-Semitic.
Hold on. Part of what makes you anti-Semitic, Mr. Young, is the assumptions that you're baking in to his statements when we have contradictory statements. You are assuming that this statement means that if America stopped supporting Israel,
Oh
he
my
would
God.
stop supporting America, when that's
No,
not
I
in
think
this
no. I think it's perfectly plausible given his statements and given his stance as an Orthodox religious Jew.
Okay, what
Jew,
other statements
which-
does he
let me
have
finish,
that you
let me
think
finish.
support your case?
He's an Orthodox religious Jew who who believes that Israel has a sacred religious status, and he said so himself. The existence of the state of Israel is the single biggest guarantor of the loyalty of my.
No, that is not what he's saying at all. You're off. What do you mean? If he says that the single guarantor of his loyalty to the United States is their support for Israel, he is putting Israel first there. He's saying that you're 100% wrong. How the fuck am I wrong? He doesn't say that. Okay, not the only way, but it's he does say the single, greatest thing that they can do to gain his loyalty means. He said the existence of Israel.
Okay, I don't know that those are necessarily separate things, but okay, fine. I don't know that that changes anything substantively, but the point is that that's not that is him putting Israel first, seemingly. That he is saying that the state of Israel is what comes first, and that not the support of the United States. Like, I don't necessarily have an issue with that. I think that other people can be like loyal to another country before the United States. That's not. I would assume that that's even common for a lot of people, but seemingly sure, as in easy to misinterpret. Then what is he saying?
My loyalty to the country I live in.
Yes.
So if your loyalty
correct?
to the country, if your loyalty to the country you live in is dependent upon the existence of a foreign country, then you are not loyal to that country primarily. You have dual loyalty.
That's not.
Could you imagine if I said my loyalty to the United States is contingent upon the existence of Palestine as a state?
If I said my loyalty to my country is a contingent upon their support of my family or support for families, does that make me dual loyal, divided loyal between me?
So you're saying
and that, right? It doesn't, right? Like, again.
Okay, hold on.
Hold on.
Hold on. You just said something incredibly
anti-Semitic
anti-Semitic that I hope you, because I want to protect you from being accused of anti-Semitism here, Whick. You just suggested that Ben Shapiro cares as much about Israel as he does his own family, which would not just be dual loyalty. It would put it higher than his loyalty to the United States. Clearly, he cares more about his family. That is, you compared his loyalty to Israel.
No, I wasn't talking
to
about
his
him.
family.
I was making an analogy about me or someone else who said.
Listen,
if
I'm
they said
very
this,
glad
would this mean that they
that
are
you are not spreading
disloyal
anti-Semitism
to America? You can't. You don't even listen to the words I say. You've already assumed, like you did with.
You've proven yourself. You've proven yourself utterly incompetent on this issue.
Have I? I gave
you have.
Again a chance.
I'm asserting
to
that you have.
Why you think Ben Shapiro has dual loyalty, which he was accused of, and part of your reasoning is pointing to his Jewishness, his religious Jewishness. Right?
Is it possible
that
for
is
a Jewish person to have dual loyalty?
Anti-Semitic trope.
Is it possible for a Jewish person to care more about Israel than the United States?
Sure.
How is it? Okay, wait. So then how is it necessarily an anti-Semitic trope?
Because just because something is possible does not mean that every religious Jew should be suspect of doing that. And that is what you're doing with Ben Shapiro.
Oh, you think you're making the claim that every Jew, including the ones who are anti-Israel, has their loyalty suspect. That's what you're saying.
Positively come out as anti-Israel. But if they don't,
all right, hold on. Wait.
I think that you do have an underlying prejudice.
I need to take a deep breath
here
because
that these people are again divided loyalty. Again, by pointing to Ben Shapiro, I think you give away the game.
Hold on. I'd like to apologize, Whick. I'm tired. I didn't get much sleep last night, and I'm allowing you because I was looking at the Holocaust numbers again, so it kept me up at night.
They went way off on this and didn't even address the fucking definition of anti-Semitism.
But I'm allowing myself to get upset with something that is not an issue. So I want you to give me one example. You called me an anti-Semite, okay?
Yes.
So give me one example of something that I said that is necessarily anti-Semitic.
When you say necessarily, what do you mean?
Meaning, for example,
this is so stupid. Unless you're like screaming kike at every fucking Jewish person, like there's not going to be anything that's necessarily anti-Semitic in this way. That's just so fucking stupid. Tom, I can't be bothered rewinding. Is Whick going to make me agree with PF? I don't know yet, man. We'll wait. We'll find out. We'll find out.
Well, I'll give you the true definition of anti-Semitism. Anti-Semitism is regarding Jewish people on the basis of their genetics to be a political enemy. Viewing people with Jewish genetics to be at odds to your own...
Felix 954 tip $2. This convo is basically you hate of Jews. No, yo.
True. My favorite kind of convo. My favorite one. No, you. You. No. You. Ah, shit. Wait. No, you. That's my kind of debate.
Well-being or your own in-group. That's what anti-Semitism is.
So
Because that's the definition. No. That's the definition that the self-described anti-Semites use. So we can go with their definition. Everything else is just like the term racism.
What?
Paul, you...
What? We're gonna let people who are anti-Semites define what is prejudice against Jewish people? We're gonna let... What? What? What are we talking about? What are we even talking about right now? Are we serious? Are we so serious right now? What the hell? No fuck. Is that what he said? Am I confused? He didn't say that, did he? I'm confused. He didn't say that.
With genetics to be at odds to your own well-being or your own in-group. That's what anti-Semitism is.
So
because that's the definition. No. That's the definition that the self-described anti-Semites use. So we can go with their definition. Everything else is just like the term racism. Paul, you talk about black crime statistics. Oh,
You're not gonna let me
that must mean...
Yeah. Yes, it's going to be the same as racism. Yeah. That's anti-Semitism. Same as racism, just towards Jewish people. Islamophobia. Same as racism, just towards Muslims. The transphobia. Same as racism, just towards trans people. Like, yeah, that's what it's all about. Kind of like bigotry towards that group of people. Yep, that's it. It's all the same.
That must mean you're inherently racist.
Gonna keep going. Okay.
Okay, go ahead.
Sure. Yeah. So in that case, someone who thinks, I really like my lawyer who is Jewish. I think that the Jews just are better lawyers. Something in their DNA, something in their blood makes them really good with finance and money, and I love it. Because they don't see them as a political enemy, under your definition, that wouldn't be anti-Semitic, correct?
Compared to Adolf Hitler? No, not at all.
Why are we comparing things to Adolf Hitler? Something does not have to be as bad as Adolf Hitler.
Because that's what the self-described anti-Semites would describe it as.
Okay, we're not just talking about people who self-describe as anti-Semites. Do you think that someone can be anti-Semitic and not think that they are anti-Semitic?
Stupid people, perhaps, but not people who know what they're doing. Yes.
Well, I disagree.
Truly, of all the things that you would accuse me of, you believe I know what I'm doing, don't you, Whick?
I don't know. I don't have to know.
Oh, okay, but you know that I'm anti-Semitic.
To be anti-Semitic, to claim you are and to show that you are engaging in behavior that is anti-Semitic, and that makes you anti-Semitic because a thing is what it does. If you create a machine. Hold on, just let me get this out. If you create a machine that kills puppies to make paper clips, you have created the puppy-killing paperclip machine, right? That's what it does, not what you've claimed it to do. Like you could have made it to, I just wanted it to make paper clips. I didn't think about the puppy-killing part, right? You may not have intended it to happen like that, but you have created a machine that does that. You've created a puppy-killing paperclip-making machine. When you create a channel and you use rhetoric that leads to anti-Semitic outcomes, you have created a channel and engaged in rhetoric that is anti-Semitic. You are
okay. Wait, so your claim is that I have said things that have led to anti-Semitic outcomes? Give me an example.
Sure, let's go through your comment section.
Oh, my comment section.
Hold on. You think when you create a community that
you're right?
This is something.
No, you're right. This is fair. This is fair.
Yeah. You talk about this.
Personally,
you talk about
yes.
mimetic warfare and how you're the influencer's influence.
I am personally responsible for every comment
Of course
in my
not.
comment
That's
section.
not my claim. But we can look at patterns of
I'm
behavior.
claiming that.
We
I'm
can
claiming that.
notice things.
I'm claiming that.
Well, that's a silly claim, and I reject your claim. Right?
I reject.
We're not. I'm not.
I reject
holding
your
responsible
rejection
for
of my
every
claim.
fucking lunatic, right? But let's look at your. Everyone is waking up about Jewish supremacy, right? Let me see if I clip these. Hold on.
Hey, yo, IDF kills children. Let's go. No, Trib. No, Trib. Don't say W, Gifter. Nice try. Nice try, Trib. You gotta say W, IDF kills children. That's what you gotta say. Don't say W, Gifter. Say his name. Fucking crazy. Talibot's got the membership. Fucking crazy, dude. Fucking crazy. That is so good. That's brilliant. That is brilliant. Hell yeah, dude. Hell fucking yeah. That was fucking great. YouTube shouldn't even allow that name. Well, it does. And so therefore you gotta say it. Those are the rules. That is fucking hilarious, dude.
Probably did. Oh, I don't want to. Okay, I'll just read them.
Can you select who you gift? No. No, you can't do it on YouTube. On Twitch, you can decide who you gift. So if you want to gift memberships, you can go and gift it to specific people. So like yesterday, we wanted to watch something on Hutch's channel, but it wasn't on his YouTube channel at all. He took it down completely. So I just bought a membership to go watch something on him. And then it wasn't there. So then we went to his Twitch channel. Also, you have to be a subscriber to watch it on Twitch. So Abaddon just went and gifted me a membership over there. Or a subscription. Because you can gift it to specific people. But on YouTube, you can't. So on YouTube, whoever it goes to, it is always, every single time, 100% random. Fucking brilliant, mate.
I put him
How
in
many comments are on that
DM
video? How many comments are on that video?
I'll send it to your DMs, and then we'll.
How many comments are on that video?
Hold on, give me 1 second. It's gonna be a process.
This is truly. I don't want to say. I've already called you incompetent a few times. I think this is self-evidently incompetent, and you've been online long enough to know this is just a waste of both of our times. As if somehow the comments from strangers who come across my video.
IDF kills children literally donates tons of memberships a week. It's absolutely fucking awesome. Really appreciate your support, man. It's
I'm held responsible for.
It's been very helpful.
Hold on.
Are you joking?
Do you think that if you create a community of anti-Semites, right, a community
Which I haven't done.
Well, I'm here to show that you have, right? That's my burden to bear.
Okay, all right.
Right, but I'm going to
Okay,
show.
first, yeah, all right. Let's break this down. Let's break this down logically.
Sure.
Okay. What is my community?
Your community.
Is it anyone
is
who
people
comments on my
engage with
videos?
your content, whether that
Right.
be through Discord, through YouTube, through other venues
So,
that you have.
so
and
so is
people
someone who
that
comments on my
are-
video
that
part
you
of my
cultivate,
community?
right? By having your show, right?
Interesting. So if your fans comment on my video
Hold
one
on.
time,
I'm not
are they
talking
part
about
of my
combative
community?
comments, right? I'm talking about comments that
For us,
like,
you guys, if you haven't been part of my community for a long time, PF Jung has been a common character on my show for a long time. We've had him on tons of times, had some debates, had him on just to hang out a number of times. He would come on and watch like watch, you know, election nights or debate nights for presidential candidates, or he would come on and do panels with us, pop on panels or scheduled panels. I've had numerous fucking debates. So people who have been in my community a long time, they know him well. He's very sarcastic, very dry humor, very annoying. I personally like him, but I disagree with like everything that he has to fucking say all the fucking time, especially over the last year. But Tom, your stream is delayed. Your audio is coming out first. Wait, is it? Hold on. Tom, your stream is delayed. Your audio is coming out first. Wait, is it? Is it the same for? Tom, your stream is delayed. Your audio is coming out first.
Like, if they were coming in to fight you, they would be not part of your community because they're coming in to fight you. They fundamentally disagree with you. If they are part of your community, they're there in an ad.
So it's just my camera? It's just my camera. What the fuck is happening?
You deserve the best, Tommy, for all your hard work.
Dude, IDF kills children. Thank you so much, man. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. W's in chat. W's in the motherfucking chat. It's weird because on my side, my audio is perfect. Like it's really strange. On my side, my video and my audio are perfectly fine. Okay. Is it better now? Hello, hello? Nope. All right. Give me just a second. Let me try to fix this. Okay. Is this any better? Hello, hello, hello. Nope. All right. It doesn't make sense. I was going to try to cut off stream to make it to where maybe the something was wrong with like how fast the audio is going out versus the video. But if their audio is fine. Okay, hold on. I got one more idea. Hold on. I got it. I got one more idea. Everybody fucking chill. Everybody fucking chill. I got one more idea. Hold on. Chill, 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 chill. Hold on. Everybody calm down. Wait, no. My audio is coming out first. And then my video. Wait, it doesn't make sense. Wait, this doesn't make sense. I'm looking at myself right here on my video. It's fine. It's coming out just fine. I don't understand this at all. Just fine. This literally makes no sense. Lag is just it doesn't make sense because if their video is coming out on time, but not mine, like the video and audio is coming out here just fine, but not me. It doesn't add up. I don't know. I'll worry about it later.
Adversarial position.
I
have
see,
no
I
problem
see.
with that, right?
I see.
If that was the issue, that would be fine, right? I have people who come in my comments to argue with me all the time.
I see. So if
are
I
they
make
part
a
of my
video,
community? Maybe, but in an adversarial context, which is different.
So
Context matters.
if I make a video saying there's a lot of problems with Islam and Islam has a lot of anti-Semitic tendencies, and a bunch of people find it in the algorithm who've never seen my channel before and come out and say, yeah, fuck the Muslims.
I don't feel
That's
comfortable donating to a lag stream.
Thank you. Thank you, David Bucky. So it apparently is just my audio, but I'm looking at my audio sound, and it is coming through just fine. Okay, let's try one thing. Okay. Is this better? So I tested it by listening to what they were saying and like making some hand gestures on screen as they were saying it to see if on the video I was going to be making the hand gestures. To see if it's my audio or my video. It's good now? It's fixed? To see if it's my audio or my... Okay. Yeah, that was weird. That was weird. How the fuck did my audio come out early? How did that happen? How did it come out before I even said it? How did it come out before I said it? It doesn't make sense. Like, I was watching them and I was like, okay, when he says this, I'm going to wave my hand back and forth. So then I'll watch it on my phone to see if I wave my hand back and forth when he says it. I did. So it's not that my video's behind when it's going out either. My audio's coming out early, but it's coming out before I even fucking say it. It doesn't make sense. I have no idea how that happened. That does not make any sense. All right. Whatever.
Evidence that I'm Islamophobic?
I think that not in and of itself, but if there is a pattern where if your content continuously brings comments like this, continuously, consistently, and regularly brings people like this, and you've described your community as the dissident, the dissident right forum or something like that. I think you've used those terms. This is how you describe your community.
Is this a joke? Is this an attempt at rage baiting?
Hold on, have you or have you not described your community?
I've never once described myself as dissident right.
Not
Are you joking?
Your community.
I don't even use the words my community. All right. This is a waste of my time, Whick. Let's move on to an actual criticism here.
These are actual criticisms.
Okay. Again, I can't believe I'm being frustrated by this. I was ready to come in, jokes aside, but I actually do get offended when people actually slander me like you do, even though we were great friends and you slimeball. And now you are unironically suggesting that because a bunch of random fucking people who I do not know commented racist things on my video, that I'm to be held responsible for that, despite the fact that I have endless amounts of evidence of me rebuking anti-Semitism and repudiating it over and over and over and over and over again. Did you spend time finding all the comments that appreciate what I'm doing, written by Jewish people, saying I think you're playing an important role because it's important that we separate Jewish identity from Israel? Did you do that as well?
I don't think you're separating Jewish identity from Israel because you talk about how these are.
Yeah, but I've said it explicitly.
This is something you've said, that Jewish extremism is inseparable from Judaism and Jewish culture.
All right.
You have said
if you can
this.
Find me a direct quote right now or I'm leaving.
I'll do better. I'll find you a clip. Hold on. Give me 1 second. Yeah, I wish I had these more organized, but
I wish you did too.
fine.
Before you savage a man's reputation.
Savage your reputation. Okay. 1 second. Got sent a bunch. Download.
It ain't easy being cheesy.
Why did it say it like that? Why the fuck did it say it like that? That was so weird. Thank you, AHA, for the $9.99. But why the fuck did it say it like that? It ain't easy being cheesy. What the fuck was that? That was so weird. Is Atali posting spoilers? I didn't see it, so I'm happy I didn't see it.
Ultimate victim group. Nope. Real. Okay. Inseparable.
Zaddy chill.
It said Zaddy. Oh my goodness. Trip calls me daddy all the time. So Trip typed daddy and it said Zaddy instead. That's so weird, dude.
Wasn't that one.
Where is your Unix sidekick, Ryan?
I don't know. You can talk.
Why
to
is he
him
not
a
here to
separate
defend
day.
himself?
Sure.
Your Unix sidekick.
Whatever you would say about Islamic extremism.
Okay, here we go. Sorry, it took a minute. My computer crashed earlier today because I'd done all this yesterday, right? Gotten all the things put together.
Are you going to show it so I can see it?
Yes. Give me a second.
Whick needs to have more versions of this, okay? He needs more versions of this because with different amounts of people on the screen, you need to have different shapes here. Like when you guys watch my panels, I've got every fucking screen you could possibly imagine for every scenario. For the longest, like you guys have known, there was this whole meme a while ago of where every time I would review Whick's panels, if he did not have everybody centered in the middle of this, I would take my video of my like, you know, my camera, and I would go and cover him up every time. I would just move my video on top of his face and cover him up. And apparently it actually pissed him off. Apparently I heard from some people that he actually got really mad about the fact that I would cover him up. But drove me fucking nuts to where he did eventually start centering his video. But like you watch like a panel of mine, I've got 50 fucking screens.
And you still have yours to run. So no, it looks
For all the different camera changes and everything. And they got one that just never moves and can never be centered and can never be cropped correctly, and he needs more. What up, Coder?
You ready?
Go ahead.
Can you hear it?
Extremism, you should be able to say about Judaism and Jewish culture, and the degree to which Judaism and Jewish ideology plays a role in this. You can't separate Islamism from Palestinian terrorism. You can't separate Judaism from Jewish extremism and Jewish supremacy.
That's you saying you can't separate Judaism from
Wait a
Jewish
minute.
extremists.
Wait, what was Wick's initial claim? Hold on. What are we at? 2923. What was his initial claim again?
written by Jewish people saying, I think you're playing an important role because it's important that we separate
identity from Israel, because you talk about how these are.
Oh, that's what I thought he said. That's what I thought he said. Yeah, Whick said you can't separate Jewish identity from Israel. He said Judaism from Jewish extremism. Okay, yeah, he botched that one. He botched that one pretty bad.
Saying you can't separate Judaism from Jewish
minute.
extremist and Jewish supremacy. You said that, did you not?
Wait a minute. Oh, here we go. Where's the HASAN pipe? What did I say just before that? Wait, hold on. What did I say just
you're
before
saying
that?
Antiseptic. True.
I am not antiseptic. Free Palestine.
If you guys haven't been around a while, which I didn't know that IDF kills children had been around that long, but I've always called anti-Semites antiseptics. I thought you were fucking fairly new. IDF kills children, or is that do other people say that as well? I'm just out of them fucking memes now, or fucking $50. Sheesh. Let's go.
Poor kids.
No, wrong button. Yeah, boy. Thank you so much. Yeah, that's a thing? Oh, okay. He did say Judaism. Yes, he said Judaism, not Israel. He said Judaism from Jewish extremism, not from Israel.
Together. Ready?
Go ahead.
Can you hear it?
Extremism, you should be able to say about Judaism and Jewish culture, and the degree to which Judaism and Jewish ideology plays a role in this. You can't separate Islamism from Palestinian terrorism. You can't separate Judaism from Jewish extremism and Jewish supremacy.
You didn't say from Israel. Whick said, he said you can't separate Judaism from Israel. Whick said Judaism. Yes, Judaism from Israel. Whick said you can't separate Judaism from Israel. He said Judaism from Jewish extremism and Jewish supremacy. Obviously. It's like saying you can't separate being black from black nationalism. Yeah, it's in the fucking word. Like, of course. You can't separate whiteness from white supremacy. Yeah, it's about white people. Yeah, of course. Like, maybe I'm tripping. You are tripping. You're tripping.
That's you saying you can't separate Judaism from Jewish extremists and Jewish supremacy. You said that, did you not?
Wait a minute. Oh, here we go. Where's the HASAN pipe? What did I say just before that? Wait, hold on. What did I say just before that?
You're saying that you can't, something about Islam and Palestine,
you can't separate Islamism from Palestinian. You can't separate Islam from Hamas.
I think it's very easy to separate these things.
To separate Islam from Hamas.
Yes.
Okay, so here's the issue. You can't separate Islam from Hamas. You can't. Or sorry, I think it's the other way around. You can't separate Hamas from Islam, but you can separate Islam from Hamas. So I think he means the other way around. Like, Hamas is Muslim. Now, that doesn't mean all Muslims have something to do with Hamas. I think he's saying... But he should have said it the other way around. You can't separate Hamas from Islam. But it's still, he didn't, like, both of them somehow missed that he didn't say Israel. So he said both Judaism and Israel, and also said Judaism and Jewish culture. He said, but he didn't say Israel. He didn't say Israel. I'll play it again. I will play it. I will play it fucking again.
The thing.
Go ahead.
Can you hear it?
Extremism you should be able to say about Judaism and Jewish culture, and the degree to which Judaism and Jewish ideology plays a role in this. You can't separate Islamism from Palestinian terrorism. You can't separate Judaism from Jewish extremism and Jewish supremacy.
That's you saying you can't say.
Israel was not said once. Israel was not said once. Israeli was not said once. Israel was not mentioned. You are tripping. Tom, I'm talking about Whick's claim. Oh, okay. Yes, Whick said Israel. That's what I'm saying. Whick said Israel. Whick misquoted Whick misquoted Jung. Jung said Jewish extremism from Judaism. Whick said Jewish extremism from, or Judaism from Israel. So yes, okay.
Separate Judaism from. That's your word, sir. I got you that clip.
Hamas.
Yes.
Okay, you're too stupid to insult.
Too stupid to insult because you said that you think that Judaism is inseparable, cannot be separated from Jewish supremacy and Jewish extremism.
Yeah, somehow they both miss this, but Jewish supremacy equals Israel? No, not necessarily. No. Lots of times people will say that Zionism is Jewish supremacy, but you can be a Jewish supremacist without being in Israel. Like, Jewish supremacy is about the idea that Jewish people think that they're better than everybody else, right? And they call like the white people the goyim, and they say they're like, oh, that's, they're our slaves. They're supposed to do the work. We're just supposed to manage the money. Like, they get their hands dirty. We're the ones who just collect. Like, that's Jewish supremacy, right? That's not necessarily Israeli. No one thinks this. There are people who think this. It's not common. It's not as common as what a lot of dumb motherfuckers like to make it seem. But this is something that I have seen, I have heard. It is a thing that exists. Who was the guy? There were emails that were released like 6 months ago. Epstein was one of, yes, Epstein had a bunch of fucking emails released where he was literally saying shit like this. The term goyim is a Hebrew word that literally means nations or peoples in modern financial remarks. In 2009, an email Roger Shanks about money trading, Epstein wrote, "This is the way the Jew make money. Let the goyim deal with the real world." Like, this is almost exactly word for word. 100% Jew night, Epstein replied, "No goyim in abundance. JP Morgan execs brilliant wasps, referring to white Anglo-Saxon Protestants." Like, yes, this is a thing. It's just really fucking uncommon. But yeah, lots of leftists, lots of Nazis, they will act like this is like a huge problem. This is a real big deal. And then when these emails came out, they all were like, "See, I told you, all the fucking elite Jews are saying this sort of shit. Now we know." Like, it's fucking stupid. This doesn't prove anything. Those sound like jokes. Okay. The actual email did not seem like a joke. But yeah.
Right? That's your word, sir. I got you that clip.
Wait, how can Jew...
Like, it doesn't say much to say that Epstein believed this shit when he was a fucking gross person pretty much all the way around. Like, to say that he throw on Jewish supremacy on top of that, like, it doesn't mean much.
Jewish extremism be separated from Judaism? Wait, hold on. How can Hamas be separated from Islamism? Are you fucking joking?
You can look at the political nature of the conflict and say, hey, regardless of whether Islam exists, that these people would be engaging in these things because they feel oppressed for various other things.
No one is saying that to be Islamic. No one is saying that to be Islamic is to necessarily be a Islamist. And no one is saying to be Jewish is necessarily makes you a Jewish extremist. But the reverse is definitely true. That if you're going to be an Islamic...
Yeah, see, I told you. He said it wrong. He should have reversed it. If you reverse it, it makes better sense. But he said it the other way around. That makes it sound like all Muslims are attached to Hamas instead of Hamas is obviously inherently attached to Islam. Like, very, very different things.
Like extremist, you're going to be Islamic, and if you're going to be a Jewish extremist and a Jewish supremacist, you're going to be Jewish. Are you fucking joking?
Again, your words.
This is the most dishonest. This is listen.
It's your words,
Normally
man.
I'm a lighthearted guy. Normally I'm a lighthearted guy.
Over and over and over and over and over again.
Actually get offended by
things like
I
this.
actually get offended by this. You've provided zero evidence so far.
I'll give you more.
You have put a bunch of shit mortgages in a single mortgage-backed security and then claimed it's low risk.
Here, we can look at this. It's your Substack.
Please do.
Zog is on the move. Nobody loves
Perfect.
complaining about our Zionist-occupied government more than I do. You do this fake faux outrage where you clutch your pearls like, how dare you call me anti-Semitic by packaging these things together
I don't care.
when
I don't
every
care
single
what
thing you seem
dumbass
to be
is.
saying on this subject is full of anti-Semitic tropes. You are doing what's called semantic laundering.
When my good friends, people who I thought were my good friends, backstab me on.
So this is I people don't like when I say this, but this is it's true. The things that I've said about a lot of leftists, it applies to PF Young as well. A lot of these people, they get so caught up in the anti-Zionism, they do start to play in anti-Semitic tropes. And PF Young is one of those people where it is pretty clear he has started to kind of get stuck perpetuating what a lot would consider to be anti-Semitic tropes. Now, it doesn't make it like so much lesser than just because it doesn't make it so much like less harmful or anything just because it's not somebody who actually like hates Jews or that they don't actually have like this hardcore bias against Jews. It's still the same harm. It's still the same, but it just says something different about the person's character and about how capable they are in their thought processes. But I think it's pretty clear that like he's one of those who just kind of got stuck repeating a lot of the tropes.
Line
backstab you. I'm doing this to your fucking face.
You fucking say, oh, he's an anti-Semite. Oh, he's an anti-Semite. Unfucking believable, Whick. And here you are. And here you are platforming me. Oh, well, interesting.
I think it's good to make an example of people.
Fuck you, Whick. Fuck. All right. Okay. Now we're both playing into it. Zog is not inherently anti-Semitic.
Zog is absolutely inherently anti-Semitic.
Nope. Jewish.
No, it's not. Not inherently. No, it's not. It is not inherently anti-Semitic. This is the conflation of Zionism and Jewish, like, or Zionism, or that he is doing the thing. Like, it's not inherently anti-Semitic. It is often used in an anti-Semitic way. It is often used as an anti-Semitic trope. It is often used because of all of the stuff about Jews controlling the world and all of that shit. Like, that's kind of how Zionist occupied government has kind of replaced that as, Jews controlling the world. We can just say it's Zionists who are making them control the government now, or Jews, but it falls into the same tropes. It's just not inherently anti-Semitic. And I think Whick earlier kind of repeated what it is that I said, that like it's not inherently anti-Semitic, but it is going to play into the same trope. So it's just going to be a red flag. And I think it felt like he said that earlier, but now he's saying it is inherently, and it's just not inherently anti-Semitic.
Jewish-occupied government would be. Zionist-occupied government isn't.
Again, you can't.
I hate the inherent. I do too. Because I feel like, especially with tropes, like they're never inherently anti-Semitic. And this is the funny thing about this is that I've literally had debates in the past with Whick about whether or not things are inherently anti-Semitic, because calling just about anything inherently racist or inherently anti-Semitic or anything, like I said, unless you're just like calling somebody the Kaesler in like a very malicious and vehement fashion, like it's just not. Oh fuck, why does it do that? The claim that I had issue with was that you were saying this was like inherently anti-Semitic. It's just obviously not inherent to the action.
It is inherent, and I don't know if I'll stick to it. I won't die on this hill.
What? You are. But you are, though. It's such a stupid hill to die on.
Again, I won't die on this hill anymore.
Wait, you are! Oh my god.
Okay.
Imagine this is a hill, and I am you, okay?
You're leaning on my hill? Or I'm leaning on your hill?
Dying on the hill.
No, you died on the hill. That's
died on the hill.
That's you dying on the claim. You're landing on my hill.
Just switch
Zionism's
out
an
Jewish
ideology.
for Zionist and call it
Oh,
good.
no, you
things
can't.
have
That's what I just did.
context. These things have meaning.
It
These
does,
things
yep.
have, again, as you said in the conversation.
Well, that hurts Wicks, like, to say it has meaning. Like, yeah, that's what they're saying. They're saying, yeah, these terms have meaning. A Zionist is not the same as a Jew. So you calling it anti-Semitic when it's not about Jews is weird. Like, that's gonna kind of hurt his claim.
Conversations with Adam and Sitch, a word is what most people understand it to mean. Those are your words, sir. Most people
Zionist
understand
means
it to
Zionist,
mean
not
Zog
Jewish. Yep.
means anti-Semitic Jewish control of the government. That's what
Nope.
it means.
Wrong.
That's who uses it. That's
Wrong.
who, again,
Wrong.
propagated the term. This is
Wrong.
just true.
Wrong.
Yeah, this just isn't like a.
Explain.
This is he should be saying it can be used that way, and then you use a lot more context to build that case. But it is blatantly not inherently anti-Semitic. It just is not.
How I'm wrong.
It's self-evident. I'm not saying Jewish. I'm saying Zionist. Zionist is not Jewish.
You can't this we'll talk about unserious. Like, I didn't say Jewish, so it's not anti-Semitic. No, you are again propagating semantic laundering, these anti-Semitic tropes that a secret group of Jews control the American government, occupy it.
Is
right?
Ted Cruz Jewish? Is Ted Cruz Jewish?
I don't fucking know. I don't think so.
Okay, Wick, I'm literally about to leave on how little you are informed about this.
Tully,
You don't know if Ted Cruz is Jewish?
Man, I don't think so, but again, it doesn't matter to my point.
Do you know if Mike Huckabee is Jewish?
No, I don't think so.
But you don't know if Ted Cruz is Jewish.
Man, I don't know. He's a Zodiac killer, ain't he? I have no idea.
Okay, talk about memeing. This
Again,
is embarrassing.
I'm not racist against
This is embarrassing. This is embarrassing.
For you, yes. The idea that Zionists occupy government as a term.
No, it is embarrassing. It's embarraing. It's embarrassing that I am taking
on the term. You
even remotely seriously the criticism of someone who does not know if Ted Cruz is Jewish or not.
I notice how you're not answering my
This is the
question or
most
responding to my
embarrassing.
point.
Wait, why would he know if Ted Cruz is Jewish or not? I don't think most people know if he's Jewish or not. What do you mean? It's not like you're asking if he's fucking black. He's doing it, Tom. He's making me agree with PF. Yeah, me too.
This is the most because, like you said, it's embarrassing for me to even be taking this seriously from you.
That Zionist
Could you imagine?
occupied
Could you
government
imagine? Could you imagine?
isn't
Could you imagine?
anti-Semitic. It's obviously.
Could you imagine if someone didn't know if Destiny was Jewish or not? Could you imagine how ill-informed they would be on this?
I don't know if Destiny's Jewish or not. I don't think he is. I think he's Cuban, ain't he?
You're right. This is embarrassing for me. I cannot believe I'm wasting my time here.
Again, Zionist occupied government is
Hilarious meme.
absolutely
Great meme. Great meme. Great meme. It's not anti-Semitic if it's not motivated by anti-Semitism, and it actually disempowers
anti-Semitism. You don't have to be motivated by racial animus to be racist. You do not have to be motivated by anti-Semitic animus to be anti-Semitic.
All right, wait. Let's test some things. So is Dave Chappelle transphobic because he tells transphobic jokes?
Say it one more time.
Is Dave Chappelle transphobic because he tells jokes that could be construed as transphobic?
Not necessarily.
Okay, but there's a pattern.
He does seem to be transphobic, just not because he tells transphobic jokes. Whick wants anti-Semitic. Wait, what? Whick wants to anti-Semitism, just like how pro-Pally people want to use G-side in Gaza. War crime isn't severe enough to describe it, just like severe anti-Zionism isn't bad enough. I'm true. I don't know what any of that meant. I'm not gonna lie. You're saying that he's being too hyperbolic with it. Yeah, he's overextending. Okay, yeah.
Always talking about trans people.
It's a pattern worth looking into, and if I...
There's a spaceship landing behind me? What the fuck? I don't know what's making all that noise. Hold on a second. My earbuds went out, so I can't hear anything. I just muted it. I don't know what it is. Weird. It just went off as soon as I plugged my earbuds back in. I don't know. I have no idea what the fuck that was. Okay.
Or Dave Chappelle, we could probably say whether he is.
Okay, well, you don't seem to know much about anything related to this topic, given you don't know that for example, the American Holocaust Museum justifies and explains why Jews are disproportionately overrepresented in finance in Hollywood. It's because Jews were historically excluded from those professions. So that explains why they're disproportionately overrepresented in those professions. So your own definition that you cited would imply that the American Holocaust Museum is anti-Semitic because they're claiming that Jews are disproportionately represented in finance and media, which they are, and they provide an explanation for it. Then you say you don't even know Ted Cruz is Jewish. This is a joke.
Why are you lying about what I just said? We can go back to the clip.
This is a joke.
I said again the definition.
Surely you have better evidence than this. Let's get like you said. So you have all of these. You have this mosaic.
Not representation, sir. Control.
You said. Okay, when have I said that Jews control anything? I would
what
never
do you
say
think
that.
Zionist occupied government means?
Okay, I'm sorry. Isn't Palestine, or excuse me, isn't Gaza occupied? Does Israel exert total control over Gaza? I think Hamas runs Gaza.
What does that have to do with whether Zionist occupied government is anti-Semitic?
Okay, are you acting now? Are you doing faux outrage? What is this?
You just lied about my definition.
Zionist occupied government. Okay, well, you've wasted my time by being so deeply uninformed on this issue and then trying to make a criticism. Why don't we move on to you? All right, so far you said you have an endless pattern here. You've multiple. So far you've proven absolutely nothing.
That's not true.
Let's go to the next one. Let's go to the next garbage subprime mortgage.
PF Young, this is your account, is it not? It's got the blue check mark. Got your
perfect.
phone. It's over. The woke right, those who treat Jews as the ultimate victim and anti-Semitism as the greatest sin are in full retreat.
Yeah.
Their greatest warrior is outright refusing to engage with Nick Fuentes. Hopefully Coleman Hughes or someone with a backbone is still willing to challenge Fuentes directly. This is
It's remarkable that you would find it. This might be the least anti-Semitic tweet I've ever tweeted.
Again. Your account, is it not? It's got the blue check mark. Got your
perfect.
phone. It's over. The woke right, those who treat Jews as the ultimate victim and anti-Semitism as the greatest sin are in full retreat.
Yeah.
Their greatest warrior is outright refusing to engage with Nick Fuentes. Hopefully Coleman Hughes or someone with a backbone is still willing to challenge Fuentes directly. This is
It's remarkable that you would find it. This might be the least anti-Semitic tweet.
Yeah, these are horrible examples. These are horrible examples. There's a Holocaust museum in Atlanta. Is there?
I've ever tweeted.
Again, you do this Mott and Bailey, where you say, well, this one thing isn't necessarily anti-Semitic, but then I keep pointing out that you keep doing these things.
Yeah. So you do this thing where you've shown 0 instances of actual anti-Semitism, bundle them together, and then claim it is
Your definition of anti-Semitism is ridiculous.
Your definition of anti-Semitism is
Hitler might not mean
and generalized, vague and generalized and useless. Anti-Semitism is someone I don't like and someone whose political views on Israel I disagree with. That's effectively how you're using that term.
Again,
wait, what did I say in that tweet? Okay, here. What did I say in that tweet?
Smuggling these things.
What did I say in that tweet that's anti-Semitic?
This idea that Jews are treated as like this, that anti-Semitism is seen as the greatest sin, and Nick Fuentes deserves to be engaged with. What you're doing there is smuggling, again, in laundering the reputation of a known anti-Semite, Nick Fuentes.
Oh my God. I feel like I'm on MSNBC right now. For claiming that Nick Fuentes deserves to be engaged with. Oh my God. Saying that someone who calls Nick Fuentes a Nazi all the time should debate him.
It's not a big deal.
Oh my God.
But it's with all the other rhetoric, all the other statements, all the other content.
So a bunch of individual data points that prove nothing come together. Yeah. So none of these individual points have proven anything. And then what was the previous thing that Jews are the ultimate victim in the woke rights
I'd have to look at
worldview?
Oh no.
Back up.
Do you believe that like trans people are the ultimate victim in the woke left's worldview? Would you accept that?
No. I don't think so.
Okay. So you're not even. Can you steelman what I was saying in that tweet when I talk about the woke left and the woke right?
Then bring it up and I will.
Okay. Steelman what I'm saying.
Okay, so this is
when I say the
Ben
woke right
Shapiro.
views Jews as the ultimate victim, just like the woke left views
I
trans
will
and black
please
people as the
steelman
ultimate
it if
victim.
you gotta let me get
go
something out.
All right.
Grimaldus tweets, Ben Shapiro tells Patrick Bet David he refuses to debate Nick Fuentes. It would be like interviewing Nazi David Chappelle. I'm not interested in having someone who calls me a Jew for the shits and giggles of it. Right? You say, it's over. The woke right, those who treat Jews as the ultimate victim and the anti-Semitism as the greatest sin, are in full retreat. Their greatest warrior is outright refusing to engage with Nick Fuentes. Hopefully Coleman Hughes or someone with a backbone is still willing to challenge Fuentes directly. So the steelman of this argument is that you feel that Nick Fuentes deserves, or his ideas deserves to be engaged with, whether that be challenged or whether that be confronted or
100%.
talked about, and that the woke right, however you define that, right, which I'm not sure,
I literally put it in parentheses
engaged
right there.
in like this idea of treating Jews as the ultimate victim because they think Jews are somehow above reproach, according to them. That's the
So this is the problem with this. The problem with this tweet isn't really what Whick is addressing here. The problem with this tweet is that the woke right is a term used for people like Nick Fuentes. It's a term used for like anti-Semitic people, people who do, who call like who use identity politics, right? So that's the like a lot of these people they say that like wokeness is just identity politics, and so all of the people who engage in identity politics, whether it be on the right or the left, they're all woke. And so then they say that people like Nick Fuentes, because he is a white identitarian, he is the woke right. And that's where the term woke right is, like, it's about people like Nick Fuentes and the, neo-Nazis. But what instead people who are like Nick Fuentes and the woke right have done is instead try to change this to say, oh no, we're not the ones who use identity politics. It's the people who are, all about the Jews and saying, acting like the Jews' identity and the Jews' ID politics. And so they, or IDPOL, and so they make everything about the Jews' identity politics instead. And that's what this is doing. He is doing the thing that generally it's only actual like white nationalists and anti-Semitic people do, is they'll turn around and just try to use the label "nah you" and call the other side IDPOL or woke right instead. That's what this is doing, is that this is like protection for, it's a defense mechanism for white nationalists to act like, nah, you guys are the real woke right. But that isn't what Whick is saying at all so far. So
The steel man, right?
So which part do you disagree with the fact that it would be good if Coleman Hughes or someone who is on the opposite side of Coleman Hughes challenges Nick Fuentes directly?
I think it can be good, it can be bad. I don't think that in isolation, this tweet, again, would be fine. My contention here is that it's not in isolation.
Yeah, and
it
my
is said by
contention-
someone who equates Judaism with Jewish supremacy and says they cannot be disentangled, which
No, I
is
said
very easy
Jewish
to do.
supremacy cannot be separated from Judaism.
Yes,
Which it can't
and
be,
it's very-
obviously. Christian nationalism can't be separated from Christianity.
Of course it can.
Okay,
And
now-
it's
now
done
this is-
all the
okay,
time.
right, okay, so this is now a semantic.
Okay, the Whick. Okay, no, Whick, no. Come on, Whick. What the fuck? What are we talking about? What the fuck are we talking about? Come on. What are we talking about? What are we even talking about, dude? OMG, Whick, what the fuck? I don't know. Fuck. That's obviously, yes, the Christian nationalism obviously cannot be separated from Christianity. That's what it is. It's about Christianity. That's what, like,
Semantic bullshit argument. So what you're doing, you're pulling all these
bullshit. I
isolated
thought I didn't have any
instances, which on their own are not anti-Semitic because they're obviously not, and then you're putting them together and saying, well, now they are anti-Semitic. So we have a bunch of subprime mortgages that are all extremely high risk, but suddenly when we put them together, they're now low risk. Interesting. Very good Bear Stearns debate tactic.
no, it's not that they're anti-Semitic on their own, nor putting them together are they anti-Semitic. It's that you're just looking at patterns of behavior from somebody and then saying, oh, like, and then inferring what their beliefs are based on those patterns. That's all you're doing. That's all it is. Yeah.
Yes. When a behavior is engaged in
No.
that forms
Are you
a
Jewish? You'd be a great
we can
thinker.
see the pattern of
Oh,
behavior,
oh.
and we can call that out. When I know,
Okay.
when I have a friend, right, who every time well, let me ask you this here. Maybe this will be a better way. Maybe this might be productive. Suppose there's a content creator who talks about white supremacy all the time. Okay, fair enough. But over time, he starts stretching that category. He's not just talking about the KKK or actual white supremacists, but he starts talking about white culture, Christianity, white identity.
White Protestantism.
All those things are wrapped up in the same problem.
Yes.
And then you notice that whenever some company does something bad, he's very unusually interested in the fact that a white guy owns it or runs it, right? Or that on its ownership team or in its CEO board or whatever, they have a white guy there. And he's like, of course he does. And whenever the government does something that he hates, he starts talking about how, oh, look at that white politician once again, right? And again, and some white public figure has a strong attachment to another white majority country, suddenly he's asking whether that person is really loyal to America. If there's some huge event or conspiracy and he hasn't even looked into it much, he's still something like, I wouldn't put it past these people. Whenever anyone says, hey, man, this is starting to sound kind of anti-white, his answer is always, well, no, I don't hate white people. I'm just criticizing white supremacy. You can see a pattern of behavior that they're engaging in, and we can make conclusions and inferences based on that pattern of behavior. Even though in isolation, all these things, might actually be true. That white person did own that company, and that company did do something bad, right? The person does have an unusually strong attachment to this white majority country, and he happens to be white, right? These things, again, in isolation might be excusable, but when you package them all together, it comes off as like, man, there might be an underlying problem here. And I would say that that is what you're doing with Judaism.
It's just not true. It's just obviously not true. You have no evidence of that. You just concocted this hypothetical that has no bearing on anything I've done.
It's
why are you ignoring all of the times where I've explicitly condemned anti-Semitism, and not just in like a half-hearted way, but called it anti-Christian, degenerate, disgusting, treating Jews as if there's something wrong with them or they're inherently a bad thing, or believing believing that Jews necessarily are intertwined with Israel, even though there's tons and tons and tons of Jews who criticize Israel as much as I do. Why are you choosing to ignore that from your little hypothetical?
Well, because the way you define anti-Semitism is a way that carves out exceptions for the type of anti-Semitism that I believe you engage in, right? And you can say, well, no, I don't hate the Jews specifically because I'm not against them genetically, right? Like, I don't think that their genetics are bad. And yes, some of the Jews are actually one of the good ones. They criticize Israel.
I don't even think he ever defined it as hate, though. Like, whereas normally, yes, like it's good to make sure that they're not talking about hate when it comes to anti-Semitism and all these other types of bigotry. P.F. Jung didn't ever define it as hate. He for some reason decided to define it as something really odd. I forget what it was, where he said he wanted to use avowed anti-Semites definition, but I don't think he ever defined it as hatred either.
Too, right? I just reject you. I reject your framing there. I just do.
Okay, I think you are like comically woke. I think that it's like yeah, like if I criticize, if I say, like, black culture has some pathological elements to it, like, for example, the common kind of norm where black students are harassed for studying. They're told that they're acting white. They're called, they're treated like race traitors because they're not living up to some standard of blackness or whatever.
Spiritually Israeli or something, right?
Yeah, so if I were to criticize black culture for legitimate flaws, and you say, this is what racists do. Okay, you're so far beyond the pale that I don't even know why. I don't even know how to take this seriously. I assumed because you're a Destiny coattail, right? I would assume that you would not be like these like almost gender studies level woke talking points of like, you're carving out, it's anti-Semitic when you carve out, it's like,
yeah, it's just very interesting. Okay, it's very interesting.
It is very interesting.
It's just
like
interesting.
Instead of engaging with my arguments, you're trying to attach them to other arguments and other people that you
have not. Okay,
you think
so
my audience or your audience might find silly or crazy, and instead of actually dealing with my points, you're saying, well, you're just like a woke person.
You haven't. Okay,
right?
so here,
and instead of engaging,
how long have we
with
been
the
talking?
topic,
How long have we been
instead
talking?
of engaging with any of this, this is what you're doing.
How long have we been
man.
talking?
It's pretty
42 minutes.
Pretty funny.
Okay, so far, give me one instance of something I've said.
The Zionist-occupied government.
That's anti-Semitic.
That's anti-Semitic.
No, it's a meme. It's Zionist, not
It's
Jewish.
not a meme. You might be.
Zionism and Judaism can be totally separated.
Meme.
Zionist-occupied government refers to the degree to which Israel exercises a disproportionate amount of influence over our government.
Occupy
And
means
it's Zionist supporters.
It means control. If we're talking about influence, why don't you just say, hey, there's a lot of influence.
Occupy doesn't does Israel control Gaza? No, Israel occupies Gaza and there's resistance from Hamas. So no, occupied does not necessarily mean controlled. Occupied means there's a ton of people who have a weird, creepy attachment to Israel and who claim that Ted Cruz says he supports Israel because the Bible told him so. Elise Stefanik says, I believe Israel has a biblical right to the land.
Evidence that he's
Like
being
Huckabee,
by the
He didn't say he supported Israel as a legislator because the Bible told him so, which is what he's talking about right now. He's talking about the government being occupied. He doesn't say he supports them as a government official or through legislation. He literally says he doesn't, that like it doesn't affect his legislation. He literally says the opposite, but all of these people refuse to listen to that part.
Mike Huckabee, the voice of the White House, the ambassador of the U.S., says it would be fine if Israel wanted all the land from the Euphrates to the Nile. That's way worse than saying Zionist-occupied government, because Zionist-occupied government calls attention to, in a very mimetically sophisticated fashion, because it sounds like Evil Emperor Zerg, and it doesn't say Jewish, it said Zionist.
Doesn't say
It draws
Jewish,
attention
so
to
it
those
says
things.
Zionist.
So I just don't care if this is anti-Semitic. Then anti-Semitism is totally meaningless because there's actually way worse forms of anti-Semitism.
Again, this
So
is
why would you
another
use the
problem that I have
same
with your
word to
content.
describe a particular meme?
Can I engage with you?
As something like someone? No. Answer this question. The best example so far is that I use a meme term, and I don't mean that like as in it's like a pointless. I mean, it's mimetically fit. It's a good meme. It's strong.
Yes, to
And
launder
it's
anti-Semitism and anti-Semitic tropes. Yes.
Yeah.
I agree.
Yeah.
It's a mimetic warfare. It's
if it was anti-Semitism, it'd be Jewish-occupied government. But Zionism is an
Again,
ideology
again.
and can be separated from Judaism. And it is because there are Christian Zionists like Ted Cruz, which you didn't even know was Jewish. So
Is Ted Cruz
there's so Ted Cruz is Jewish. Yeah, you didn't know that?
So fucking.
I don't check how many
You don't
people are Jews.
You don't. Oh my God.
Do you? Do you go around like I'm going to go through the government and find out which
Well,
ones are Jewish?
he's my
Have you done
senator, so it was important for me to know that he was Jewish. Which
Why is it important
I'm glad
for you to know that he's Jewish?
I'm glad for the first time you're finding out that Ted Cruz is Jewish.
Hold on. Why was it important for you to know that Ted Cruz was Jewish?
Because I didn't believe it at first.
Why didn't you believe it?
I thought there's no way this could be true.
It doesn't. I don't know. I think.
I thought, oh my! I thought, wait a minute. I'm 29. I've been talking about politics for years, and I'm not even aware that one of the most.
No one's
the
ever
most
told me he's Jewish. You're
important,
the only one
really?
who told me he's Jewish.
Well, you should believe me.
Why?
Because he's got a higher IQ than average, which we know Jewish people do.
See, one of the problems I have with your rhetoric and what
Please
you
go
do
ahead.
is-
All right, are we on? Are we done with the? Are we done with all the jokes now? Can we actually be serious?
I am being serious.
Okay. All right.
Okay. So
Let's actually be serious
one of the problems I have is you, again, this is something you've said on your stream, that you're getting in a minor form of iconoclasm, right? Or
yeah.
that you want to kind of tear down these like sacred cows, these sacred symbols. And you believe that this taboo against my definition of anti-Semitism, which isn't something I just Googled, right? It is a formal definition of anti-Semitism. You believe that these things are keeping us from criticizing Israel, Judaic culture when it deserves to be criticized, Jewish supremacy, as you call it, and all these other things. That you're engaged in this iconoclastic, mimetic war against the taboo against anti-Semitism. Would that be accurate reflection of your kind of way you're doing things?
Only partially. I would say, you know how the left overuses the term racist?
Yes.
Okay, I think a lot of people overuse the term anti-Semitic.
Okay. So here's
so
the
like,
thing. Yeah,
like, well, hold on.
I agree. Okay. So here's the thing you're doing, right?
Yeah.
You're looking around and you see a fence. And you've misidentified what the reason that fence exists.
No, I've
And you're
correctly
like,
identified.
We're
why the
going to
fence
tear
exists.
down this fence. You see a house
I know exactly why the
that
fence
is fireproofed, and you're like, well, there's no fire. So we can get rid of some of these. We can
Wait.
get rid of some of this fireproof.
No, wait. I know exactly why the. Hold on. I know exactly why the fence is there.
You're not going to listen. You're just going to talk. You got to let
Well,
me
you said the opposite of what is true.
No,
You said I misidentified why the fence. I know why the fence is there. I know why people overuse the term anti-Semitic the same way the left overuse the term racist.
No, I think that you've misidentified.
No, I've correctly identified.
Well,
and the reason is because, and everyone knows this, anti-Semitism is used as a shield to chill criticism of Israel. In the same way that racism is a shield to criticize, for example, pathological aspects of black culture, or to point out that, hey, one of the reasons that black people are not doing as well statistically are not actually because of racism. It's because of other factors.
But this
and
is,
one of the
this
reasons
is why I
go
think
ahead.
that I've correctly identified that you're smuggling in
so that's wrong.
anti-Semitism
No, you've
because
miscorrectly.
you've
incorrectly.
right?
You've
point to
miscorrectly
people accusing
identified.
you of anti-Semitism because of your use of language that is anti-Semitic, such as dual loyalty claims about Ben Shapiro, such as Zionist-occupied government and spreading and laundering that term. And you're saying, well, you're just mad because I'm criticizing Israel. And I think that that's ridiculous.
That is why.
And
That is actually true.
It's a way
that's the real motivation.
It's a way to defang actual accusations of actual anti-Semitism and turn it into a meme. Someone can just replace the word Jew with Zionist and be
what you're doing
okay,
is so
even though that
laughably
leads
grasping
to
at
people
straws,
being run off the internet,
attempting to
who are
claim you're putting together a bunch of these data points, none of which have any merit whatsoever, and we've proven that, we've demonstrated that, and then trying to paint a broader picture here.
Proven it.
I'm correctly identifying what you're
You're
doing.
incorrectly
and I'm
identifying
it with
what I'm doing.
examples,
No, you're wrong.
timestamped,
You're wrong.
on video that we read together.
And none of them have proven
I read
anything.
tweets that you sent. We read a Substack that you wrote. These are your words.
And none of them have been anti-Semitic. And so far, you've proven nothing. You
can't just say, "Well, they're not anti-Semitic, so I win."
I don't just say that. I say
do.
that because that's reflective
That's literally
of reality.
your argument. That's the extent of what you've been saying. Well, I didn't say Jew. I said Zionist. That's the argument you made.
It's just that no.
I didn't say Jew. I said Zionist. So it's okay.
No, none of the content that I said is anti-Semitic.
Again, you keep claiming this, but I keep trying to explain how these are deeply anti-Semitic tropes.
Where
you're
keep
pointing
claiming
to
it
this
and then trying to rationalize it to fit into your made-up hypothetical.
That the Jews control our government. Hallie wants to talk to you, by the way. Can we bring her in? She asked to talk to you. That's why.
Who is this Talia? I don't know anything about it.
She's my emotional support.
Your sidekick?
Yes.
Your unique sidekick? What happened to Ryan?
Emotional support.
What happened to Ryan? Why is Ryan not here? Ryan keeps anti-Semitism.
I don't know. Ryan doesn't
Can I tell? Hold on. Before you bring on Talia, I want to get your opinion on something.
Go ahead.
I asked Ryan if it's a violation of natural law to kick people off of their land because they claim that a particular group of people were entitled to a particular plot of land in the Middle East. He said he wasn't sure. He said he wasn't sure if the Ben Gvir and Jewish Power Party and Jewish settler movement.
Kahanists are a real problem. Fuck them, right?
Do you believe that they're in violation of natural law?
Sure. As I understand
Ryan refused to say that. He said, I don't know. I'd have to look into it more.
I disagree with a lot of things Ryan says. Okay. If you want to yell at Ryan, you can yell at Ryan.
I want to yell at Ryan. I do.
Shall I bring on?
I want to yell at Ryan. He's a fucking idiot.
Well, have we resolved our dispute?
I don't know if it's resolvable because we keep going back to the. I say that Zionist-occupied government is inherently anti-Semitic. You claim
I want to do it.
So here
it's
we are.
not. Yep.
Yeah, I mean, this Whick just have it like. In order for the Whick to make the argument here, he needs to again start with the definition and then move from the definition to these things. But he's not even like referencing the definition each time. He's just kind of giving examples and then being like, see, obviously anti-Semitism. And it's just he's not giving the explanation. He's not saying why. And then he keeps saying, but it's the collection. It's the collection of things, obviously. And it's just this is not a way to explain to somebody who obviously doesn't already believe this. But Whick is acting like P.F. Jung already understands this thought process and is just refusing to admit it. Whereas instead, it's more obvious that, like, it's blatantly obvious
that people like this, they just don't understand it. They really don't. They don't fucking get it. They don't think like, no, I am anti-Semitic. I just don't want people to know. Like, they're normally engaging in like a you know, a type of like confirmation bias that makes sure that like whatever definition that they use doesn't actually isn't going to include them, because nobody wants to be anti-Semitic. Nobody wants to feel like they're a bigot, like they're a bad guy. And so they start with a position that's very different from everybody else. So what you have to do is say like, okay, this is, I mean, the way that I would do it is I would start off by saying like, okay, so why do we have a term anti-Semitism? Like, what's the point in this? Why would we make up a term like anti-Semitism? So obviously, because there's a group of people who have been subjugated, who have been oppressed, who have been treated horribly, and we want to disparage people acting that way. So we want to disparage people treating them this way. So we created a label that is stigmatizing to point out this type of behavior. So we can categorize it, classify it, point it out, let people know when it's happening, because we need it as like a red flag for letting people know, hey, this person does something that is harmful to this group of people. So, and then start, you know, and then you can get into like, okay, so what are some things that people do? And then even for like the Zionist occupied government, I would start off with like, so do you think that like with everything going on with Palestine and Israel, do you think that like this has made it easier with a ton of people being super anti-Israel? Before recently, it was really just only anti-Semites who were super ardently anti-Israel. But now it's not uncommon at all. It's actually fairly common for people to be anti-Israel. And so now that it's super common, do you think it's likely that anti-Semites are able to use that normalization of these things to get away with anti-Semitism? Probably, and just about anybody would agree with that, right? Obviously, of course. It's not hard to believe at all. And then you say, okay, so if that's the case, like a lot of these terms, they'll be able to say Zionism instead of Jew in order to get away with that. Now, that doesn't mean that everybody who says Zionism is now anti-Semitic. It doesn't mean that everybody who uses these terms, that they're all anti-Semitic. But instead, it's that they're all, they have a veil now that helps them get away with anti-Semitism. So if we're trying to avoid this like harm to Jewish people, do you think like people getting this veil of, you know, actual anti-Semites who are actually anti-Semitic, do you think it's like it's harmful, it's going to be hurtful to Jews, that we would be able to say like this is okay? And so then if people are using this as a veil and they're using these terms now to blend in with everybody else, but they are being anti-Semitic with it, like we're going to think of this as some sort of red flag. Yes, okay. So now that we have this red flag, now we're agreeing that this could be a red flag. It could be something that's anti-Semitic. It's not inherently, but it could be. Now, if I can show you a bunch of other things that are also likely fit into that box or could fit into that box, even if it's only like 10 to 15% chance for each one, where everybody who uses anti-Zionist rhetoric, it's only 10 to 15% of them who are actually anti-Semitic. If I can keep building that they're using these terms consistently, that percentage keeps growing as of the likelihood as to whether or not they fit into this box. And so we can start to see like a clear pattern, a clear picture of whether or not this is the case. Like this is where you would start and then continue down these examples. But I don't even think Whick came with good examples of this. I don't even think the examples were
were helpful. And then on the top of that, when he thinks Zog is inherently anti-Semitic, it's like he's starting from an impossible position. Like he's starting with a position that's impossible to debate. It's impossible to justify. Like, imagine for a moment, just pretend in your head that Israel actually was committing a genocide, okay? Let's pretend. And while they are committing a genocide, our government still has the same proportionality of Zionists. Now, would the term Zog be like much of anything negative? No. I mean, it would be negative for the people who are, supposedly hardcore pro whatever, not necessarily that they're, because they're Zionists, that they're pro a genocide. But the point is that if that's what you're communicating, is that these people are actually supporting a genocide, then like this would be a really beneficial label. It would be really important to know that, like, it would be very fucked up that we have this Zionist occupied government or whatever you want to call it. Like, so obviously, yes, it's not inherent. It's not every time. It's not 100%. And there's totally justified ways of using this and scenarios and context where this, but yeah, he's just not making the case for that here.
Shall we?
All right, you can bring on your sidekick.
Hello, Tolly, you're live.
Hello.
Is that a picture of Ryan Mullally in the image? You're kidding. This is a bait.
Look,
This is a bait right now. Are we in the comedy portion?
Ryan Mullally has been.
Hold on. Are we in the comedy portion right now?
This is someone
Let me ask you
who
a
is a
question.
member of my
Let me ask you a
community,
question.
and my
Is
community
it
engages with Ryan
Hold
Mullally.
on. Wick. Is it anti-Semitic to claim that I think Israel did 9/11?
Kind of, yeah.
What if I say it was the Arab Israelis who did it, though?
That's still kind of anti-Semitic, because
But
again,
hold on, it's targeting
Wait,
Arabs. There's
what?
nothing more pro-Israel than hating Arabs.
Yeah, wait. Why would you say yeah? Wait, no. Again, this is like he's taking away all the meaning from anti-Semitism if he's acting like it doesn't have anything to do with Jews anymore. Like Whick has just totally erased Jews from anti-Semitism now.
that's not true at all. There are plenty of Arabs within the Israel community.
Right, and that's why I don't like Israel, not because of the Jews.
No, okay. Tolly, you're live.
Right.
What do you got for us?
Do you have a bit now, Tolly?
Yeah, the comedy portion will come a little bit later, but I want to, Paul, am I the first Jew you've spoken with on this topic who doesn't agree with you and isn't like thanking you for your wonderful service?
Yeah, probably. Are you Jewish?
Perfect. I am. Yes.
Whoa, Wick.
Wait, you can't tell? Wait, hold on, PF Young. You can't tell? What do you mean? You can tell by everybody. You were acting like earlier. It's obvious. Everybody knows who is and isn't Jewish. You said earlier. It's ridiculous for people to not know who is and isn't Jewish. What are you talking about?
I DM'd you ahead of time. You're supposed to give me advance
Paul,
notice.
you knew this.
Well,
You
hold
knew
on.
this one already.
In our DMs, you said you didn't want a lawyer on once I told you she was Jewish.
Oh my!
No, she's not. That's why. That's the funny part.
Oh, okay. All right. That's fine. Okay. All right.
I don't even know what he said. She's the Jewish what?
You're on. Once I told you she was
She's
Jewish.
Jewish. Oh my!
No, she's not.
She's the Jewish martyr? Wait, what did he say? Oh, lawyer. Oh. Pisco's the Jewish lawyer.
That's why. That's the funny part.
Okay. All right. That's fine. Okay. All right.
Okay, so I am kind of interested, Paul, like,
Yeah.
hopefully you and I can have a little discussion here. I would like you to use like some of the arguments that you've had with non-Jews on this topic where you like to catch them. Give me a second, Paul, where you like to catch them. I'd like to have this conversation with you directly as a Jew who disagrees with you here. And I'm gonna do this. You can believe me or not. I am a former Paul fan. A big fan.
Fan.
You Paul fan. Yes. I think you and I am not, if you want
Whoa,
to check
red
into
flag.
the comments,
Red
Wick's
flag for
community,
Tally.
not a big fan of mine. I am
don't
much
like her.
closer to your politics than to Wick. I
All
think
right.
you and I are both people who are sort of dispositionally liberal.
Oh, so you're part of the woke right. Okay. The woke Reich, we should say.
You know, we're open and good with the gays and the blacks and the Hispanics.
Whoa. Not the Hispanics.
You are, Paul. I've seen you. I've watched too much of your content. That's why I'm excited to have this conversation. I've seen a lot of your stuff.
Why
did
we waste time talking to Wick? We should have started with Tally.
You wouldn't
I
let
asked
me in,
you
Paul.
initially. I told you it would be a better conversation, but here you are. You
All
were
right.
like, well, I
well,
don't
you've
wanna
proven
comment.
yourself so unreliable. All right, go ahead, Tally. Please continue. I like what you have to say so far.
Okay, amazing, perfect. There's a few things here. I think the largest issue, I don't really care if we can come here today and prove that you are anti-Semitic. In fact, I think there are plenty of concessions that I would like to make in the early portion of this conversation here, because I think the word anti-Semitism, you could argue that people try to stretch the definition too wide, but also like, fine, there sort of is an understood.
Well, that's why, again, I think that Wick should have conceded that very early on. That, like, yes, people are likely to, this is much better. Okay, this is much better. Because, yes, this is what I kept thinking, like, when Paul is talking about the fact that all of these people will use racism and use anti-Semitism way too much, Wick didn't even agree with him, and I think he was really looking for that. Like, he was really looking for that, like, agreement that at least he can admit tons of people throw around the term anti-Semitism just all willy-nilly sometimes, that that's totally unfair and unjustified, and that Wick didn't do that, and it was obvious. Like, that was kind of a, what you want to call it, like a Turing test for him.
Context to that word and where it comes from, that it very well may be that you do not meet that definition. However, hostility and discrimination against Jews has taken different forms over time. So I think it's much more accurate to call you anti-Zionist and anti-Judaic. You seem to have significant issues with the culture of Judaism. You seem to believe that the idea of chosenness leads oftentimes to Jewish supremacy of some sort. And so I think it's better to classify you as sort of anti-Judaic and anti-Zionist. I believe you when you say that you don't hate Jews on the basis of their race or ethnicity.
Okay, hold on. So the point about, say that part about Judaism leading to Jewish supremacy. Repeat that.
A core tenet of your belief seems to be that this concept of chosenness in Judaism leads oftentimes, has a strong connection, is upstream to the type of Jewish supremacism as you would classify it as. And I think that you paint too broad a brush with that, but is that an accurate representation of your beliefs?
Hold on. Do you think that's not true? I don't see how anyone could deny that, given, for example, Ben Gvir.
Yes, I deny that. I deny that people being the chosen people leads to Jewish supremacy, because there is this dichotomy within Christianity of where you either believe one of two things. It's only one of two. There are no other fucking options. You believe one of two things if you're a Christian. Either Jews are the chosen people or Christians are. That's it. That's it. There is only those two fucking options within Christianity. There's no other, like, oh, maybe Muslims are the chosen. No, it is either Jews are the chosen people or Christians are the chosen people. That's it. You got to pick one of the two. And do you think that all of the Christians who believe that they're the chosen people, that this leads to Christian supremacy or white supremacy, or, like, it doesn't, that you would have to, but he has said this before, that, like, Jews believing that they're the chosen people obviously has to lead to Jewish supremacy. No, No, it does not. Obviously, that's fucking stupid because you wouldn't say the same about Christians.
Here and the Jewish Power Party.
So I agree if you mean to the extent sort of what you and Wick were talking about, that like Jewish supremacism is obviously connected to Judaism in the same way that Islamism is obviously connected to Islam. If that's your point, then yes, of course.
Okay,
I
that
think
is my
my
point.
argument, then great, then we agree. My argument is that you are
You hear that, Wick?
Then shut the
You
fuck
fucking
up.
Yeah, you're
moron.
both wrong, but fair.
My argument is that you are painting with way too broad a brush. So I think you fundamentally misunderstand.
Wait, what was it?
Supremacism is obviously connected to Judaism in the same way that Islamism is obviously connected to Islam. If that's your point, then yes, of course.
Yes, of course. Of course. The fact that Wick denied this, it makes absolutely no fucking sense. And the fact that I thought he probably noticed right after he said this that he was wrong. And he's moving past it. The fact that just now he doubled down on this and said that they're fucking wrong. What the actual fuck? Like, Tally, the fucking brain power for you, right? In this, I would not, I totally, like, that would have triggered me so badly. I would have been like, you know what? Hold on, Paul. Wick, what the fuck? Like, I would not have been able to have continued on with, because this is like, I do think that, like, the you know, anti-Semitism shit and crap, like, to understand it, I think that the majority of normies won't understand this level of, like, talking about bigotry and things like that. Like, I think, like, past, you know, just saying somebody hates somebody, I think a lot of people just aren't capable of understanding those things. Whether or not Judaism is inherent to Jewish supremacy, this is 1 + 1 = 2. You don't have to be a fucking, you know, political person. You don't have to be you could be a normie. You can be a fucking toddler. Everybody understands. Jewish supremacy is that has a core component of Judaism, an inherent component. And Wick will use the term inherent all the fucking time for all this shit. But somehow this is not inherent. This Judaism to Jewish supremacy is not inherent. Like, what the fuck are we even talking? It's just, I would not have been able to have moved on with PF Jung until Wick admitted that 1 + 1 = 2.
Okay,
I
that is
think
my
my
point.
argument, then great, then we agree. My argument is that you are.
You hear that, Wick? You fucking
Yeah,
moron.
you're both wrong, but fair.
My argument is that you are painting with way too broad a brush. So I think you fundamentally misunderstand. I think you fundamentally misunderstand the concept of chosenness. And you're not alone in that, by the way. It's a very common sort of non-Jewish thing. And a lot of Jews feel alienated by this because they're thinking, especially in America, where you have largely secular Jews who maybe went to Hebrew school or went to temple, you know, on the high holy days. And they're thinking, sincerely, I've never been taught that I was better than anybody else. So I think that you have a misunderstanding of what chosenness entails, what it is supposed to mean, how the overwhelming majority of Jews interpret that. And I think you even paint too big of a brush of how big of an issue Jewish supremacy is in Israel, because Israel actually had a Jewish supremacist party, a Kahanist party, and they were kicked out of the Knesset. It was made illegal, this is the same law that prevented like Arab terrorist sympathizers from running for the Knesset. So I think that you are over-indexing for this Jewish supremacy, and I think you're seeing it where it does not exist, even though it does exist.
I accept. Those are absolutely perfectly plausible. I accept that.
I'm a
totally.
genius. It's because I'm Jewish.
Well, it's okay. See, Wick, can you leave? I'll just talk to Tally. This is I don't like you staring at me down there. This is, it's distracting me from a very productive conversation. So hold on both of those claims. What was the first one? I misunderstand the concept of chosenness. I certainly do not have the theological or even
Wait, let's
cultural
pause.
understanding that I
Can
could.
you wait? You talk about it a lot though, so it might be prudent for you to understand it, especially because you've made like several videos about like we need to talk about Jewish supremacy, right? This has been a highlight of yours in individual videos that you put out on your live streams and on your Substack. So why don't you just give a very brief? It doesn't need to be perfect. I'm not a Torah scholar, so that's not what I'm going to hold you to. What is your general layman's understanding of chosenness in Judaism?
Yeah. A true Torah scholar would argue about the definition of chosenness with another Torah scholar. The belief that Jews, by virtue of their descendancy, or what would it be, ancestry to Abraham, are entitled to a particular. Well, you're talking about the chosenness that I'm concerned about, the chosenness that I talk about.
I want to know what you
chosenness,
believe
what I
it to
mean.
mean, what you think it actually means, and I want you to be.
I
Hold on.
recognize that chosenness means many things, and I've said very
Well, I
specifically
want
that
you to
moderate
explain
interpretations.
Well, then I want you to explain what
Okay,
you
fair
think
enough.
it means. You
Yeah,
can
that's fair.
you can conclude with what you think the
Fair.
issues are, where your concerns are. But I want to hear what your understanding of chosenness
Okay,
is.
perfect. I'll give you the extreme version of chosenness and then the moderate version of chosenness. Is that fair? That covers the gamut.
That's beautiful. Yeah.
The moderate version of chosenness is the belief that Jews are to be a light unto the world and to bring essentially the kingdom of God down to earth. And that being chosen doesn't make anyone better than anyone. It just means they have a responsibility spiritually that is different from a non-Jew. That's in the simplest sense what chosenness means. And I do believe that is the interpretation of chosenness that the overwhelming of certainly American Jews have. Israel, I don't know there's no way to assess.
No, of course there's a way to assess, right? We can assess the levels of religiosity. We can literally like go in and see what they're learning in their schools, what they're teaching in their synagogues. This is absolutely possible to assess. And that is it almost okay.
Well,
So,
fine, fair enough. But hold on, and fair enough. But let me just to round out my point. Yes, so 100%. Do you is that moderate version the lame? I mean, I don't view anything wrong with that. I suppose I view it like theologically false the same way I view other religious beliefs that I'm not a religion of as theologically false, but I don't think those are bad or inherent or like somehow fundamentally wrong. I do regard the extreme version of chosenness.
I'm going to respond to you. Then.
Okay. Yeah.
So that's not the moderate version. That is essentially just what it means. And to take it one step further, I understand.
Correct. That is just what it means. Like, yes, that's why I'm saying it's either that like Christians are the chosen people or Jews are the chosen people. There's no fucking in between here. And like this is for anybody, within Judeo-Christian religions that like this is it. Like it's one of the two. But to ignore all the Christians who believe that they're the fucking chosen people and then believe that there's all these Jewish supremacists just because they believe they're the chosen people seems obviously discriminatory.
Understand what you're saying. You might theologically disagree because you don't see the Jews as the light unto the nations, right? You have a different theological prescription for your life and what you believe is accurate and true and holy. Yeah. That's great. It's not just that Jews believe that by dint of their ancestry that they are a light to people, that other people are sort of blessed to be in their presence. In fact, it's not by dint of ancestry. So it is true that you are Jewish if your mother is Jewish, and that is how we count you as Jewish. But Judaism, for thousands of years, is a tribal people that you can join. And when you are accepted as a Jew by the Jewish community, it is our belief as Jews that your soul was there with us at Mount Sinai, that you are just as Jewish in every way, shape, and form. We do not make these specifications on blood quantum because we believe that there is...
Jason Watlington tipped $12. I see the donor class has already visited tonight.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you, Jason, for the $12. Let's go. Sheesh. Thank you, good sir.
Something in your genetics.
Hey, shut up, Tally. Fucking shit. Thank you for the $12. W's in chat, guys. W's in the fucking chat. Fucking shit, dude. I can't get a word in.
Or in your ancestry that makes you more holy or more light. That is just literally, it is a Judaism, and the Jews predate our modern concept of religion. Now, I know people hear that and they're like, oh, here we go with the Jewish exceptionalism again. They're trying to make themselves different. Well, we can call it Jewish exceptionalism, but it's just sort of a fact. Jews are one of many minority groups from that region. We are the only one basically who has successfully regained our sovereignty, right? You have the Yazidis and the Coptic Christians and the Maronites and lots of the different Persian minorities and the Kurds and all of these people who have not yet achieved their sovereignty. But we come from a group of people that has been around for thousands of years, that were a tribal people, a group bound to a region before the concept of Judaism and the religion was even sort of a thing. The people predate the religion that we see as Judaism. So yes, it's true that there is a lineage component, an ancestral component to being Jewish. However, it has never only been that. There is no sort of caste system where if someone doesn't have full Jewish DNA or something like that, where they are not accepted. That doesn't exist. So it has nothing to do with inheritance by birth.
Well, and people can convert. Now it is like kind of somewhat frowned upon. It's not common. It is like but it is allowed. It's just considered like, you know, it's hard to explain, but it's considered like something you deal with.
And it's not that you have some God imbued you with some light. You were chosen for the responsibilities. You were chosen to keep the covenant with God, to uphold the 613 commandments. So again, if anything, now many, especially religious Jews, will tell you that, well, you know, this burden to uphold the commandments, it's a privilege really, right? Because they enjoy, you know, being Jewish is very important to them. They see it as a privilege to be able to.
Yeah, as I don't want to say frowned upon, but it's frowned upon is not the right way of saying it, but like even just saying it's just difficult also I wouldn't say is the right word either. Yeah, I'm not sure.
To engage in their faith in this way, but you are a light unto the nations when you do these 613 rules. It is not believed that by dint of birth, by dint of bloodline, by dint of ancestry, that you are somehow above other people. And again, you are not alone in this misunderstanding. This misunderstanding does not prove malice as far as I'm concerned. But I am eager to see what you will do with this more nuanced understanding that is the overwhelming predominant understanding by Jews.
Are you reading off? Hold on. Are you reading off a script right now?
I'm not reading anything, no.
Okay, all right. That's very elegant.
Here's
I mean, Jewish, and you're not having these conversations with Jewish people who are actually meaningfully Jewish.
I think that
meaningfully Jewish. Oh shit! Oh shit! She just did it. She just did it. She's like, yeah, I'm one of the real ones, not one of those other guys. Not one of those fake motherfuckers that we were just talking about a second ago that are totally allowed and normal. We don't treat them any differently.
Hold on. Oh, excuse me, Wick. You brought on your superior. I would like to talk to you now, or I'd like to talk to the person who is clearly more informed in these issues than you.
There's important context that needs to be added.
Ty, you want to go to my stream? I'll start a new stream, and you and I can talk.
No, let Wick speak. He's my buddy.
Okay, this is I get where Tali's coming at here, right? I understand like the kind of like tactic that she's taken. But I don't think that this is going to meaningfully change how P.F. Jung engages with his audience or with the subject.
I agree. I agree. But
yeah, she's not talking about overall. She's pointing out one thing that could be considered anti-Semitic from him. That, again, like this is how you would go about it. Like this is one point that would say, yes, this is something that you're engaging in. That doesn't mean that you necessarily have this like hardcore bias against Jews, but you do seem to be like spreading misinformation and about Jews that would obviously make people harbor some sort of animus against them. And so like that is the point that's being made. And then you can make a bunch of these points to then say, this is why somebody would say that you're engaging in anti-Semitism. But the problem is that, again, from the beginning, Wick did say anti-Semite, not doing things that are anti-Semitic. So there's that complication still.
Yes, I think what it's going to do is he's going to allow himself to think, well, she wasn't as mean to me as Wick, so she doesn't think I'm as anti-Semitic as Wick does. And while you think you would classify
that's
as
true, I do believe that.
Zionist or
it did just start.
To be clear, I do believe that. I do. But Wick is clearly uninformed and hasn't proven anything. You are clearly informed, so I take your criticism more seriously.
What did I say that was wrong?
You didn't know if Chris was Jewish or not. That removes you from
knowing whether a
but Paul,
politician is Jewish or not.
No,
not
but this is,
quantify whether I know about
Wick.
anti-Semitism or not.
Wick,
Why would
to be fair, Wick, to be fair,
one
Paul
instance in a broader mosaic.
Paul is just too influenced by his hero Tucker Carlson, who believes that the way to win these types of arguments is to get into pedantic gotcha conversations about size of population or the particular religiosity of a
all
certain.
First off,
and by the way,
I'm getting real sick of Tucker Carlson as of late. I'll tell you that. Okay. It's a little. He's a little too propagandistic even for me at this point. Okay.
Oh, as a late, even for him.
Anyway, hold on. Let's address some of what you said there. It was a lot. So, and it was a while ago now, and we had to deal with Wick's whole side tangent. So the point about being Jewish has nothing to do with bloodline, right? Is that more? I believe you said nothing to do with.
It is that.
Wick's like, if I'm not involved in this conversation, I'm just gonna black them out of the screen. Fuck them. They're both talking about me like I'm not even here, and now Tally's even proven me wrong on shit, so...
Chosenness has nothing to do with
okay,
bloodline.
Fine.
Correct.
Okay. My understanding is that the right of return or right to return, I think it's a right of return law in Israel, is based...
He's pulling a me where anytime he's not centered on the... He doesn't have everything centered on the screen. I cover his face up. Why? Here it is. Oh, no, wait, this isn't it either. Hold on. Shit. Okay. Well, I hate my life now.
On the Nuremberg laws,
Why?
right? Which was
Yes, but why? We all know what yes, we all know, correct. But so
yeah,
why?
because the
why
Nazis wanted to we needed a way to classify who was Jewish and who was not. And so they did these blood charts that said if you got, I don't know exactly what it was, but if it was like one grandma and one grandparent.
Hold on, Paul. You don't believe, hold on. You don't believe that Israel used the Nuremberg laws as their classification because the Nazis had just like put it into a chart and the Jews couldn't handle the math of figuring out a better way to calculate it.
No,
right?
They said if it was good enough to kill us, it's good enough to give us rights.
Okay, there we go. Thank you. So that's much more important, right? Okay, exactly.
I was getting to
so
that.
The right of return, yes, but framing matters, right, Paul? Because it's not that like, well, the Nazis already figured out a system and Israel was a young state. They had a lot to do. So they just said, you know, we'll go with this.
I was getting to that. I wasn't saying that that Israel are Nazis because they use the same thing as the Nazis or something like that.
I didn't accuse you of that. I didn't accuse you of that.
Okay.
That wasn't even my point. But
okay, but the reason I bring that up is because if we say, what does it mean to be Jewish? Well, this gets into like a philosophy of language. Like, well, what it means to be something depending on the effect it has in the world. And we could say, well, politically, what is the most salient part of Jewish identity? Well, it's like, well, does the state of Israel? Okay, can you
depends on the
stop talking?
effect you have on the world.
I was trying to find. I remember him tweeting out a while ago where he was mad that I had posted a. I had reviewed his stream and covered up his face the entire time. And that's what I was trying to find the fucking post because he posted I think it was a screenshot of it. But yeah, it's not coming up for some reasons.
Yeah.
Can you stop talking?
No. Okay.
If the state of Israel is willing to offer you citizenship,
it was multiple streams, right? It was multiple streams. It was, and I said earlier that like I literally numerous people told me that he complained to them about the fact that I did this. Like he was actually annoyed by it.
we could say that's a pretty good definition of whether or not someone's Jewish, because this has
I thought it was a good meme. I thought it was funny, but
legal and political implications that are written into law.
So you understand that.
It does have to do with birth to some degree.
So, but again, you're missing the point where I never disputed that Judaism or being part of the Jewish tribe, the Jewish community has an aspect of it that has to do with lineage. I said chosenness does not have to do with blood. You'll recall that is what I said, correct? When you asked for the clarification. This was about 2 minutes ago.
It's not entirely with blood, but it's partly with blood, because it does chosenness passes from mother to son.
No, it's not that it's partly with, no, it's not. Again, the chosenness is if you are chosen to uphold the covenant with God, which entails upholding the 613 commandments. So one way that you might fall into this group of people who are tasked with upholding this covenant with God is by dint of blood. Another way is by dint of conversion. So just to take that one step further, you are correct that according to the state of Israel, if you would have met Hitler's blood quantum, then you are classified as Jewish enough for the state of Israel, and you can essentially almost nearly automatically be granted, even though the process doesn't happen overnight, you can nearly automatically be granted citizenship to the state of Israel. I agree with you. There's nothing, it would be silly to argue with that because it's true. So can Jewish converts. If you are properly converted, and that means not that you're like, you live in Brooklyn and your interest in Judaism is via the anti-Zionist group that you hang out with at the coffee shop, and you go to the local Reform synagogue where they have a Palestinian flag outside. There are no Jewish courts who are going to recognize that person as Jewish for the purposes of immigration. However, converts can absolutely immigrate to Israel, and they do. So it's not blood is one way how we can determine who fits into this population.
This is an important meta question here.
Sure.
Are you Reformed, Orthodox, secular?
I'm Jewish.
Okay.
Just ask me the question. We'll get there. I'll make any caveat that's necessary.
But here's why I ask. I spent a lot of time talking to different Christians of different denominations. And there really is no such thing as Christian, because every denomination views each other as Christian.
Judaism doesn't have denominations in this same way, though. So it's different from like Christianity versus Catholicism. Like those are going to be different lines than between levels of observation within Judaism.
Okay, but theological interpretation certainly
you can have
vary.
Catholics. Yes, sort of, but not in the same way. It's like saying you can have Catholics who go to mass twice a year on Christmas and Easter, and you have the super devout Catholics, right? Who I don't know, that we see on Twitter all the time, for example. So yes, you can have huge differences in their level of observance and also in their beliefs with regard to scripture. But those differences are not the same as, like, denomination is in some ways an imprecise term to describe these differences.
Okay, fine. We can use school of thought. But the reason I'm asking this is because there are obviously, for example, like
it is imprecise, because as I've talked about this a bunch, like a large portion of Christians do not consider Catholics Christians. Like they're just not Christians. They add in so much other shit. They pray to priests. They have like all of these weird like ritualistic things that they do. They don't pray to priests. They have priests forgive their sins instead of like God forgiving their sins. They believe that like they'll pray to saints. They pray to Mary. They believe that when you eat the bread and drink the wine, that like it literally becomes Jesus's actual flesh when you put it in your mouth. Like, not that it's like representative of that, but that it literally becomes God's flesh or Jesus's flesh when you do this. The Pope has the ability to decide who does and doesn't get into heaven. Like, you mean every non-Catholic aren't Christians? No, that they believe that like the Catholic tradition has moved away from what was initially stated to be Christianity. The Catholic Church grew into different traditions and different things, to where eventually corruption and Gaul changed so many different things. So it doesn't matter that like Catholicism was the first to do it in name, because in tradition they changed drastically over time. So
religious Zionist.
And on top of that, they Jesus Christ, hearing these 200-year-old religions calling Catholics fake Christians. Yeah, it's about like what the actual Bible says, and that Christianity is about like the idea of being a Christian to everybody is that you have to get saved in order to be a Christian. So that's like the definition for Protestants is that, or not Protestants. Well, yeah, I guess Protestants, that you have to get saved in order to go to heaven. Whereas lots of Catholics don't believe that you have to get saved. And so if that's your definition of what a Christian is somebody who has been saved and somebody who believes Jesus died for their sins, that like they have to ask for forgiveness in order to go, like that, if that's something that Catholics don't believe in, then like they just wouldn't meet the definition of Christian. So
party. Oh, forget party, just religious is not like people who believe that. You said Judaism.
Catholics wrote the Bible? No, they didn't. They decided what was in the Bible. You fucking moron. They didn't write the Bible. What do you mean? You thought they wrote the Bible? You thought they all just sat there and wrote it?
Like Judaism supports or necessitates or theologically justifies the state of Israel, right? A Jewish state, right? That is clearly, quick.
I didn't think he was going to answer that. He's going to say fucking morons again.
To clarify, that is a real thing, right? There are religious Jews who use their religion to justify the existence of the state of Israel, correct? And justify support for it.
Yes.
Right? Okay,
they
but
make
they're
up
also...
the minority. They make up the minority of people who are making arguments in support of the state of Israel. But yeah, certainly. And also, wait, let me take that a step further. Many of those people who would accurately fit into that group don't argue from those principles, right? Like you could take someone like Yishai Fleischer, for example, who's a pretty controversial
Nick Fuentes
figure.
of the Jews.
He is a religious Zionist.
Would
absolutely.
you think he's the Nick Fuentes of the Jews?
No.
Are you kidding me?
No.
He's racist. He's funny. He's talented. That's literally Nick Fuentes to a T.
No. Nick is much more talented and funny than Yishai Fleischer. But
okay, all right, that's fine.
Yeah, no. So Yishai Fleischer,
you should
religious.
Your show to Tali. You should have her be like the guest host on like when you're not here.
We are
co-host.
Used to.
She is one of my co-hosts. Yes.
Look at me. Yeah. Look at me. I'm already offering such great suggestions. They've already been made manifest. It's incredible.
Yes. But so most of those people will not even make the argument from a. It's sort of like that is their privately held belief. They believe it strongly, but that is not the only argument to make. Like, and so even that I think is to an extent a straw man, because even many of the people who you could accurately place in that group, that is not even the basis that they would make any argument for the validity of the state of Israel or their support for Zionism.
Give me 45 seconds to assert my frame, and then you can pick it apart. There is clearly significant theological division within Judaism, so much so that you have the what is the Orthodox anti-Israel, anti-Zionist sect? What's the most prominent one?
Well, the most prominent one is like Satmar, but you're talking about like the extremists, right? Well, I can't remember. The Neturei Karta.
I think that's one. But anyway, they're clearly there's some sizable.
That's it. The Neturei Karta are about like I think something like 5,000 people globally. So they're a tiny sect. Those are the ones that you see in Brooklyn, like marching at all of the pro-Palestine rallies. That's the Neturei Karta. They are essentially the Jewish version.
And then how many
of
was
Islamists, right?
Okay, and then what was the?
And then And then Satmar is the much larger Hasidic sect. Even within Satmar Jews, there's some differentiation. Some would be sort of more non-Zionist, as in like that's not an emphasis for them. But the where you're going to see the most anti-Zionist Jews who are like actually considered Jewish by the global Jewish community is going to be in Satmar Jews.
Okay, well, I would just point out that is
Those are also, by the way, the Jews who they're
Mantis, check your DMs.
like leading scholar and rabbi abandoned the Jews during the Holocaust, and then went on to say that it was because the Jews who died in the Holocaust, that it was the Jews who were not upholding the 613 commandments and not obeying God's law, that God punished the Jews with the Holocaust. So this is a controversial group within Jews. This is not a mainstream sect for your
Netanyahu said Al-Hajj Husseini, what was his name, gave Hitler the idea to burn the Jews, and the Holocaust was actually a Muslim's idea.
Yeah, which is obviously not true. More accurate would say Hajj Amin al-Husseini, you got his name wrong. The more accurate would be to say that he was thrilled to join Hitler, that he literally traveled to Europe, that he helped recruit Muslims to go fight for the Nazis. So he was an enthusiastic supporter. He was hoping to bring the final solution to the Middle East. They actually were able to start setting up some camps in the Middle East, but luckily the majority of the Jews in the Middle East were not killed by the Holocaust. So he failed in that regard. And Netanyahu, yes, that was a cynical characterization and not an accurate one. But the connect of Hajj Amin al-Husseini and the Palestinian movement of the time to Hitler and the Nazis is just a clear-cut historical fact.
Yeah,
Do you dispute that?
No, of course not. Of course not. He met with Hitler. There's pictures of him meeting with Hitler.
He didn't just meet with Hitler, right? He was recruiting Muslims.
But the fact that he met with Hitler is clearly reason to believe that everything you said is true.
Sure.
So hold on. I guess we've got kind of lost on this. I don't think that if someone is Jewish and they believe in what I believe is a moderate pro-social interpretation of chosenness, I don't think that's in any way a problem. And I actually think people who regard Jewish people who think that as a
again, this is something that I've gone off about. I wish I could go find clips because there's been, as she said, he's mentioned this numerous times, and in a lot of the videos that we've reviewed here, I've absolutely gone off about him saying this shit because it drives me so fucking crazy that he acts like that means that they're necessarily Jewish supremacists by believing that they're the chosen people. And I actually don't know of like Jewish of them being the chosen people ever leading to Jewish supremacy. Like I do know of similar to like white supremacy and the way that white supremacists think of themselves and the way that they think of like, oh, we have higher IQs and we're more successful and we have better jobs and we have like, we've overcome so much. Like I do know of that sort of like Jewish supremacy, but I don't know of the like, oh, we're the chosen people, therefore I don't know of that. And the fact that he kept using that as the thought process just made absolutely no sense to me.
a problem as anti-Semitic, actually, unlike the way Whick uses the term. And my
but how would that be?
enemy,
Wait. That doesn't actually even fit your definition because your definition is based on the person's ethnicity as a Jew. So that wouldn't. That would be anti-Judaic.
And
which again is
that they
my
are,
point. Like,
again,
fine.
as
And
he
I'm
said,
also okay.
a political
I'm
enemy.
okay with making those.
Yeah, so
and I'm okay with making
the definition,
those distinctions.
Now
Now
the
you're
majority,
you're merging.
because
Judy stretching.
Well, all definitions are going to be imperfect, and the fact that there are some non-ethnic.
Okay. Keep going. This is
Can
going
you,
great for
can
you.
you
man.
mute
Go
yourself?
ahead.
Can you mute yourself?
Yeah, Whick, on your own fucking show, you're gonna always ruin the fucking content. Why can't you? Just kidding. I'm just kidding.
The fact that there are non-ethnic converts to Judaism.
No, I'm just kidding. Seriously, I'm just kidding though. For real though.
Course of reality. There's no definition of outside of Platonic forms, there's no definition of anything that will be true in all circumstances. Definitions are always fuzzy around the edges. And there are Jewish converts whose chosenness was not inherited by blood. The vast majority of like in the way that you're drawing a distinction between most Jews and the small number of extremists who criticize Israel, there's also the majority of Jews who are
overwhelming majority of Jews are not converts.
And the overwhelming majority of people who are considered Jewish are done so via blood, not conversion.
Yes, correct.
Okay,
It's,
so
it's not done so by a blood, right? But yes, that is how they are
Right, so
counted.
I'm speaking-
that is where that
so-
inheritance comes from.
Right. So my definition of having viewing people of Jewish blood as the political enemy and focusing on the immutable characteristic of that is a pretty good definition. It's not perfect because you pointed out there's converts, but that doesn't blow up the whole definition. It's sort of like
No, it does. Wait, yes, it does, because that is the. Oh my goodness, holy shit! He's literally doing the thing that he was just acting like a minute ago. So like, if you're gonna say, hey, in order for it to be anti-Semitism, it has to apply to Jews. When I'm saying Zog, I'm just saying Zionist. That doesn't just apply to Jews. That applies to a whole bunch more people. So you're saying I'm anti-Semitic for something that applies to a whole lot more people than just Jews. That's the same thing here, where you're saying, oh, well, I mean, the fact that I think it's about bloodline doesn't mean that just because it's not about bloodline doesn't mean that it's not the same thing. Yes, it does. It literally, like definitionally, totally fucking changes everything.
definition of male and female. Like
Well,
there's
no, but
hermaphrodite.
it sort
like,
of
it's
does,
true.
right? Because in that instance, the issue that you're saying those people are taking issue with some type of religious doctrine or religious belief. So arguably, it has nothing to do. Arguably, in fact, those people would make grand exclusions for Jews who
Yeah,
don't
but-
identify with Judaism, who would reject chosenness and reject their covenant with God. This is again like there are
Wait,
actually
say that again?
meaningful. Someone who you just classified it as anti-Semitic because, okay, yeah, there are converts, but really most of them aren't converts. So for the sake of this, we can say that they're talking mostly about people who inherited this by blood. But their criticism is about chosenness, which is an aspect of the religiosity, right? And those people that you're talking about
Not separable.
would
You
very
pointed out those are not separable. You cannot separate chosenness, the ideology, from the ethnicity. Like you said, this
No, of
predates
course I
religion
did.
and ideology.
No. But hold on. But you're conflating sort of two things. Like there are different ends of this, right? So there's the person who's making the claim, and then there's like the Jew on the other end of it, right? So yes, it's true that Jews are not going to make this distinction. But the person that you are just now accused of potential anti-Semitism very likely would make a distinction. They would say, well, any Jew who doesn't believe in this supremacy chosen nonsense, I'm good with them. That person, right?
That is not what the actual anti-Semites say. They say
Not-
all
no.
Jews are philo-Semitic, and it's
See-
in their blood.
But so Paul, now I think you're just painting with
Wait, what did you just say?
with them. That
No,
person,
no,
right?
That is not what the actual anti-Semites say. They say all
no.
Jews are philo-Semitic, and it's in their blood.
But so Paul, now
I don't know what he's saying. What is he saying? All Jews are fucking Semitic? What is he saying? Philosemitic, okay.
now I think you're just painting with, maybe this is getting back to your conversation with Whick, then perhaps you're using
God,
way
don't
too
bring that up.
way too narrow of a definition here, right? Because there are obviously
Far too
people
narrow,
who will make some, and in fact, like in Nazi Germany, right? They made distinctions. They made caveats and carve outs. In before anti-Semitism, even the inception of the term anti-Semitism, what you know where the word comes from? The ideology sort of comes from?
Right, Ted Cruz?
So it's not a
Good
gotcha. I
callback,
will
Whick.
just happily explain it. So this came from, this was like almost a revolution in thought. They believed that when they formed this ideology of anti-Semitism, they were explicit that they were getting rid of the old bigoted hatred of the past of their parents' generation, right? They were no longer going to discriminate against people on the basis of their religion. This was just a much more scientific way of understanding, right? That the Jews, there is some sort of racial inferiority. This is different from anti-Judaism. And so you can have lots of people who are arguably like Tucker Carlson, right? Who at
Wait,
least
do you
that's the
believe?
spiel
Hold on.
that he makes.
I would say. So anti-Juda are you saying anti-Judaism and anti-Semitism are morally equivalent, or what? Like, I think it's perfectly fine for people to be anti-Islam or anti-Christian.
I agree with you.
Yeah, like.
Wait, okay. If you're like against a religion, it's about the discriminatory factor. Like, if you're against religions because you don't believe in them and you think they're all stupid or you think they're all harmful, that's fine. If you think that if you're a religious person and you think that all other religions are wrong, then that's fine. But attacking people based on that aspect is different, and discriminating against them based on that aspect is different. So this is like when all the Groypers run around doing their Christ is King thing and then being like, every knee will bow, you fucking Jew, Christ is King. And then afterwards you're like, yo, that you're obviously being anti-Semitic. And they're like, what? No, I'm not. I'm a Christian. Obviously, as a Christian, I believe every knee will bow. Like, every tongue will confess. That's what we believe. What are you talking about? That's just normal part of being Christian. That's just my belief. Like, well, you're using it as an attack on this person. You're not just saying you disagree with them philosophically. You're like attacking them for their belief and then making yours like superior. And obviously, but you can just believe they're like, yes, you're correct, they're wrong. You can be superior in that aspect of just right and wrong, but you're using it as this lesser than, greater than sort of comparison to say like they're bad because of this and you're superior because of this. Like, that's different, right? So attacking somebody or that's a discrimination sort of aspect, whereas just believing and just arguing the philosophy, just arguing what's right and wrong, or just stating what you believe, like, that is a totally different thing. And so this is like Destiny will say often, like, yeah, I just believe. Obviously, I don't like Islam. I fucking hate religions. Like, yeah, that makes sense. You hate Islam because you hate religions. You don't hate Islam because you hate Islam. You don't hate Islam because of Islamic people, or you hate Islam because of the ideology. You hate it because you think it's wrong. You think you're an atheist. But that's when we're talking about people who don't, like, they're atheists, but they don't ever talk about Christianity. They don't ever talk about any other fucking religion, but they love talking about fucking Judaism and how dumb this is and how wrong this is and how evil this is. Like, there's a discriminatory factor there.
Atheists claim that Christianity and Islam are mind virus. So if I said Judaism's a mind.
Okay, I need somebody. Ham Flask, are you here? I need some help. I need somebody who will actually answer my questions and not just pretend that they answer my questions. I need to make it to where this takes off and drops off the fucking inventory by itself. Now, I put this here to try to get it to go up, but I honestly don't understand how the fuck this works. And so I'm trying to make it, I put auto request missing construction materials, but that does this instead. And so I'm trying to make it to where it'll bring these things up. Yes, I got the fucking science. I didn't leave, and I killed some fucking worms, and I gained all this territory over here. And I've set all of this shit up. Last night, I was getting ready to leave. I was getting ready to leave this planet. I built this fucking silo, and I was getting ready to leave. And then I
Figured it out. Right at the last second. Figured it out. Got all the fucking lava going. And have now been pumping this shit out. You got to turn on automatic on the rocket. This, but every time I do this, it empties it out. Every time I turn on automatic requests from space platform, it won't put anything in. Yes, the bots should load the rocket. Well, I don't have any fucking bots. I've done all of the shit everywhere without bots. All of my fucking planets, no bots. All of this, no bots. All of this, no bots. So, but do I have shit that's loading it here? Does it have to be bots? Is that the only way you can do it is with bots? Well, I think I can figure it out. Let's let this play for a little bit, and then if you're still around in a little bit, if I haven't figured it out, I'll pull you on. Thank you, Jason.
Virus. That's not inherently anti-Semitic.
I understand why it's gonna like rub a lot of people the wrong way, but let me engage with
Right,
that.
because
Give me a
that's
second.
what Richard
Hold
Dawkins
on,
and
hold
Sam
on.
Harris will say about
Sure.
Christianity.
Yes. So let me you can tear this apart if you would like to, but
No,
again, I agree with you.
enjoy our productive conversation here.
Wonderful. So insofar as this is, when I say privately held belief, I don't mean that you have to keep it secret. I don't mean that you shouldn't be able to share these things. But insofar as this is like, you know, the way that you view the world, there's obviously nothing wrong with that. It's when it imposes essentially on Jews, when it discriminates against Jews. And so again, believing
Liberals always lose, they say, while conveniently forgetting about 2020. It's not even just forgetting about 2020. It's that, like, if you're saying liberals always lose, obviously liberals have won more than Republicans, more than anybody else, and then it's normally leftists who say this, who literally never win anything ever. Like, it's literally fucking nothing. I just read chat and forgot what I was. Oh yeah. So just until, you know, they get like 10 people in the Congress, and now they're like, oh, liberals always lose. You guys got 10 out of like 500 people. What the fuck? you get 10 people, and now it's, oh, liberals can't ever win. You guys can never win. Y'all never win. What do you mean? You guys never won anything. Liberals, even when they lose, they still win the fucking popular vote. Like, what the fuck are we talking about here?
that religion is stupid, that religion, you know, what's the word, like anesthetizes people, right? And all of this, you can have those beliefs about lots of religions, maybe even just one religion or two religions in particular, and that wouldn't necessarily make you like a bigot of some form. What I'm trying to draw out in these distinctions, because again, I think it's useful to talk about these distinctions. I think there are Jewish scholars who, again, if you're interested in this, which maybe you should be, Paul, not that you have to be, but you seem to want to pay a lot of attention to this topic. And
Do you
so
know
if
why?
are
You said you watched my
interested,
videos. Have you seen me talk about the personal issue for me?
that you've seen, a bunch of people in your life get completely eaten by the mind virus that is anti-Semitism. I have heard you talk about it.
Okay,
Absolutely.
okay.
Yes.
Do you
Paul,
believe
I'm
me
actually
that's
a
my
former
actual
fan. I do believe you, yeah.
Do you believe that's my motivation?
I don't know that that's your motivation for talking about this right now, but I believe that that is true and that you mean it.
Well, then what do you mean you don't believe it's my motivation for talking about it right now?
I don't know that your belief, I don't know. Perhaps it's just that I can't look into your soul. I don't know
You
that, like,
can't. I'm
because
asking. you to
Sure.
your
But
honest
like,
opinion.
so here's why I'm saying I don't know that I believe that all of this is attributable to that, because you had been talking about that fact well before you became nearly singularly focused on Israel and Zionism. Would you agree?
I talked about the fact that I have family that went down this rabbit hole.
That you lost friends and family, yeah, to a brain worm that you found nearly
Yeah.
impossible to claw them out of. You've been
Yeah.
talking about that for years, well before you had this almost singular focus
I
on
believe that.
Zionism and Israel. Yeah. So
And
again,
wh- and
so no,
what
to
is
me it
and what
doesn't
is-
exactly explain. I don't know. I'm not gonna make those attributions.
Hold on,
Paul.
but I've explained. What is your assessment of why I became more focused on this issue as of late?
Just say it, Tali. Be brave. You don't have to be
Well,
polite.
it's not about not being. No, it's not about not being brave.
Wick, I'm gonna fucking.
Okay, I'll say it.
I'm gonna come down there.
This is okay, I kind of wanted to do this in my opening spiel, but my opening spiel was already too long. I think you've been bitten by the bug and you can't see
Yes.
it. I think that you are inside of this now and you're unable
Correct.
to recognize it
That's
to a
fair.
certain
Hold on.
extent.
That's fair. That's one. I'm asking. That's one hypothesis. It could be true. I'm not saying that. I'm not fighting you.
It could be
I mean, I don't
partially
understand
true.
what-
This could be a multifactorial
I'm
thing.
asking
right?
you what is.
Factorio. I love that game. Yeah, it's. I do think that there is like a combination for a lot of people where there are based as fuck. Tally. Just by the way, well done. So yeah, so this is like everything that I was needing before. This is. I'm so glad this happened because this is so much more satisfying. I thought I was going to be left with fucking blue balls in this debate. So, like obviously, there can be very like justified reasons for having issues with the state of Israel, with Zionists, with what's happening with like the war. Like you can have all sorts of real justifications for why you have issues here, but it doesn't mean that you're not also doing the thing. And so this is I've said this tons of times about lots of these leftists, is that it is very common that it seems like they start off with this like real justification and then go down this rabbit hole of falling into every fucking trope and like repeating all of the tropes about Jews and repeating all of these neo-Nazi talking points, because once they went into the anti-Zionist lane, there was a whole fucking infrastructure set up for them already, with all of the words, all the rhetoric, all the people. They were all fucking there. It was all set up and ready for them to just jump in and swim. But that infrastructure was created by fucking neo-Nazis. The fucking neo-Nazis have been there the whole time because they hated fucking Jews. They had an issue with Jews. And so they were able to just really, everything that had anything to do with Jews, they hated. Which includes Israel, obviously. Which includes Israel. And so the fact that Israel was part of this, they built all of this shit about hating Jews and Israel. And so the two were very much like conjoined. And that doesn't mean that all anti-Zionist sentiments are necessarily anti-Semitic, but it does mean that yes, once you kind of get into these communities, you start getting into the research, you start looking at, earlier we kept listening to HASAN reference anti-Zionism as a philosophy. We kept hearing him say like this is a core component of Zionism. This is a core component of it. Like it is this whole philosophy of anti-Zionism that you're buying into. You're buying into this whole religion. And so yes, once you get there, it's all fucking built and ready for you. And it was built by fucking neo-Nazis. So in order for you to engage in this ethically, responsibly, truthfully, you have to make sure that you're separating any sort of anti-Zionist sentiment that you have from all of this other rhetoric and tropes and, conspiracy theories and all of that other shit. Something that Anna and Jank seem to be completely incapable of.
these two people went down the fucking rabbit hole. And they were like the kids in Charlie's Chocolate Factory. They went in and just jumped straight into the fucking chocolate pond. And now they got stuck in the tubes.
What is your assessment of my reasoning for why I care about this issue?
I just answered because I think you've been bitten by the bug too. So I think you are in the process of.
I love Anna. Anna is one of the dumbest motherfuckers out there. That is embarrassing. You should not say that out loud. Even if it's true, I would recommend you never say that out loud. Anna is one of the dumbest people alive. And I would highly recommend not loving Anna. I would highly recommend hating her, actually. Wait, what is your profile picture? Okay. It looked like some racist shit for a second, but okay.
Derangement.
Yeah, no.
One might call it anti-Semitism.
Okay, Zip it. That's your explanation for why I'm focusing on the issue.
That was
Derangement.
Yeah, no.
One might call it anti-Semitism.
Okay, Zip it. That's your explanation for why I'm focusing on the issue of Israel and Jewish identity. I'm asking you, based on what you've seen of mine, can you steel man my explanation for why I care about this issue?
Yes.
Okay.
You're not going to like this either, but because again, it's going to come with a criticism. I think you're doing it because you have lost the plot of your political mission and the mission with your channel. I think it's essentially hold on, hear me out. I'm going to flesh it out. Let me flesh it out. I think it's an inversion. I think it's an inversion of what the purported goals of your political movement and channel are, which was something that again drew me to you and was why I was a fan. I'm someone who comes from the left. I've moved to the right. I don't really call myself a centrist or anything anymore. I've moved to the right, but I'm a lesbian Jew, okay, covered in tattoos. I'm good with lots of the liberal stuff. That's okay.
So every lesbian Jew is what I do.
Exactly. I made all of the caveats that are necessary.
She's a lesbian Jew that's married to Ryan Mulally? That's crazy.
My biggest frustration that I had when I felt like I could still try to influence people on the left, still trying to be within the left, whatever, was that there are just these things that you're not allowed to say, you're not allowed to question, you're not allowed to talk about. And my thesis, I think, was similar to yours, which is when we only allow the retards and the bigots to have the conversation, we're not getting anywhere. We need sensible, mature, responsible adults in the room to have these difficult conversations and not allow it to bleed into, censorship because that's mean and hurts my feelings, or just actual outright bigotry and hatred that's not conducive to a country, to a cohesive society, right? I think that was the goal of your channel, and that was a goal that I believed that I shared with you. You went for, and part of this you explicated. So now this was your shift from, what were your different fucking centrist labels, Paul? Help me out here.
Enlightened centrist.
Dark centrism.
You went from
centrist.
You went from your enlightened centrism
I started
to
hanging out with
radical
more black
centrism.
people, so now I called it to dark centrism. Yeah.
So, and I actually think that's sort of part of where you lost your way. Part of the almost the beginning of where I think I noticed it. Give me Paul. Just let me do it. Just let me do it. Okay.
Okay. Hold on. Just be clear. You are taking 80% of the time, and you're not addressing specifically what I asked you twice.
It was a steel man.
Okay. I'm still just trying to get there. I'm just I'm a talker. This much is I can certainly concede to that I am a mic hog and I will talk over people. I think your mission sort of shifted from I want to take the ideas that are true and salient from these different groups and make them digestible and palatable and like, you know, whatever, and get them through, have a reasonable conversation about these things to but forget the crazy people, right? I'm going to take the talking points away from the crazy people. That seems to have flipped at a certain point where you went to saying, well, actually, critical support for Nick Fuentes, even though you were making these concessions, which maybe you believe them. Maybe you were being pressured into it to a certain extent of like, of course, I think he's a dirty racist. Look at this. You made your whole video after you have your struggle sessions, right, about your support for Nick Fuentes. And you're saying, you know, yes, I agree. There's
Well
all
said.
of these terrible things about Nick Fuentes.
Yeah.
However, he is right now the strongest driver of anti-Zionist sentiment on the right. And for better or for worse, that is the most important. You said that is essentially the most pressing issue in American politics right now. So even though I may have all these other misgivings about a dirty character like Nick Fuentes, it's important that his message is out there because he is the singular force influencing young right-wingers to go against Israel.
Do you not see how
is that true?
That leads to anti-Semitic outcomes?
Okay,
That's the
are
whole
you
point,
going
right?
Oh, man.
to stop talking so I can?
Are you
get
actually going to
Colin?
address his point, or are you
I'm
just going
ignoring
to keep doing
you.
these,
I'm ignoring
these word
you.
salads
She
that
finished
doesn't
talking.
actually talk
I'm
about
waiting
what
to,
the issue is?
I'm waiting
Which
to
are you gonna
respond
do?
to. I'm waiting to respond to Tally.
Okay, the word salad. Got
Okay,
it.
the reason I interrupted is everything I asked you the same question twice and you did not answer it. I'll answer the question you just asked me, but I would like you to answer my question first because I'll ask you for the third time. I asked you, or you said you think that I've been bitten by the bug, that somewhere along the line I stared into the abyss too long, right? I watched too many Nick Fuentes clips, which is probably true. In the final analysis, maybe I have watched too many Nick Fuentes.
I don't even think you've watched too many
But
Nick
hold on.
Fuentes.
I asked you, I'm going to ask you one more time. What, right now, like in my state of mind, bitten or otherwise, what is the rationalization I would give you for why I care about this topic so much?
Zionist influence on the American government is the most pressing issue right now, and we need to be able to change people's mind. I think that's the reason. You can say I'm wrong, Paul. I know you're trying to. I've given a couple explanations now, so just tell me what it is.
Right. So let me. Yeah, I'll tell you what my motivation is. I've said it 100 times, and it's been consistent since the day I started my channel 6 years ago. I am concerned. Dark centrism, radicals, whatever you want to call it. My fundamental concern is, by definition, whatever the most divisive political issue is, that's the most important issue for me. Because my whole thing is, I see division, I see intelligent, good faith people on either sides of something, and I try to find a middle ground. So the reason I care about this particular issue is because it is, and I'm correct, and no one would deny this, the most divisive issue on the right and left.
Let's go with that. Let's go with that. Because here's another thing that, like, you know, while I'm angrily typing in the chat for the first hour where you wouldn't let me in because you wanted to be able to abuse Whick, our innocent non-Jewish left-winger host over here.
He has done it himself.
I think essentially.
Hold on, Tully.
Yeah.
You came into my show. You refused to let me get my points out. You continued to talk over me. You obfuscated. You lied about what I said. You lied about what you said. We demonstrated that with the definition where you said I included representation in it. I did not. Control is different than representation. And you try to continuously smuggle these things in, right? You reputation launder. You semantic launder. You do all these things. And Tali is much nicer about it. And she has much more knowledge specifically on Judaism than I do.
Were you just talking about me or Tali just now?
I wanted her, when we talk about interrupting, right? This is why I wanted her to be.
Well, that's an important question, Whick. You have to answer that. Wait, what the fuck? He doesn't know. I didn't know who he was talking about at first either. It's obvious now he's talking about Paul, but at first I wasn't sure who the fuck he was talking about either.
Are you just saying I was reputation laundering you and all that? I thought you were talking to Tali just now.
No, I'm talking to you.
Okay, I don't care. Well, what are we doing? We're having a conversation here. I gave Tali my motivation. I said, I care about this issue because it's the most politically divisive issue, which it is. And no one would dispute that.
I'm piggybacking on the point that we are trying to talk. The whole point of the conversation is that I think you're anti-Semitic and engaging in
I know you think that. And you didn't know if Ted Cruz was Jewish or not. So your opinion does not matter to me.
It's not a gotcha. Also, it's not that he didn't know.
It is for me. It is for me.
No, he
It
knew.
is for
He
me.
understood that
It's a
you
good
were trying
litmus
to
test.
trap him. And he didn't want to be caught saying no, and then the truth be yes.
Me telling him he was Jewish, was
It's
obviously
very
me
silly.
fucking with him. That was after almost being unbelievable. Like,
The
oh
whole
my god, he
idea
doesn't
that
actually know if Ted Cruz is
me
Jewish.
knowing the ancestry of a specific politician or not knowing that ancestry has any bearing on the subject matter just shows that you're not a serious actor. Why people
It just
take
shows
you
that you're just so
seriously
uninformed on
is
this issue.
crazy
It's
to me.
ridiculous.
When we
You're
talk
in no
about
position
being
to talk about
informed on this
Zionist-occupied
issue,
government
you don't
if you don't even know
understand
that
that
Ted
Zog
Cruz
is
is a Zionist or
anti-Semitic.
Jewish.
So when we talk
You
about
can't even say
who
whether or
is
not Ted
someone
Cruz is Zionist
who
or
is
Jewish. It's
uninformed on
embarrassing.
this issue, the Zionist
Okay, so
occupied
okay, are we
government,
done?
that terminology is
All
anti-Semitic.
right, I do got to roll here in
Engage.
about 10 minutes or something.
When I
Okay,
talk
so-
about you not letting me get my
Okay, I'll
points
let you
out
finish.
because you're afraid of what I'm going to say, this is what I mean. Go
Shivering,
ahead, continue.
shivering in my boots.
Paul, but Paul, this is what
Go
you
ahead.
do when you're confront. I'm pleased that you seem open to having this conversation with me.
Very
and
open. I would be happy to talk
perhaps
to.
we can do it again.
You know what, Tali? Let's do that. I'm actually down. We'll have a conversation.
But Wick is
I'll
right.
make some tea.
But Wick is right that this is actually why. Hold on. Let me get it out, Paul. Let me get it out. This is why, again, I'm glad that you and I are talking, because this is how you treat other people who try to have this conversation with you. You try to make it like they're so silly, they're so woke, they're so this or that. You talk
That's
over
true
them,
for
you
Wick.
disregard.
I would not. I am not. Excuse me. I have not abused you the way that I have abused.
Not me,
No, it's
not-
not abuse. It's defending
No,
myself.
not
really.
me at all. But again, I'm a fan
Thank
of
you.
yours, so I've seen you have this conversation with plenty of people.
Exactly. You're informed.
I saw
You
how
know
this
what you're
ended
talking
your
about,
relationship
right.
with JJ. I saw all of
Exactly.
those struggle sessions.
Really,
I saw
we
your
were actually just hanging out
conversation
2 weeks ago. It's fine. Don't worry.
Okay, that's good.
So hold on. You. The reason I can have this conversation with you and take it more serious is because you, like you said, you've watched my stuff enough where you actually know what you're talking about. Wick doesn't know what he's talking about. So
Name
for me to
one thing
take
I was
his
wrong
criticism
on.
seriously
One
is
thing.
embarrassing for me.
One thing I
So
was wrong
in
on.
the last 10 minutes here,
Name one thing I was wrong on.
what is there another final point you wanna hit on?
So to be clear, you cannot name a single thing that I got incorrect in this call, correct?
Is there a fly buzzing around? Buzz, buzz, buzz?
Okay.
Tali.
Fair enough. Here's what we're gonna do, man.
In
I
5 or 10
understand
minutes.
you don't want to take this conversation seriously. That's
No,
fair.
I don't take your criticism. I do take Tali is clearly informed.
Holly
Knows what
has
she's
the same
talking
fucking
about,
criticism I do.
and actually,
Well, it is just kind of like, it's obviously ego. Like Wick wants I feel like he should just, if he's willing to listen to somebody, just let it happen. But I get it that like it kind of it's going to be really annoying to have somebody like downplay what it is you're saying while you're trying to. But yeah, if it was me, I would let it happen, even if it's, he's being very patronizing, because it's gonna be better that way.
he knows how to have good faith.
But Paul, but here is the difference. Again, while Wick and I do disagree about like certain things, we have different political dispositions and whatever.
I like your tone better.
Hold on, no, yeah, but
I'm a
sure,
simp.
but
I'm a simp for
I
flattery.
essentially, but to Wick's point, I essentially just like have more a little bit more information. I can just fill in the gaps. I agree with Wick's prescription and sentiment here, and I do think. And listen, if you're more willing
That's
to have
fine.
the conversation with me for those reasons, then great, let's have the conversation. But you're just not taking Wick seriously because he doesn't watch
Because
all of
he's-
the shows and because he
Right,
didn't
he
know
doesn't
if
know what he's
Ted Cruz
talking about,
was
yes.
definitively not Jewish. I'm
I'm
sure
using
Wick
that
was
as a
pretty
stand-in.
sure.
Yeah, I'm using that as a stand-in for the other ridiculous nonsense, like the tweet of me suggesting that it was anti-Semitic to claim that Ben Shapiro running from Nick Fuentes is a bad thing.
Hold on, Steelman, my point.
What's the population of the state of Israel, Paul?
Is it 15 million?
No.
What
What's
is
the
it, 12?
Arab? What's the proportion of
20%.
Arabs who live?
20%.
Which is how many people?
Of between 12 and 15 million. What is the population?
Okay, you're
Is it
wrong.
12?
You're wrong about 12,
What
and
is
you're
it?
wrong about 15.
Is it 14? What is it?
I don't know. It's really embarrassing, Paul, that you wouldn't know when you spend so
It
much time
depends on how far
talking
I'm
about
off. Hold on. Depends on how far I'm off. How many is it?
population.
Is it 9?
How can you not know these things?
My Tucker.
How many is it? How many is it? Tell me.
I don't know, Paul. You really should look into it before you're going to have these
Well,
types of
hold
conversations.
on. Tell me.
publicly on the internet.
Tell me.
You have a lot of opinions for someone who doesn't even know what the population of this country is.
Well, you haven't proven that I don't. I've put forward a guess.
You
Tell me
don't.
if it's wrong.
You're wrong. I did tell you it was
All right,
wrong.
what is
I
it?
told you
What is
they
it?
were so far all wrong.
What's the margin of error that you're giving me?
Doesn't matter.
Population of Israel. I swear to God, if it's 12.
Not 12.
10.24.
Yep, not one of the ones you
So
guessed. Sorry, Paul.
Well, 14 million is within the margin of error that it would make no fundamental difference whatsoever if it was 14 million.
A margin of error is not a standard unit, by the way.
No,
a margin
notice
of
how
error.
this is the thing
margin of
where
error is
he
normed-
defines what the
normed to
standard
population
margin
that
of
you're
error
talking
is.
about.
Well, that's
So that's
asserting
not
it.
how a margin of error works. Yeah. So you don't actually know what the margin of error would be here, right?
The margin of error is whatever it would,
Calculation. Margin
whatever it would
error
be where
is a calculation.
it's
you
not
understand
even,
what she's doing,
input
though,
of the
right?
data
You
set.
understand why she's
Margin
doing
of
it?
error
course,
is
of course.
an input,
Yeah.
is a calculation
let me
based
tell you-
on
I'm not
a
sure you
data
do.
set.
Like, I don't
And let me tell
understand.
you,
I don't think you
and let me
grasp
tell you.
basic concepts, right? So
Let me tell you. Well, and this is again, it's funny because
I'm
I've
waiting
said,
for you to steal me.
I've said 100 times. I've said 100 times. My concern with is not really about Israel so much. I am a Zionist in the technical definition. I believe Israel should exist.
Wow.
And I find the people who think
All right,
that
Wick, end it now. End it now.
we need
Wick,
to wipe out
Wick,
Israel
shut it
to be
down.
disgusting.
We got the clip. We got
My
the clip.
concern, I've said it before. Please.
Paul
Claire.
got the call.
No such thing as bad
$7,000.
press.
This is pretty gross, Paul. You take money from the Israeli government like this?
And Qatar. I'm a dark centrist.
Talk about the Zionist occupied
Listen,
channel. Right
listen. I am pro-Israel. Nobody loves Israel more than I do. I've said this 100 times. My concern, primarily, is the degree to which my free speech as a U.S. citizen is being curbed, and the threat of my free speech being curbed, and under the guise of clampdowns on anti-Semitism.
Legitimate concern. In fact, that was one of the issues that I took almost immediately at the beginning of this Trump administration. Was this cracking down in particular on anti-Semitic
in history.
speech. It doesn't help Jews because anti-Semitism is at its core a conspiracy theory. And when you do try to, even if you think you're doing it just to protect the Jews, when you make these type of differences, you feed conspiracy theories. Paul, I think
You are so dark centrist, it's unbelievable.
Wow.
The only thing that could make you a dark centrist is if you were a black lesbian Jew.
True. My wife is brown, if that counts. I can have her sit in on the next conversation.
Perfect. All right.
Getting closer.
I'll talk to you two separately. Where we are free
Are we going to follow up on this?
Be uninformed. We are. I'm absolutely down. We can talk. We can absolutely talk.
So you don't back out, Paul. I don't want you.
Y'all should do it here next time. No offense to Whick. Great fucking moderator. Maybe. Not for this topic. Since Paul was a douchebag to him.
You to back out of this follow-up.
I want to reserve the right to back. I want to look like I'm good faith right now and actually offer it to you, but I want to be able to reserve the right to back out so I can control the optics of this whole thing. So yeah.
Well,
no, here I'm adding you right now. No, I guarantee you. I give you my word.
Let the record show he has not added.
I give you my unironic word. We will.
He is. He's very smug. He's very sarcastic. It's very annoying. I like it.
Speak within. You free in the next 2 weeks?
Yeah, I stream typically twice a week with my friend Kay, another Jewess, who's much more polite, I think, even than I. So it'll be a good conversation.
Can I talk to both of you?
Yes.
Wait, Kay, like Kay?
Yes.
She's commented. Yeah, she's commented before. Okay.
She's
nice.
also a big former fan of yours. This is something that we've shared many a heartbreak
Take
over.
notes. Take notes.
What are you talking about?
Yeah, a bunch of people kept telling me that. See, he's getting so mad, dude. That a bunch of people were he's purposely trolling Whick. I feel like Whick has to know at this point. He's still a bunch of people kept telling me that Tally was doing a podcast with my former co-host Kay, and yeah, I kept it. I don't think that's true, and I think we went and looked it up one time. And I was like, yeah, nope, that's definitely not her.
Out.
Take.
Who do you think showed me these clips?
All right, I think. Are we done here? Are we good?
Yeah, well, I'll let you go. Tali, stay. I want to talk to you more. Okay, but we're done with this guy.
Sir, yes, sir.
I just
to the void.
Okay. Okay. Wow. Like, this is a problem I'm having. I wanted to have a conversation. He asked to have a conversation, but he didn't want to have a conversation. He just wanted to have, like, this kind of, like, mimetic, I don't know, talk over you, don't let you make a point, don't let you get a word in edgewise, and perhaps I'm too polite. Perhaps I need to moderate better. That's true. But it's crazy how much he is ignorant on these basic terms. He doesn't know that.
Well,
So it isn't 100%. It is annoying how everything for him is very vibes based, and he'll even straight up own it. Like when he says mimetic, like that's what he means. He's saying vibes. He's saying I just care about vibes. Like politics is vibes based. Everything is vibes based, and that he's just going along with what is, because even if you don't want politics to be vibes based, it's going to be either way. So there's nothing you can do about it. And so when he calls it mimetics, as in like it's all just about feels, and he doesn't have the requisite understanding of like systemic oppression or any of these things. He doesn't understand any of them to really be able to dissect it or engage in it on a thoughtful level whatsoever. But also I think that Whick also just kind of missed. I think he kind of whiffed pretty hard.
Dog is inherently anti-Semitic in nature.
No, he does. Whick, he does know that because he said it before. Again,
is it strange that I'm more frustrated with Whick than Paul? No, I am as well. I am as well, but it's it happens. It happens to the best of us.
the irony too is like, and maybe this just
Also,
like
he was lying to me?
more. Not that he's. I'm not even gonna say that he's lying, but he has changed. He has changed. So like the form of Paul that we see today, again, obviously wasn't Paul 2 years ago, and wasn't even Paul a year ago. So there was a point where he was still saying like, yes, I agree these things are anti-Semitic. I agree that anti-Semites use them in this or whatever way. However, for the mimetic value here, I'm saying it for this purpose, even though I understand that it has this consequence. So he has changed his mind on Zog sort of intrinsically being anti-Semitic. So I'm not going to say he's lying, but this is a shift. He has changed his position on this. At
Maybe.
least.
I don't know. I don't know him as well as you do, so I will just cede to your I cede to your kind of painting of this. But that kind of thing, like here's here's a prediction, right, that I made, right, to him, where I tried to get out, is that when you engage with these things, right, when you tear down this fence, is going to lead to certain places pretty inevitably, right? It's going to lead you down certain paths that is going to get you to where you say he is now, right?
Yeah.
When you try to semantically launder Zog and kind of say, well, I'm just trying to take the word back. I'm engaging in iconoclasm in order to destroy these kind of sacred cows and do these things. What you're going to do is a few things. One, attract an audience.
Lorded over by Lord.
Literally. Okay, and we can see this in the comment sections of his videos and things like that. I haven't been to his chat in a while, but I'd be willing to bet you could probably see it in his chat. I know there's a lot of people who come into my chat and say very similar things.
No, but it was very strong. I think your point there, right? 'Cause he tries to do you're trying to cancel me, obvious, and it's true. He's not responsible for the comments that people leave on the chat. But you made a great point. It's like, okay, but if someone was there disagreeing with me because they're my ops and my enemy, they're going to be disagreeing.
Yeah.
Not right. It is the flavor. And again, that he did not type those words out of those commenters. Perhaps for all we know, those commenters are the true bigots, and Paul thinks he's doing the right thing out here. But
it
yes,
doesn't matter if
like,
he thinks he's doing the right thing. That's the other point. I really gotta people to understand.
It's the functional anti-Semitism thing.
it's
It
a
goes back to this
function.
whole broader debate. It doesn't really matter what's in your heart. And in fact, and I think this is a point that Destiny has made several times, and Lonerbox too, and it's sort of like just true, even if it's uncomfortable. Bigot is a loaded word, but like the overwhelming majority of bigots are people who, hold hostility to a certain, ethnic or religious group or whatever. They don't believe that they are like harboring hate. They believe they have a good reason for it. They believe they are responding to some type of like negative stimulus.
Was that you that had the Nick Fuentes talk with PF? I just remember hating the fuck out of that lol. It was so retarded. He was so lost.
Yes. Yeah. He was straight up kind of doing like some misinformation, anti-Semitism bullshit a while ago. But just to be clear, that's not what Destiny says. That's not what Lonerbox says. They're not saying they believe they're not harboring hate. Because they're saying the same thing that I've been saying. I've literally been pushing for all of them to say this, is that it's not about hate.
It's not that they don't believe that they have hate. It's that they actually don't hate Jews. So we don't care if they hate Jews. We're not talking about hate. When we call them anti-Semitic, we're not saying that they hate Jews. And we think that every time that they try to make it about hate, they're obfuscating what it is that anti-Semitism actually is. We're talking about discrimination. We're talking about bias. We're talking about like just harboring some sort of bias against them generally. And that's it. It doesn't have to be hate. They don't have to hate them. They don't have to. And because people make it about hate, they help them obfuscate these things. They help people like Nick Fuentes and Candace Owens and all of these people. It drives me actually crazy. Like, it drives me fucking nuts that people always say like, oh yeah, but it's because you hate Jews. No, it's not about fucking hate. They don't hate Jews. It's not that they don't believe that they're hating Jews. It's not that they don't know that they hate Jews. It's that they like, it's just not about hate. It has nothing to do with hate. It has to do with, it just has to do with their bias. That's it. They just have a bias. And that's that. But yeah, Trib, he, that's how I met PF Jung, was a while ago. I made a video essay responding to him because he had some,
The point is,
some bullshit.
by itself, we can call it anti-Semitic, but hey. And then the two examples that PF showed in his videos where Ben Shapiro mentions Jewish people running all financial institutions and all media companies. This may come as a surprise to you, but Jewish people do not run all of media, nor all financial institutions. They are disproportionately represented, as he mentioned, but not all, as Ben Shapiro said. And as somebody who debates anti-Semites on a consistent basis, I can tell you they will say that they run all media companies and all financial institutions. Now, just for the anti-Semites who may have popped onto this video, you might be thinking, well, those two things by themselves is enough. Jewish people are running the media and they're running the financial institutions. As long as you admit to those two things, obviously, Jewish cabals exist. The problem is that there's simple explanations for why this happened.
Ideological disease that
Running whiteness is showing I'm not super in touch with Asian culture. Probably need to watch some more anime or something. I don't know. But at the very beginning of the video, he plays a clip of Ben Shapiro on the Lex Friedman podcast talking about Kanye West. We'll play the clip first, then we'll come back to this.
They seem to get worse over time. They started off with the bizarre DEFCON 3 tweet, and then they went into even more stereotypical garbage about Jews.
I'm trying to remember what this was. I don't remember at all.
Jews running all of the media, Jews being in charge of the financial sector. I mean, I called it on my show, their Sherman, and it is.
Actually, it's not, and this is really starting to piss me off. If you believe, as I do, that anti-Semitism is a vile ideological disease that should be eradicated with extreme prejudice, the best way to do that is to place ourselves on solid ground and operate from a position of truth. As I have pointed out previously, as well as organizations dedicated to fighting anti-Semitism, it is the case that people who are Jewish are statistically overrepresented in positions of power. That means they are a small percentage of the population, but they make up a large percentage of people in finance, business, and media. This is not a conspiracy, this is a fact. And the disgusting thing is, Ben Shapiro will on the one hand meekly acknowledge this fact when pressed.
Of course. A higher than statistically represented in the population percentage of Hollywood agents are probably Jewish. A higher percentage of lawyers generally are probably Jewish. A high percentage of accountants are probably Jewish.
But then he'll accuse Kanye of being mentally ill and engaging in for pointing that fact out.
Let's start with first things first. At the beginning of the video, Ben Shapiro is asked about Kanye West's comments, and he says that it sounds like Nazism. So PF Jung goes on to explain that this can't be anti-Semitism or Nazism because he's pointing out facts. The things that Kanye West is saying are actually true.
Okay.
So it is very hard, and you weren't even trying to go down that road, which is frustrating why he had so much pushback there. But it's like it doesn't necessitate the person who is fomenting hate.
Okay, I don't know what the fuck I did. I'm trying to build the fucking bots, but they're putting everything in my backpack now. Or are they? Or did they take it all out of my backpack? Yeah, they just went and put 200 things in my backpack. Oh, I have to delete this. Okay. But they're still not putting them in here. Why? Why won't it put it in here?
Not in logistic network. How do I don't know how. How do I put it in the fucking network? The other ones, they have a thing. The other ones have a thing where I can just do it here and just put it on here. But then this does not have it, except for here, but it's still not doing it. By picking it up and putting it in. Well, that's what I've been doing, but you don't need the bots, Tom. Wait, what do you mean I don't need the bots? I thought you guys just told me that I had to have the bots. Okay, if you want to jump in Discord now, I'm gonna kill myself.
Patriot or whatever.
That's a tactic,
yes.
though, right? It's to try to pretend I'm saying things that I am not, right? Trying to pretend I'm going places that I am not, and doing so in a loud, boisterous way that, again, because of my audio settings, means that people can't actually hear what I'm saying and can't actually hear the points that I'm making, and it's very frustrating to me. But
He was just talking over you the whole time, like.
Test.
Hello.
Can you hear me?
Hello. Yes.
Sweet. Okay. Go to your space platform.
Okay.
Sorry, I'm trying to watch simultaneously so I can see. Okay, click on it. And then adjust click on the science pack inside, or delete one of those two first. Delete one of the two Volcano science pack requests. Okay, click on it. The metallurgy science in the science pack, and then make that 1,000. 1,000 to infinity. Yeah, you can do 2,000 too. As long as it's like a multiple of 1,000, it should work, because it's going to try to fill the rocket up completely. And then the other thing is, the reason it's not sending.
Okay.
The reason it's not sending right now is because you have 1,000 science already in the spaceship, so it's not going to request more until you drop that off.
Okay, let me take them out so I can. But it still shows this as though it's not in network. Like, it still shows the yellow blinking light on it.
That means that it's not inside the RoboPort network, so the robots can't get to it. But it should still automatically send the science.
But it
Let's see.
is.
So click on the rocket silo. Okay, and then you have automatic requests. Clear the science out of the trash slots.
Okay.
Okay.
But it is in the
back to
network, right? Like, I'm not fucking crazy.
It should still be able to send stuff to. Yeah, I mean, it looks like it's in the network. I mean, it's like, I don't know, maybe you need to move the RoboPort slightly. Go back to your spaceship again, real quick.
Hold on. Oh, okay. So now it's not blinking anymore, but it's still not doing it. Okay.
Do you have any
All right.
logistics robots?
Yeah, I got one just to test it out with.
Okay, actually, sorry, this is
Oh,
one
wait,
other thing that
do I have to drop it? Yeah, I do. I didn't drop it.
Yeah, you can drop them in the RoboPort. This is one other thing that it might be. So go to your spaceship.
The rocket silo or the platform?
The platform. Okay, now click on the metallurgy science again.
Do I need to do
Okay,
custom minimum
1000
payload or?
import from Volcanus? That all should be good. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what it's. I don't know what the issue is. I mean, did you manually send up the 1000 previously, or?
I did. I didn't have. Well, so I don't understand. Sometimes when I sent up some of them, and then after that, it just filled up and then took off again. And I don't understand, but like it did. I don't get it. But anyways, the do I need to click on the custom minimum payload here?
You can. That just makes it so that like the rocket won't fill up all the way.
Leave
So
until
it wastes rocket materials. So I would leave it unchecked. Like you want to fill up the rockets all the way before you send them.
Okay.
Okay, let me check one more thing and then I'll dip and give up. Yeah, leave that. You're not dealing with any quality stuff yet, so that shouldn't matter. Okay, go back to Volcanus. Okay, you have automatic request set up. You have an inserter putting the science directly in there, right?
I have a passive provider chest that I'm putting it all in.
Okay, use an inserter just to directly, yeah, it looks like you have it. You have the inserter directly putting it in the rocket silo, right? Not in the logistics chest?
Well, I do, but it doesn't go in.
It's not accepting it.
Yeah. It doesn't go, it doesn't, because I have automatic requests from space platform turned on, it won't go in.
Yeah. That's super bizarre. I'm trying to let me look, I don't know. I'll let you get back to other stuff. I thought I could figure it out, but sometimes the logistics networks are kind of weird.
Okay. All right. Appreciate it.
Yep.
Thank you, sir. Bye.
Like he just, well, and this is also
I think
again
people can go
now.
back. What I will say though is I'm happy that we had that conversation because now people can just go watch it and decide for themselves. And I think that people seeing that with any kind of honesty in their hearts will say, wow, this guy's just not engaging, right? He's just not taking this guy seriously.
And it's worth noting that Paul did explicitly, as a precondition for the conversation, did not want me there for the beginning of the conversation.
True.
And I want to just say, like, what I'm about to say is going to make me sound like I'm inflating myself, and that's fine because it's not a one-to-one. But it's like, to me, this is the equivalent of Tucker Carlson, who wants to bring on every person under the sun but won't speak to Ben Shapiro, right? It's like Paul wanted to have the conversation with Whick, who he knows that he has political differences with, who he believes that he can catch in all of these, like, details that Whick is likely not going to know or won't be 100% certain or won't want to speak on behalf of some other group, instead of having and again, I'm not like the most learned Jew around, but it's something that I know a decent amount about, and these are the types of conversations that he's avoiding having. And
well, he's going to have it on your show. Here, I will have a criticism of you, if I may. Right?
Please.
I understand why you did it, so I get it. But I think that I think that you're giving him cover a little bit when you come in so polite. I think that his take
to optimize your high throughout red circuit manifold, ensure you cross compress the splitters along the main bus to eliminate belt saturation on the subcomponent. Seems to be working. Well, I turned off automatic requests from space station. So that's why it's filling up now, is because I turned that off. But when I turn it off, I don't think it's going to deliver as automatically.
Takeaway in his mind with his ego is going to be like, oh, she was nice to me, therefore she doesn't really think the mean things that Whick says, because Whick was not nice to me. And I think that's his level of engagement. And he's going to use that as evidence, like, this is the reasonable person, and Whick is the unreasonable person. And that annoys me a little bit.
I think that's like really fair.
Yeah, I can tell.
I think that's fair. And there's kind of different ways to look at that. Like,
No, I get it. Like I said, I
perhaps
understand
that's
why, because
useful,
now you have a
though.
follow-up conversation. So that's
Exactly.
I get it,
It's
right?
like useful. It's a foot in
Mhm.
the door. And I think also, again, like, this is almost infantilizing to talk about Paul in this way, especially when he's not here and whatever, because I'm accusing him essentially of being bitten by a virus, which is what I think a lot of this like incessant Jew hatred is like people, it is a deranging ideology. Like it takes over. It literally spreads throughout your mind. And that's why now the only content Paul puts out essentially is about Israel and Zionism and all of this stuff. But I think like, again, this is a bit of a dramatic, I don't think Paul's in a cult per se, but it's sort of like when you're like if you're trying to convince someone out of something or whatever, when they have really strong beliefs, you do kind of need to like leave the door open. That's sort of so that's in a sort of pragmatic sense. That's kind of one reason that I went.
Hello?
Hey, can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay, so click on the logistics chest.
Okay.
And then unblock out like at least the top row, because the problem is that it's not moving.
Oh, it has to have 1,000.
It has to have at least 1,000 in there. Yeah, that should fix it. Then the logistics bots should automatically move it.
Huh. Okay.
All right. Good luck.
All right. We'll see. Thanks.
Down that road. But also it's just like, I see it as true. Like as someone concerned about anti-Semitism, concerned about anti-Zionism, concerned about all of these things, I think there is utility in making these distinctions. Because then perhaps like, I can see what you're saying, that in some ways it gives a permission, right? It gives them like,
it
oh,
gives
this
him cover. And it gives him
it's
cover
above
not to
all
take it
cover.
seriously. And these accusations are serious and should
They
be
are.
treated in a serious manner because this is a serious problem. And when
I agree.
you come at it in an overly polite way, it gives them cover to think, well, oh, this is just a polite discussion, when it really shouldn't be. I'm going to be real. It should not be. You
I
should
hear
not
you.
engage with an anti-Semite as just a polite Sunday chat with your buddies who you happen to disagree with. Anti-Semites should be treated with firmness and a little bit of scorn. You don't have to go full. You don't have to call him slurs, right? I'm not suggesting you do, right?
Yeah.
I don't think that you have to go out and call his mama, some kind of a woman of ill repute. But I mean, look, one of the problems we have in general is that people will launder reputations of HASAN.
Okay, so I don't even have to do, I can just insert it now that the logistics is set up. I don't have to have automatic requests from Space Platform turned on. The inserters will just fill it up and it'll automatically take off because this is already listed. Okay.
Especially because they're scared to actually say what they think, because they're scared of the reputational damage of being seen as too mean. And I'm just tired of it. I'm tired of people being scared also to label people what they actually are. Like, one of the things that I think the anti-Zionist movement, the online, and I want to make a distinction, the online anti-Zionists have done is pretty successfully defanged any accusation of anti-Semitism, such that you can point out actual anti-Semitism, and they can successfully run cover for that by saying, well, no, I didn't say Jew, I said Zionist.
Yeah. I don't disagree with you. I don't disagree with you, and I think
polite.
I share the same
I don't
frustration.
see, and this is why I don't know. Like, are you just being polite with me?
Yeah.
Right? You can be mean. It's okay.
No. Oh, no. I'm not afraid. Well, no, I'm not afraid of being mean either. I think like, again, I've spent a ton of time thinking, reading, hypothesizing about anti-Semitism and all of this stuff. And I just do think that it is worth making these distinctions, even if doing so gives him what he sees as cover. He's going to take some of these distinctions that I make as they see even this very proud Zionist Jew, whatever, right, who thinks that I've gone too far, is saying, this thing. But I just think, like, again, whether we like it or not, sort of a pragmatically speaking, censorships, telling people, like, I agree, he's not so naive, right?
Yeah.
He's not so naive that he hasn't heard the criticisms of this stuff before. However, you actually can cause people to dig in if they believe that they're being unfairly persecuted, if they believe that they're being met with an accusation that does not match their heart.
Him. I'm trying to point out to other people how to recognize these things. I'm using him as an example. I'm not trying to convert him.
And listen, I've spent Paul has made me angrier than many people on the internet. So I have a lot.
Yeah, me
to say,
too.
but I think maybe also especially because to what we saw here, Paul just shuts down from that stuff too. And I think it is like more fruitful to like keep him talking and not to try to gotcha him, but just to like flesh it out. Cause I think again, another criticism that I have of him that I look forward to having in our.
Yeah, you can't, as I said, like you can't like start with it as like a straight up accusation with him, because yeah, he's gonna get, he's automatically gonna discredit you. You have to, with him, you do have to kind of work your way there. Oh, I was about to say, why the fuck is it so dark here all of a sudden? I've never seen it look like this, but that's because I took off all my shit. So, but yeah, you have to kind of like go through a long process of explaining it to him in his mimetic format in order for him to get it.
Our next conversation, if he does add me and follow up on this, is I think he's extremely inconsistent because this is not actually a coherent worldview, because it actually does conflict with what his overarching political goals are.
Well, you saw that in his definition
things that are
change, right?
contradictory. Exactly. He says things that are contradictory from one video to the next. And so, yeah, I mean, I think I'm excited to listen back to this conversation and just kind of like track where it went in all of the different parts. But I
I'm worried.
appreciate
Like
you
one
for
of the things
letting me be part of this.
Yeah, I need to get across to my audience is the concept of a Zionist occupied government is not just silly memes, is not just anti-Zionist. It is a deeply held conspiratorial belief that was again founded in anti-Semitic and popularized in anti-Semitic circles to point to the conspiracy that Jews control the American government, that they are literally pulling the strings behind the curtains, not just with an influence, but with a control. And I think that again, this is why I brought it up first, right, to him, is this laundering of that term allows bad actors to say, well, when I say Zog, I don't actually mean Jew, when they actually mean Jew. And it dilutes it and makes it harder to recognize people who are actually being anti-Semitic, because now you've popularized the term enough so that other people are just using it, right? But this feeds in and popularizes. The net effect of that is further anti-Semitism in the world, further discrimination against people of Jewish descent because they're Jewish, right? And demanding that they denounce Israel and things like that, demanding that they denounce Zionism, or they aren't one of the good ones, right? It's a real problem, and it's something that we recognize as a problem with almost any other group. Like you'd never say to a white person, like we make fun of the people who demand that white people, acknowledge their inherent racism, right? Like we make fun of those people because we recognize kind of the anti-white bigotry like baked into that. But for some reason, it's okay to do to Jewish people, and that's wild.
Well, and I think like another part of the sort of anti-Zionism versus anti-Semitism conversation that doesn't get brought up enough is like even this idea that like it's true, not all Zionists are Jews and not all Jews are Zionists. Like, yes, this is an objectively true statement. Okay, that's great. However, societies, countries, nations that take on anti-Zionism as a national movement become hostile to Jews because Zionism is a Jewish ideology, right? It's not a religious ideology necessarily, but it is both an ideology by Jews and about Jews. So even this idea of like, oh, well, there are non-Jews who are Zionists, like, okay, but Zionism itself is dealing with Jews, right? It has to do with the Jewish people and Jewish sovereignty and Jewish future and all of these things. And I think like, to Paul, again, something perhaps worth bringing up to Paul about his belief that this is, the hottest topic and it's the most sort of pressing issue in the American.
Okay, so for it to drop this down when it gets here, do I put it on the cargo landing pad here so that it drops those off automatically every time? And then that's that. Well, I just meant like on here. I put it on the same network, I guess is what it's called, and then just have it request 1,000 every time. Okay.
Government, when the Soviet Union became explicitly anti-Zionist, which, by the way, that's where like most of the anti-Zionist propaganda that people are still using today comes from directly. They made very clear that their issue was
Chevys.
not with Jews, you know, as an ethnic group, and was not with Judaism as a religion. Their issue was with Zionism, and so they banned and outlawed Zionism. And what did that lead to? It led to banning public displays of Jewishness, of Jewish culture, in the same way of what Hassan Piker is talking about right now. You know, all of these Jewish organizations, you know, they keep an Israeli flag there and whatever, and they're all like they're all Zionist, even if they don't talk about it. Again, this is just sort of true, whether people like it or not. Yes, where you find Jewish organizations and Jewish communities and Jewish gathering, you are going to find Zionism. And so even if you were doing this like step around, even if the thing that you hate in your heart is not Judaism, is not Jews, even if it's just Zionism, by trying to stigmatize and outlaw and marginalize Zionism, all you are going to do is stigmatize, marginalize, and outlaw Jews gathering,
Again,
essentially, in
regardless,
public.
yes, and this is what people need to understand, regardless of your intent, and you could have all the best intentions in the world, if what you are doing leads to this outcome, it's anti-Semitic in nature, right? Same thing with, like, if we...
Or in
if a
effect, at
politician
least.
says-
That's the functional, that's
Yes,
the
that's
sort
the
of...
function.
In effect. I would say not necessarily in nature, but in effect.
Which is what the only...
Which doesn't matter. Effect is all that matters.
Heart of hearts. I don't.
I do, but both need to be reckoned with.
Yes, this is like why the thing with Hassan earlier, I keep saying, like, what he said, like, wasn't necessarily anti-Semitic, but he is defending anti-Semites. Like, this is the problem that a lot of people have with right-wingers pretty consistently, is that they may not say something racist, but they will, when somebody else says something racist, they all start defending it because they feel like everybody's being too touchy-feely about it, and they're, you know, and so they all start, whoa, chill, racist, come on, that's not racist, that's just true, like, they're just stating facts, and it's the same thing. They may not be racist, but they end up tacitly defending racism incessantly.
It's like it's like a politician banning the sale of do-rags, okay? That's not going to affect most people, but it will disproportionately affect one group, even if you don't mention the word black, or even if you make it very clear, well, this isn't a ban on black people. It is going to have these kinds of effects. Let me read some of these super chats with you, if you mind, and then we can take call-ins.
Do it.
Want to call in?
Cool.
Jordan Rogers for $5 says, worse than...
Oh, they do call-ins?
Very salient point, and it is
and you
taken.
can look, I want to be clear. That might be anti-Semitic. Like, I'd have to think about that more. But it might be a form of anti-Semitism that he's engaging in.
Well, you know, when I pointed
do
this
think
out
it's
on
different.
Twitter, when I said exactly what I just said to you, I was called an anti-Semite. By JStalk, by Reservoir, by all of these people, I was called an anti-Semite for saying that Soy Pill cynically invokes his Jewish identity to take minority positions against a community that he is not a part of and against a religion that he does not understand, which is, again, a true fact, just a repackaging of Soy Pill's own words. And when I said this, I was called anti-Semitic by, I mean, several people, random chatters and stuff that I don't know.
I just want to
but
make it clear to
specifically
you.
Resi and
These people, look, I understand because I do this too. I'm saying do as I say, not as I do here. I want to make that clear, right? Don't take these people fucking seriously, right?
Yes, Resi and a lot of those are some of the dumbest motherfuckers on the planet. So that's it is. We're talking about them, you know.
I mean, I
don't
know,
know what
you
they're talking
can't
about.
call
They're
me anti-Semitic
retarded.
and make me believe it. There's no way to make me believe that I am anti-Semitic. That's just going to be a too tough of a lift, unfortunately.
Yeah. Okay. Jason.
That's what PF Jung said.
Jason or something wanted to call in. Okay, Jason or something.
Oh, yeah. So I apologize if I'm circling the wagons with anything I'm about to say. I'm actually going to take a slightly a different approach in that I think actually being anti-Semitic is one of the most quintessential Jewish experiences, speaking as a religious Jewish person. Because I don't know a single Jewish person that doesn't get really fucking mad at Jews sometimes. I'm speaking tongue in cheek.
Yeah, it's like one of those things where like all black people are more racist than everybody else because they actually have to live with black people, sort of thing.
Yeah, no, that was a frustrating conversation, and PF Jung is a frustrating person, and Soy Pill is also a very, very frustrating person. I agree with you that they're not in the same bucket. I don't think that they are necessarily, like, just because they're not in the same bucket, though, does not mean that I think that they are not similar levels of bad in how they approach the anti-Semitism problem, I guess. I don't know if you would agree with that, Tali.
There,
I thought you were about
I
to
just
jump
think like
in, too.
we don't do ourselves any favor. Like I think almost like similar to how Whick was accusing me, for lack of better terms, of like giving cover to Paul. I think like this is also why I am like why
Whick is obviously, again, it's his ego. Like, he's upset that he was being treated as though he was incapable, so he's upset. Happens to everybody.
take such great efforts to really sort of delineate like what the intention versus the impact versus like, is this anti-Judaic versus anti-Semitic versus anti-Zionist? Because I do think like, while I like agree with you, I think there are strong arguments that you can make to support that point. A lot of average people are going to say, you're saying Soy Pill and PF Jung have the same like impact on anti-Semitic discourse, and they're going to just throw away the conversation. So I don't know. That's my take.
Yeah, no, I think one of the things that frustrates me a lot, and this frustrated me a lot even like several years ago before this became like the topic to
Wait,
talk
what
about,
the fuck?
is like,
wait, why did? Oh, that's right. I did that. I did do that. Never mind.
I would personally consider somebody to be anti-Semitic if, and I don't know if you would agree with this, if they approach the Israeli-Palestinian conflict with a level of ignorance that they weaponize against Israel and Jews that is just completely infeasible that any honest person could have, regardless of whether
just to interrogate that.
It's like the ignorance and confidence thing.
Yeah.
It's like you can be
Correct.
ignorant, but then don't be so confident and
moment,
loud.
though. To interrogate that moment. Would you say the same of someone who does that with every conflict, right? Like, so some people are just they're like, for example, maybe they just don't engage with foreign policy on an intellectual level. They're like, war bad. Whoever's doing the war is bad. And they do that to Israel and Palestine, but they also do it to Russia, Ukraine. They also do it to other conflicts around the world. I don't know if that's anti-Semitism. This is why it's important to have patterns, right? This is why you need more than just one thing, in my opinion.
I would say somebody is racist if they are. I'm trying to think of like of an analog here. I mean, I guess you kind of said Russia, Ukraine. I mean, my mind jumped to, and I think you would agree with this. Like, the average American Trumper who has no idea actually what is happening in the world, and they legitimately think that Mexicans are just drug dealing rapists, whatever slur you could come up with, or stereotype you could use. Yeah, I mean, like, I think that is even if they are ignorant, it is a level of ignorance that is inexcusable.
I think it's somewhat excusable in some instances, but I do agree that if you're an influencer talking about this subject and you go in to talk about the subject specifically, you do have a responsibility to at least get a floor of knowledge, right?
Yes, I would agree. Yeah, you have a responsibility to have a level of education.
But someone who's just like a student at school who sees the protest and starts chanting along with the protest, I don't necessarily give them the same.
Well, I would put them
I judge these
in.
differently.
Well, I would put that person in, even assuming, let's just say, like, if Soy Pill was not a content creator, but somebody espousing the exact same rhetoric that he uses is basically akin to what you just described, and I would think that is very problematic. Someone who just kind of joins the crowd and doesn't really know what they're talking about, doesn't really know like anything about it. They're just kind of joining the crowd.
I don't know if I go that far.
Well, that's why like insisting on having to label people racist or anti-Semitic or whatever, I do think sometimes just like takes away from the substantive conversation, because like I agree with Whick, like I agree with both of you that these people are like you could call them useful idiots. Like, they are part of a movement that whatever its aims are, or purported aims, is resulting in discrimination and hostility against Jews in the vicinity of wherever these types of, events or whatever take place. However, as someone who was like super caught up in BLM and all of that stuff, and I certainly thought of myself as informed, and like, yes, you are jumping on the bandwagon, but you think you're doing it for good reasons. And that's why, again, even if it's just because it shuts down conversation, it's like hard to convince the average person that like that the average person participating in one of these Free Palestine encampments or whatever is motivated by hatred of Jews. It's even hard to convince them that the outcome is discrimination against Jews. So especially if we're going to jump to like, oh, that's actually. And again,
this is another fresh. Like, I had a list of incidents, right, where people who were Jewish were discriminated because they were Jewish, And the excuse given was like anti-Zionism in nature, right? Like they'd yell "Free Palestine" and they'd spit on the Jewish person, right? Like this assumption that just all Jewish people must be associated with Israel, that people make. These kinds of the rhetoric that P.F. Jung uses and others use feeds that. It feeds that. It's fuel for the fire, and it's causing a lot of problems.
Yeah, I mean, literally, this literally happened to me tonight. Okay, I was at I went to a bar tonight with a bunch of coworkers after work, and we're all in finance. Okay, and I am one of those hat-wearing Jews, so I wear a yarmulke, I wear a kippah, and
Ooh.
all of a sudden, this guy who's sitting kind of next to us, who's not part of our group, starts kind of taking issue with us, and he's like, "Oh, what do you guys do?" Because we're talking about AI, and we say, "Oh, we're in finance." And he's like, "Oh, you guys don't stand for anything. Come 2028, you're going to be in big trouble. You're all like Jared Kushner." And when I hear that, a bunch of guys who work in finance. One guy is wearing the Jew hat. You're all of a sudden you're Jared Kushner. My ears perk up. And I think that is a reasonable like thing to make me feel very uncomfortable.
It is.
But how did you know he actually hated you because of your genetics?
Exactly.
Like,
He
again, the
didn't know
definition
me.
given is just insanely narrow that even actual anti-Semites, like, it just won't fit the definition. It's too narrow.
Yeah, it's
By the way,
go ahead.
Sorry, I'm just something like just slightly unpopular. There is some truth to the accusation that the word was watered down. Like I do believe this is I think particularly true before October
Yes.
7th when everything
There
changed.
is
But
some
there
truth to
were
it, yes.
especially Jews. This was especially coming from left-wing Jews again, which I counted myself a part of for the majority of my life, but where misunderstandings or ignorance or whatever would be labeled strongly and quickly as anti-Semitic. Now, I disagree with the people who then take from that like, see, and this is how Jews are controlling your speech and whatever, but I think there was some of that happening. It's not entirely unfounded.
But here's the thing. Like I compare it to Chesterson's fence. There is I would argue, good reason
I hate his
that
fence.
anti-Semitism is extremely taboo in America, or
Worst
was
fence.
extremely taboo in America, such that people would perhaps overreact. And I agree with you that there was overreactions happening. But what happens when you remove that or weaken that taboo, when you tear down that fence, is, well, you guys know who Leo Frank was, I assume.
Yeah.
Yeah. He was lynched because he was Jewish, right? And that was not in Nazi Germany. That was in America. This stuff happens in America. And without that taboo there, anti-Semitic conspiracy theories that lead to discrimination and harm to Jewish people spread like fucking wildfire for a host of reasons. So I agree with you that it's sometimes overblown, and it shouldn't be overblown. That is a problem that is overblown. But when you remove those taboos, it's worse, is my advocacy here. It's far, far worse.
But we're also seeing more than what we were seeing at that point. So it's like both things are true. While I do agree with you, we're also in different terrain today. The environment is different, like the sentiment has changed, the propaganda is different. And so I do agree with you, but it's also, so it's not just that we took away the taboo, let's say, it's also that the sentiment has grown and has spread. There
I
are
think it's
actually more
both.
people
No,
espousing these
we're not
views.
disagreeing.
Yeah.
We're not disagreeing,
Yeah.
yes. But one of the reasons it was able to spread was because we removed a lot of the taboo. Not the only reason,
Perhaps.
but one.
Yeah.
We have another caller, Mendel. I have apparently have convened the Jewish Council today, okay? The
elders are
Jews
here.
have come.
Mendel, how we doing, Mendel?
How's it going, man?
Wick doesn't know how to say Jewish names. It's okay.
Thanks for having me back. I just had a quick question. I was on the other day. I was the one to talk about soy pill.
I remember.
I didn't make that point. I just think that a lot of these people are. I don't think they're anti-Semites. I think you guys are right. It doesn't really matter if they are, or the label doesn't matter. It's like they're just perpetuating these ideas, and I find myself very much at a loss of. I'm very I don't know, black-pilled about what's the future of this. Like, I have kids who are young Jewish kids, and sending them to public school one day and all this. It's just very concerning for me. And so hearing you guys talk about it's very reassuring. But the question would simply be like, when we're challenging these ideas, and then you know it's important not to insult someone you're talking to, but when people don't actually know what they're talking about, how do you avoid like putting people down or showing them that they don't know what they're talking about, and then they get defensive and they just think you're wrong, and then they turtle up and maintain
Just
their
depends on your
anti-Zionism?
goal. It depends on your goal, right? So they're like, if you, sorry, I cut you off, but you're Jewish, so you should understand that this is how we talk. If your goal is to convince that person, then you just like do have to be gentler, like lead with more curiosity. But if that's not your goal, if your goal is to convince an audience or to, you know, to paint a picture and whatever, then not necessarily. But I think like all of these, and it's important to have people working at all of these different goals, right? You know, because if you're trying to influence people, right, you want to sort of spread that out. Oh, look at the Jews trying to influence people. We've proved it right here on Whick's panel. But I don't know. I guess you're kind of essentially getting at the sort of difference in styles between Whick and I, even just on the show today, right?
Is that a question for me? Or?
It was for Mendel.
Well, yeah, I agree. Yeah.
Fucking
I was just
Mendel.
asking.
Okay. Yeah. Well, those are my.
He's just asking
that's my 2 cents
questions.
there. I don't know what everyone else thinks.
Well, I just find that a lot of the anti-Zionism as a technical academic term isn't anti-Semitic, but I find that in the real world it just often it often is these days, and it's very uncomfortable. And so I don't know. I know that that conflation is the crux of the discussion, though. And then people think they try to have this academic discussion with you, but that's not really the point.
Yeah. Well, are you familiar with Adam Louis Klein at all?
I mean, there are a lot of people who say that like anti-Zionism is inherently anti-Semitic, and their argument is that like obviously to argue that a group of people don't have a right to self-determination, that like obviously that's anti-Semitic. And to an extent, like I understand the argument, but this is the problem with like the term Zionism is that there's, or really the way that leftists use Zionism is that they all use it in such an odd way that doesn't it's not the way that I think the majority of us are using it. And so it becomes very confusing to even understand what it is that a lot of people are talking about when they say anti-Zionism.
Or
Zionism.
Nihilect?
No.
Okay, I think those would be two people. Adam Louis Klein comes from the left, Nihilect comes from the right. So if you have any like preference there for who you listen to or whatever, they are two people who their focus right now is on anti-Zionism, and their sort of point is that like we should not be looking for the point at which anti-Zionism turns into anti-Semitism, right? We shouldn't be looking at the point where it suddenly makes a switch.
Okay.
Donald Trump is putting America back like it needs to be. The ones.
W. Tolly's in the chat. Well done. Good job. I enjoyed it.
That are trying to change America is not the America I was raised to know. And I want it to be like I was raised back in the 50s and 60s and 70s.
50s, 60s, there's segregation going on then.
Well, still, I'm a Donald Trumper, and that's the way it is.
All right. All right, thank you.
Wait, what? I didn't
Donald
hear
Trump is putting America back like it needs to be. The ones that are trying to change America is not the America I was raised to know. And I want it to be like I was raised back in the 50s and 60s and 70s.
50s, 60s, there's segregation going on then.
Well, still, I'm a Donald Trumper, and that's the way it is.
All right. All right, thank you.
All
so we were
right,
here outside the
then.
Trump rally in South Carolina. People are filing in at the Myrtle Beach Convention Center. You're cooling off right now in a very natural way.
Yes.
What did you say?
I said Trump, yeah.
So Donald Trump, he's been in office now a year and a half. What's Donald Trump's greatest accomplishment?
See, I need a mic like this. This is one of the things that I need. When I'm doing street interviews and shit like that, I need to be holding a fucking mic in my hand. It makes it a lot better to where you can walk up to people and it's very clear, you know, what's going on and everything. But when you're just standing in front of a camera or even a phone, it's not as good. And you have like a clip on or something. You need a mic in your hand.
His first year and a half.
Trump's done a lot of things. Number one, a lot that people don't realize, he got our country back because we've been under the reign of Great Britain the last 125 years. They destroyed the evidence.
What? Wait, what?
Whoa.
We've been under the reign of Great Britain for the last 125
Charles come here. He thought that he was going to manipulate Donald Trump. And Trump went along with him because that's who he is. But that's what the 250 years was really about.
Wait a second.
That's
Sorry.
crazy. 250
So we've been,
years.
so we've been under control for the last 125 years by Great Britain, even though we've got, you know, the strongest army in the world and all that stuff.
It's true. The truth is that
Where did you see this? Where did you see this?
you just gonna have to research just like I did. You're gonna have to. It's true.
Praise God, Darwin's gonna win. Praise the Lord. Thank you, Father. Yes. Praise the Lord.
Was Donald Trump picked by God?
Absolutely, he's our Cyrus. Cyrus. Yes, absolutely he was. Absolutely.
Do you think he's a follower of Jesus Christ, Donald Trump?
Absolutely he is. He's anointed. He's anointed.
Don't forget me. He is a follower.
Yes, he is a follower, and he's anointed by Jesus Christ, and our Lord, our Savior, has anointed him and sent him to us to save our country.
Amen.
Praise God.
What biblical teachings would you like to see Trump enact?
What biblical teachings?
Who wants to do it?
He said, what biblical teachings?
For what?
What biblical teachings would you like to see Donald Trump enact as law?
Well, he's doing quite a bit actually right now.
He's already.
Oh,
what does
yeah.
he do? What is
continue to do what he's doing?
Oh, there's so many.
Yeah.
Yeah. One of the things is let's get our country put together.
Yes.
Oh yeah.
What does that mean, put together?
It means get rid of the lies, the liars, the fake media, which are the false prophets of Baal, and we say gone in Jesus' name.
The righteous shall prevail,
Okay.
and the enemy is done. He's illegal. He's got to go, and Trump's going to help us make that happen. The enemy has got to go. He's got to leave. He's illegal.
Who's the enemy?
Satan.
Oh, Satan.
Satan's the enemy, absolutely, and he's running the Democrats.
It's like Donald Trump there. What's on the front?
It's
Donald
again.
Trump, the president.
Happy and sad of Donald Trump.
Donald Trump is for America, and that's what we need. We need somebody for America, not Mexico.
I have that hat. Mine's blue. Or is it black?
Not Ukraine, not Russia, not China. We need him here for America and take care of us, not somebody else.
And it says white privilege card trumps everything.
You got that right.
What does that mean?
You got to take care of us, the American people.
But what, with the American people being
white
who?
people.
The American people, whether you're Chinese, but you're American.
Okay.
White American, black American, it's American people.
But why does it say white privilege?
Because it's a white card.
Is that the pun there?
That's your pun.
Okay.
I figure when I go in the convention.
That's your pun? Wait, what? That's your pun? What is that even?
Convention center, I have to put the shirt back on, but for right now, why?
And what's the shirt say?
The shirt says nothing. That's not true. It says Trump forever.
Okay. Why is Trump your guy?
Because he's a billionaire. He's 80 years old, and he doesn't need the crap that he gets. But he decides to be president to help the country out. And he's been saying the same message for the last
What
40,
a nice
50 years.
guy.
So he means a lot. He does a lot. And I don't think we'll ever see anybody like him again.
Where would you rank him on the list of greatest presidents?
Absolutely one.
Number one, Donald Trump.
And he will never be replaced. He's always going to be number one for what he's giving.
Okay, so that is, you understand how that's like an extreme claim. And Donald Trump was president 2017 to 2021.
And he did not accomplish that then.
Okay.
But this time here, I mean, why do you think they went around and tried to assassinate him like that? Because he's lying.
Who's that? You think Great Britain was trying to assassinate Donald Trump?
I think that when King Charles didn't come here to accomplish, this is my opinion, when he come here to accomplish what he thought he was going to accomplish and he could not manipulate Trump, that's when I think he started siding more with the enemies like Iran, different countries like that. And it is what it is.
Wait.
You know, I sometimes think,
is
why
what it
is what's his name, Prince Harry, why is he moving back? Why is he all of a sudden moving back? He gave all of that up.
I mean, it might be because of Trump.
Well, it ain't cause of Trump, because I can tell you right now, he's helping all of us. Whether people likes him or not, he is fighting an evil out there that you and I don't even understand.
Where'd you get the white privilege card?
At the store.
What store?
Go to the Trump store, you'll get one.
Oh, Trump store. Okay. Why are you all out here?
I had a white privilege card. I don't know what I did with it, but I used to have one.
We want to support Trump. We'd like to see him in person, see what he has to say, support who he supports, and check it out.
That's right.
And why do you love Donald Trump so much?
First of all, he's a real person. He's a businessman. Country is a business, and he's running it like a business. Yeah, he's.
How is the country a business?
How's it a business?
Big business.
That I don't know how to answer that, but
It should be run like a business.
How is it
Economically, from the top, cut the bullshit. Sorry, cut the stuff that doesn't need to be there. Run it efficiently for the people.
And what's Donald Trump's greatest accomplishment in his second term?
getting elected.
Getting elected?
Yeah.
Do you think Jesus would be deporting as many people as Donald Trump is?
Absolutely, yes. Yes.
He would be deporting people?
Yes, he would if they're illegally here, if they don't come in the country correctly.
He would go to immigration hearings and arrest them?
They're doing evil.
Yes.
All the immigrants?
Cut down many nations because of that. In the Old Testament, have you read it?
I have.
Oh, then you should know.
Yeah.
That's right.
Then you know.
So,
yeah.
But do you think, didn't Jesus say stuff about like loving your neighbor and things like that?
That's absolutely true. We love them. We've got to love them anyway, but they need to leave.
You have to.
Okay?
Were you all in favor of the cuts in USAID?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Everybody should have a voter's ID.
No, the aid operation that for countries, vaccines and food for impoverished countries.
Totally against vaccines. Well,
You're against vaccines?
Absolutely, 100%.
All vaccines?
Well, every single one of them. They're poison.
All vaccines are poison?
Yes, they are.
What about polio vaccine?
There hasn't been a case of polio in how many years? Since 1960?
Since the vaccine?
Yeah.
Would you like to see mandatory vaccinations end?
Yes.
So we
even
don't
for
need 'em.
measles?
Yep.
The measles cases have been rising here in South Carolina, record numbers. What are your thoughts on that?
I'm more worried about the effects from the vaccine than from the measles.
And what are the effects from the vaccines?
Autism, like my nephew and niece have.
Yeah. There have been studies that haven't linked the two. What are your thoughts on that?
I don't trust science.
You don't trust science in general?
Mm-hmm.
What does that mean? You don't trust science?
I think they're all liars.
All scientists are liars? About everything? Like what's another example of that?
A lot.
I keep expecting her to walk away. Like every time he asks her a question, I expect her to just be like, and walk away, and she's still standing there.
The whole healthcare system's evil
Okay.
to make us stay sick,
Oh.
so they can make money off medicine.
Okay. There's been a measles outbreak here in South Carolina.
And people don't die from measles.
But is that a good thing?
Nobody's
that
ever
there's a
died
measles
from
outbreak?
measles.
It's never a good thing, but there was a COVID outbreak, and I'm still here, unvaccinated.
But do you think there's a correlation between the measles outbreak and the anti-vax rhetoric?
No, absolutely not.
Why do you think that?
You get the chicken pox vaccine, and you still get the chicken pox. You get the flu vaccine, you still get the flu. So where's the logic?
Well, I think that a
Doesn't
lot of
make
the
sense.
scientists are saying that there is a correlation between the two.
The scientist, yeah.
Do you trust scientists?
said that.
Absolutely not. Absolutely not.
What's Donald Trump's greatest accomplishment?
Just having thick skin and just doing the right thing, trying to fix everything that the Democrats screwed up.
And what did the Democrats screw up?
A lot of stuff. You should know by now.
All of it.
Doesn't take a rocket
Yeah.
scientist to figure it out.
Everybody
What's an
knows.
example of it?
I'm not going to say
Everything.
nothing.
Not gonna say anything.
No.
Well, what's one thing that they did that messed up the country? The
Sold out
Democrats.
our country to Russia.
To Russia?
Yes.
Really?
Yeah, do your research.
Hey, how
Do
did
your
they sell it out to
research.
Russia?
Have a good day.
Okay, I'm just.
Yeah.
Have a good day, brother.
To Russia? Really? I never heard that before.
You know, aliens, are they here?
She was
Yeah.
still standing there. She was still there. She still didn't walk away. She was still there. That was her standing behind him the whole time.
Russia? Really? I never heard that.
She's still ready to talk about Russia now.
You know, aliens, are they here? Yeah, it's demonic, but they are. Have I seen them? No. Do I want to? No.
So aliens are here right now?
The Lord says that in the Bible plainly that after the flood, they were here before and afterwards.
Is that about aliens in the Bible?
Well, it talks about demonic, you know, and I guess they call them aliens. I look at it as just
I
demonic.
don't think that's in the Bible. I've studied the Bible. I
The
don't.
Bible says, quote, after the flood, when he destroyed, you know, all of that, all of the, when, I hate
All
to
of
give you a
that.
Bible lesson, but it's when he threw Satan out, Lucifer
She
out,
hates to
because he
give
was
Bible
the highest angel. His wings would play music, and he threw him out because he wanted to be like the Most High, and his tail took a third of the people with him. And they went down, the beautiful women, and that's where the giants come from.
What's your message to people who say that
Yeah, if you guys have ever seen the movie, there was like this whole sci-fi-ish type movie that about Noah's Ark. And in the movie, they have like rockmen, these like demonic rockmen who come out of the ground, and they have to fight like a whole war against the rockmen.
Donald Trump is not picked by God. He kind of seems like he's the Antichrist.
They need
That's
to
a lie from the Antichrist.
That's a lie from
It had Russell Crowe in it, I
hell.
think.
They need to get in the Word. Read Scripture. The Word is the answer, okay? If you get into Scripture and you read what God wants us, it's our rule book. It's what we go by. If we go by the Bible, we will all be all right. Everything will be all right. But it's the Antichrist that is giving everybody Trump Trump syndrome and thinking that they're above God and that they know all.
Trump
That's
syndrome.
That's not the way it's supposed to be.
And what is Trump derangement syndrome?
I think people that watch the fake news and they're being brainwashed by Soros and all these
They're-
people who are in charge of the media,
they're being
and they're
mental.
trying to take over the minds of the American people to be against him because they don't want Trump in control because that'll take away their power and Satan's power. So that's why they want to brainwash and take over all the media so that it continues to tell us lies.
And who do you think Satan is controlling in the country right now?
Oh my gosh.
Oh,
the
All
list
the
is too long. Mainly the media, yeah.
Do you think giants roam the earth?
You know what I think a lot of our giants are today are a lot of the elite
NBA
that's
players.
pulling the strings behind the stage.
But they're not literally giants.
I don't look at it, well, I guess in the Bible they were, they know, because they've gotten big, you know how they go and do the dig and like have dinosaurs and all of that. But like I said,
Wait,
when
did they find giant bones?
they have, research it, they have.
No, I don't think that's true.
Just
I
look
don't-
it up.
They have too, research it. It's
Found giant, like people that are like 50 feet tall and 100 feet tall?
This guy hasn't done any research. This is embarrassing.
They have found that.
Where
I mean,
where do you get your news?
David and Goliath, I mean, he was a giant.
Okay. I know that's a story in the Bible, but no one's found the bones.
Sorry, it's the truth. The Bible is the living word. You either believe it or you don't, and you have to have a child mindset. I believe
You have to have a child mindset to
if you don't,
believe the Bible?
yeah, yes, if you don't, you're going to, it's just like saying like Mary. It's hard for a lot of people that's not Bible believers to believe that she did not conceive the natural way, which now we can have
In
fertility
vitro and all
and
that
all
stuff.
of that. But back then, I don't think they had all of that. I wouldn't think so. But it's hard for people to believe that she was a virgin and carry. So you have to have, and I don't want to say a fairy tale by no means, but a child mindset. Does that make sense?
It makes perfect sense, but do you think that's a good thing?
If the Lord said it, I believe it.
What are your thoughts on RFK Jr.?
He's fantastic. He's brilliant. He's doing the right thing by us. He's taking
Brilliant
the poisons
guy.
out of the food and gonna
Genius.
change the way we eat because we all know we're eating unhealthy. Even the food that's processed.
I'm not eating unhealthy. Maybe you are. I'm not eating anything unhealthy.
If you read on it, some of it's not even real food.
If you could give a message to Donald Trump, what would it be?
Truthfully, just to keep doing what he's doing for the American people. He's doing it. He said, they asked him,
He's doing it.
with respect about all of these assassination attempts. He said that he had went back and addressed. I don't care if it's Martin Luther King, they tried to assassinate Ronald Reagan, anybody that has really been assassinated, it's because they're standing up and doing their job, what's right by the people. Why does evil have to go around and kill somebody that's lying?
Also, there were several assassination attempts on Adolf Hitler.
Well, good.
Well, I'm just saying, to your point, that doesn't mean they're a good person because they're getting assassination attempts.
Hey, maybe people got tired of Adolf Hitler and his ways. I don't know. But I tell
He was a
you
pretty
what,
bad guy.
He was. I love the Jewish people. I know that was 6 million people, I believe. I do believe that Adolf Hitler was trying to do away with the DNA of Jesus.
Trump right now has a 32% approval rating.
Ah.
Why do you think that is?
Well, it probably has a lot to do with Iran.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What are your thoughts on the war in Iran?
I don't know if I can educationally give you a good thought on that. I'm not pleased with it. I'm a Charlie Kirk fan, and Charlie was not for that war, and I agree with him 100%, and he had valid reasons.
Tom, you eat Cheetos mac and cheese.
Yeah. And I will spend that $2 on another box. Thank you.
To back that up.
So it's yeah, I mean it's something that Democrats and some Republicans, obviously Charlie Kirk was kind of that wing before he was assassinated. Do you think that could be a unifying force? I know it's against Trump, but opposing the war in Iran, could that unify Democrats and Republicans?
I don't think you can unify Democrats and Republicans. The media has just split everybody apart for their own benefit. I don't think that's not going to be a unifying factor. It's way bigger than that.
Ask everyone. Trump rallies. Ask people at an anti-Trump protest in Long Island last week. How do we unify the country?
Stop the media from splitting everybody up.
Do you think Donald Trump tells the truth?
I do. I think he tells the truth 100%.
100% of the time he's telling the truth.
100%.
Pretty much. He tells it like it is. He doesn't bullshit around. He lays it on the line and it's straightforward, and that's what we need.
All right, I appreciate it. Thank you. Guys, have a great night. All right, well, that does it for this hot, sweaty day here in South Carolina.
Beautiful.
No, we deserve some reparations for building the country for free and being unjustly imprisoned and enslaved and beaten and pillaged and psychologically damaged. And then following that, they never took their foot off our neck with Jim Crow.
Probably the dumbest person I've ever debated in an institution game.
I don't understand.
Wait.
People who go against my talking points truly hate black people.
Didn't you write a book called
That other guy, isn't that a guy who goes on Whick show?
Black Supremacy? You are a black nationalist.
Did you read the book?
You are an ethno-nationalist.
You didn't read the book.
And that's insane.
It's an economist who
$300,000 to 40 million people, $12 trillion. I know you struggle with math a little bit, but it's $12 trillion.
I already said 12 trillion. Black people in America, we've been running a marathon, and everyone else has been starting at mile 20. We had to start at mile 0, and then people ahead of us, they don't want us to catch up, so they don't want us to get our reparations. You're one of those people, I understand it.
I'm a white supremacist.
Oh, no.
Oh, this is when I talked to Sarah last week or 2 weeks ago. She said that she was going out to host an in-person debate that she wasn't happy about, and I think she called it Digital Social Hour. So this is it.
Nope, we're not going down that one.
Nope.
All right, so my first prompt is that Carmela Anthony was not guilty of murder.
Yeah, so the reason people are talking about this case is because I think a lot of race baiters picked it up and were able to push this as this narrative that white people are being persecuted, that black people don't face punishment for their crimes, and inevitably, like, this is going to spread and cause this racist propaganda. And I think it's really dangerous if we
Yeah, this guy's on Wix all the time.
don't get this 100% accurate, because what you're doing is you're ceding ground. Moderate or people who aren't really keeping up with this case will see this and say, that seems reasonable. I think that sentencing wasn't wrong. And if you're not saying it, if us progressives aren't saying it, people on the left, then they're going to go listen to racist people and go down that pipeline. So I want to be super clear that I do think it was murder based on the evidence, and I'd like to hear why you think it wasn't.
So according to the Texas Penal Code 19.02, murder in Texas requires intent. It says, 1, intentionally or knowingly cause the death of another person. 2, intend to cause serious bodily injury and commit an act clearly dangerous to human life that causes death. Or 3, cause death during the commission of another felony. So, like, rob.
Does he think he accidentally stabbed him? What up, OJ? Does he think he stabbed him on accident? What are we talking about here? This is a topic that I debated a bunch back when it initially happened.
Robbing a bank and someone ends up, getting killed. So I think based off those definitions, you can't say that what Carmela Anthony did was murder. His actions before, during, and after the stabbing point to an innocent person who didn't intend to kill anyone.
Sure. So I think on 1, obviously, intentionally or knowingly causing death, I think that's up in the air. I don't think you could use a preponderance of evidence to prove that. 3, obviously, he wasn't committing another felony. The knife he had on him was completely legal. I think it was against school rules, but that's not a felony. But on 2, so intends to cause serious bodily injury and intentionally or knowingly commits an act clearly dangerous to human life. I think this is without a doubt, if you're escalating force using something that can kill someone, that's a knife, that is going to be intentionally causing serious bodily injury. That is intent to cause something that is clearly dangerous to a human. And even if he thought, oh, a knife isn't that dangerous, you can't use ignorance to how dangerous a knife could be to say that that wouldn't cause harm. The same as if he shot him. Shooting, isn't always going to kill you, but that's not.
Yeah, if he didn't know what it was gonna do, he wouldn't have stabbed him. Like, unless you think he was trying to tickle him, he thought it was gonna be like a feather. Like, what is the thought process here? He fucking stabbed him.
He could be ignorant of it.
My assumption is when he says intent, he's going to use this like forethought thought process that like he didn't go to the track meet intending to murder him. He's not gonna think about it of like the intent of the action, meaning you intend to hurt them when you stab them, but instead it's he didn't go there with the intent to murder him, which is fucking stupid. Like that's a really dumb fucking thought process, but we'll see.
Of that, but that doesn't matter. The jury just has to show, oh, he intended to cause something that could do serious bodily harm.
So by definition and based off the data, based off the studies, I don't know how anyone, even if we brought a medical doctor in here, based on percentage-wise, when we look at statistics, I don't know that you can say that stabbing someone is clearly dangerous to human life. It's clearly going to cause bodily injury, but based on data, it's not clearly dangerous to human life. And I'll cite 3 studies. So we have 3 studies from PubMed here. All right. They did a study in Malawi where they had 2,352
Oh, this is so dishonest.
Only 3.2% of those stab victims died. They did a study in North
this is
London,
so dishonest.
645 victims. 0.8% of those stab victims died. They did a 17-year study with 1,961 victims of interior abdominal stab wounds. Less than 2%, 1.9% of those victims died. These are all on PubMed. So victims who get stabbed are
more than likely not to die.
More than likely not to die. So if we brought a medical doctor in here, they would say, well, what are the chances of them dying? And they're going to say, well, less than 95% chance of this person dying.
Sure, those are the aggregate stats. But you're familiar with the shooting PubMed stats, right?
Yes.
How many people die from gunshot wounds?
33%.
Yeah, so it's over 60% of people survive gunshot wounds, but that is not an argument that gunshot wounds are not lethal force, that are not something that would cause the 19.0 or 902 statute 2. That's still major bodily harm that could cause death, and that's all you need to prove. You don't need to show that he knew it would cause death. You don't need to show that in his head he was like, this will kill him, because you can't read his mind. All you need to show is stabbings are lethal force. Stabbings are major bodily harm. Any stab could be, sever an artery, have you bleed out. Any stab in the heart, that could kill him.
Okay, he keeps saying you can't read his mind, you can't know that. That's literally what intent is that like that you did this with the knowledge at the time. That is part of the entire like court process of proving intent, is proving state of mind. This is completely, I don't know why he keeps saying that. That's like the second time he said this.
It doesn't matter if he wanted to kill him. I think you and I would agree he probably didn't want to, right? He didn't keep stabbing him. He ran away. He was trying to get out of that situation, but that doesn't matter. What matters is that he escalated with lethal force.
It does matter, because if we agree that he didn't intend to kill him, then by definition it's not murder. So we look at his actions before, during, and after. He wasn't trying to come across anyone. He wasn't trying to be combative with anyone. He was sitting in a dugout. It was raining. He was told to move from the dugout. He left from the dugout. He left directly from the dugout, walked and entered the stadium on the same side where the dugout is. I can show it to you if you don't believe me.
No, I believe you.
Then he didn't walk far from when he entered. He was invited into the tent, according to Whitney testimony by Eddie Pera. He sat there. He was in the tent for at least 6 minutes, according to all of the documentation. At least 6 minutes from when I reviewed the camera footage. At least 6 minutes until the Metcalf brothers entered the tent without confrontation. When they entered the tent, then a confrontation occurred. He doesn't have to leave. You can stand your ground. It's like if one of you told me right now to leave this room, and I said, no, this is not your space. You have no authority over me.
Sure.
To make me leave.
But that wouldn't give you the right to stab me if I said to leave and you didn't leave.
But if you put your hands on me, I have the right to defend myself.
Not with lethal force. That's a unnecessary escalation.
Yeah, but you have to prove I intended to use lethal
right.
To kill you.
Stabbing and shooting, things like this are considered lethal force, just regardless. Even if you don't think it is, you can't use your ignorance to plead that, oh, I didn't know. It's a reasonable, objective standard of what is lethal force. So that is stabbing, that is shooting. And so the PubMed stats don't really factor into that, because yeah, sure, a lot of people survive stabbings, but that's still lethal force. If you punched me, punching can kill someone, but punching isn't objectively considered by like the reasonable standard to be lethal force, unless you have like, a history of killing people with punches, or you're like an MMA fighter. Most people would say, yeah, a bar fight that results in an accidental death is not going to end up killing someone for the most part. But stabbing is, shooting is, any other thing where you're like, I don't know, hitting someone with a car. These are things that fall under that section 2, which would be intent to cause serious bodily injury. That's what using a knife is.
Yeah, so comparing shooting to stabbing is a logical fallacy, because there's a significant difference of over 25% in the mortality rate. So we can stop using the shootings.
What percentage would you?
No, it's not. Holy shit, he didn't hear anything that Soy just said. It's not about the percentage. The percentage by itself doesn't matter. It's about what is likely. That's it. It's just a probability. The statistics don't matter.
you be like, okay, well now it's reasonable? Because what you have a proprietary definition of reasonable right now. Like most juries, this is just how this works in the legal system. Stabbing is lethal force, especially when the opponent hasn't even punched you yet, right? Like this is not a defense of your life. The self-defense is undermined when you could have left and didn't do this. So when he's like, hey, touch me and see what happens, this is him escalating something that was provoked by them. Don't get me wrong, but that's still him escalating the situation. So what would that line have to be for you? Would it be, oh, 60% of people?
I think that this was so. I think this was a lot more complicated because I think that touch me and see what happens. I do not find this to be an escalation. To me, that is a clear threat or a clear warning that you're telling the person to back off. Like I do think that they overcharged him, and I do think that I think that it was, I don't think that it was as bad as they made it out to be. I think that they should have probably given him some, a lower charge of, I forget what it was, like manslaughter or something like that. But even that, I'm not sure, because the fact that they did, like the guy went and assaulted him twice and was shoving him and was standing over him. When you say touch me and see what happens and you're like reaching into a bag, and he said it twice, you gave the guy 2 chances and the guy both times decided to shove him, I feel like that's a warning. That is a fair warning of you telling somebody like, hey, back off or you're gonna find out. Like if somebody comes onto my property and I say get off my property or I'll shoot, like is that an escalation? Like an unjust escalation? Or I feel like, I don't know, to me a lot of this is just it's odd. A lot of this is just really strange to me that we're using the terms this way, and that that would be an escalation and not a warning. Your property is a place you can be. He was allowed to be in the tent. He wasn't. What do you mean? He was allowed to be in the tent. Bad analogy, since he wasn't in a place he was supposed to. No, he was allowed to be under the tent. There was no. This was testified to in court by numerous other coaches that he was allowed to be in the tent. That there's so all they did is they literally have all the bleachers and they set up a tent over the fucking bleachers. That's it. It's literally it wasn't even a place that was like marked off just for track runners or nothing. It was literally anybody could have sat there. And so the fact that it even started raining and there's a tent there, there's one tent over the bleachers, like it was in a public place where literally anybody was allowed to be. And they said that it didn't matter if somebody else, like it's normal for other players to go under other people's tents. Doesn't matter, Tom. You have to wait until you get punched to stab someone. Yeah, apparently. Oh yeah, but was that tent deemed a no stabbing zone? Yeah, I don't know. Maybe. I didn't check the sign. Okay, maybe I missed that. In any case, that analogy still doesn't stick because it's public, not your property. No, it sticks because it doesn't matter. The point is escalation. Like if it's unnecessary escalation, if you're giving somebody a warning, and especially we're talking about somebody where you gave them a warning the first time and they assault you, and then you give them another warning and they assault you again, like I feel like in this case, what we're talking about is whether or not that's an escalation, not whether or not like you're on your own property or something. We're talking about whether or not this is escalatory. I feel like this is a verbal warning is an escalation. It can be, but the fact that like anytime you give somebody a warning, we would consider it you're the one who's escalating the fight instead of like you're the one who's calming things down as well. Like, because you're saying like, hey, I'm drawing a fucking line here, don't cross it. Like, I feel like it could be both. It's just I feel like this whole situation was really odd to me. I don't think a verbal warning is an escalation. It's hard. I feel like a verbal warning is almost necessary. Me too. That's why this whole thing just kind of rubs me the wrong way, because I feel like generally I would think that you should be allowed to tell somebody not to touch you, or that you will defend yourself. And if they then touch you, like the fact that you're not allowed to say, don't touch me or I'll defend myself, which is essentially what he said, you know, touch me and see what happens. Like, I feel like it's obvious that that is drawing a line, but instead they saw it as him telling him, I want to fight, which I think that's fucking stupid. I think that's absolutely insane.
People die from this. 70% of people die from this, right? Like, you could say how many heart stabs result in deaths, and that is where he stabbed him. Now, I don't think he did that on purpose, but he did stab him in the heart. So you'd have to look at those statistics and then say, well, you know, 60% of people stabbed in the heart might die. Like,
no, they don't.
Oh yeah.
So
how
let's
many
look at
people die
that.
stabbed
So
in the heart?
among patients reaching the hospital,
Can I just give a warning to everyone right now? Don't stab me, or else, yeah. Thank you.
reaching the hospital with stab wounds and involving the heart, the mortality rate is approximately 11.5%.
Okay.
So, and then again, you would have to intend that he intended to stab him in the heart and not just the chest area, where the numbers drops drastically to 7.7%.
But think about that, 11%,
because you
right?
said one thing. You said that self-defense leaves the claim leaves when you could have left and you didn't leave. Well, that's not true, because Texas has a stand your ground law. I don't have to leave.
Correct.
Especially somewhere where I'm not told to leave by someone in authority.
100%
If you're not the
correct.
business owner, if you're not an employee,
Yes.
he was told to leave a place by another teenager after he was invited there by other teenagers.
Yes, the idea that he has to leave if he has a chance, that is not true, because that is only in a what's it called? I forget. It's like a responsibility to flee or some shit like that. I forget what it's called, but yeah, in stand your ground state, you don't have to leave.
He didn't have to leave. If there would have been an adult who told him to leave, then you can make that argument. But a kid telling him to leave and he chose not to leave, and then the kid put his hands on him first, and then he defended himself, and you said, oh, well, punching someone, or I haven't punched someone yet, that doesn't mean like it's fearful for your life. I teach martial arts. That's an attack. If I grab you, that's an attack. Grabbing you, we know what comes next. Punches, kicks, knees, who knows what's coming next, elbows. So you stop the attack before it progresses, and that's what he did. And we know he was sorry, because he immediately dropped the knife. He stabbed him one time. He ran. What did he do? What did he ask the cop?
He said, "Is he okay?" Right?
Yes, he asked the cop, "Is he okay?" What did he tell the coach when he walked back over to check on Austin Metcalf? They walked back near the tent. What did he tell the coach?
I don't remember this one.
He told the coach he's not going to die.
Okay.
All this proves that he thought he wasn't going to die. He didn't intend for him to die. What 17-year-old kid do you know is checking up on someone, asking this while you're in handcuffs? Is he going to be okay?
Yeah. Well, I
He's
think
not
you and I
gonna
agree
die.
on this, right? Like, I don't think he had any intent in his brain that he was going to kill this person, but that's just not how the law works. If you use lethal force, and knife is lethal force, that's why you brought up this stat, 11% of stab wounds to the heart are lethal, right? This is not actually evidence in your favor, because people trying to stab someone in the heart usually are trying to kill them, right? This is not something that you accidentally do a lot. I think Austin, didn't get stabbed on purpose in the heart. I think it was like hey, I'm stabbing you. He ran away immediately, right? But that doesn't really matter. The purpose is people try to kill people by stabbing them in the heart, and it doesn't even often kill them, right? They often survive. So you just have to prove that this is lethal force, and that's what a knife is. You don't have to show that, oh, most people don't die from stabbing. Most people don't die from shooting. That doesn't mean shooting isn't lethal force. And if you use lethal force, that's all you need to show is he intended to cause him bodily harm. That's it.
Yeah, but we have to look at the nuances and the variables of it. It's a difference between shooting someone one time and stabbing someone one time. I bet you if you look at data for people who got stabbed over 25 times, I bet you're significantly higher than people who got stabbed one time.
No, but a lot of
if you
people
look at
survive,
victims
too.
who got shot 12 times versus victims who got shot one time, that matters. You can't say, oh, lethal force was just used. According to the definition, you have to prove intent. The burden of proof is on the state, not the citizen, to prove intention.
The burden of proof is to intent to cause bodily harm, and stabbing once is all you need, because that is lethal force. One stab can kill you, as we've seen here.
That's not intent to cause bodily harm. The full penal code law states intent to cause serious bodily injury and commit an act clearly dangerous to human life.
Yes.
Yes, it isn't both. It's one or the other. That like serious bodily injury is if he intended to cause serious bodily injury there, it is still the same as long as they die.
Yes, stabbing is an act clearly dangerous to human life. As, according to juries, according to courts, this is a reasonable standard of dangerous to human life.
With the intention of.
Yeah, to cause that harm. But you can't use the ignorant. You can't say, oh, well, he didn't know. Carmelo didn't know this would cause bodily harm. That's not enough.
You can't use it.
It's not.
You literally can't.
That's not. Just because I don't know that the gun will kill you does not mean that you can say, oh, well.
Yeah, it's not. It's only if it's an accident that he stabbed him. But as long as he intentionally stabbed him, he has to know. Like, we believe he is old enough to know that that would cause serious bodily harm. Like, that's it. That's the
He
end
didn't
of it.
know guns killed people. You can't use ignorance of the law to say that it's okay to do it.
But they do use it all the time. So it's like someone's cognitive state is always brought into question when they enter court.
It matters.
That's how we get people who are deemed not fit to stand trial because of their cognitive issues. They could be deemed insane or something like that. So it matters.
Sure,
if I can prove you did not intend, if I can in fact prove you did not intend to, you did not know it would kill the person, then you're not going to get the same time as someone where I prove you intend to kill the person.
Well, maybe we can find agreement there, because I don't think he should have gotten 35 years, right? Because it was on them, even if it is still a murder charge, and I think that would still pass. You can reduce that sentence, right? And you're aware that there's like this 2 to 20 years for a crime of passion. I think this was a crime of passion, right? This was like a split-second decision. Although he did escalate a situation, he could have left. Escalating that situation when people are surrounding you, telling you to leave when you didn't provoke them, and you're like, I'm just trying to get.
Okay, he can't keep saying he didn't leave. That's not part of the analysis here. It is not relevant in Texas. It's not relevant at all.
Get away from that. All that evidence you just used to say he checked if he was okay, he ran away, he came back to check on him. This shows me that he probably didn't try to kill him. It was probably a split-second decision to try to like get out of that situation, right? I think that there's a reasonable argument to say you could reduce that sentence, and I do think he was overcharged. But would you say that that's unfair, or do you think he should have gone completely guilty or completely scot-free?
Well, my argument is that he wasn't guilty of murder, so I think we agree. I think that they could have gave him a lesser sentence, and they could have factored in the evidence that shows he did not intend to kill. He went to the track meet as a regular teenage boy. He had a multi-purpose tool, which I can show anyone here the tool if they don't agree. The tool had a glass cutter on it, a glass breaker on it. It had a 4-inch blade, a device that way you can cut spline on small pieces of rope. In his book bag, he had crossword puzzles, he had keys, he had snacks. This is a kid who was going to a track meet to compete. This kid had a 3.7 GPA. He was a captain on his football team, had leadership qualities, was a good kid.
No priors, right?
No priors, nothing.
Stable
we could cut her
household.
clean. And American society says, oh, black culture, you got YNs, you got kids that do negative things, bad things. This kid is exactly the opposite. And you got people cheering that this kid got 35 years when he could have been in society being productive instead of wasting taxpayer dollars on a kid who didn't intend to murder someone.
Yeah.
We know the evidence shows that. So a lesser charge, I can agree to that, but not murder.
Well, okay, then we might agree, because I agree with all that. He had no priors. He almost definitely did not go here to kill someone. If he had this knife on him, either he was using it as a tool, or some people just have a knife for like self-defense, right? And that's like how he perceived he used it. I bet in his heart of hearts, he thought that was self-defense, right? That makes sense to me. Unfortunately, Texas doesn't have manslaughter in this way as a secondary charge. It's you are charged with murder, but the sentencing is then reduced to the second degree felony. So it's still called murder, but at the end, then they have to, with a preponderance of evidence, show that this was a crime of passion. It seems that they failed to do that, even though that you and I probably agree it probably was that. That's when he would have gotten the 2 to 20 years, but he still would have been charged with murder, even if he got that lesser charge or lesser sentence.
Yeah, but they could have included the lesser charges, and then they could have sentenced him to a lesser charge like they've done in various other cases, and then he could have ended up with a 2 to 5 year sentence, and then I wouldn't be here making this argument.
So no, what I'm saying is if he got the 2 to 20 years, he would still have been charged with murder. It just would have been second degree felony charge, or sentencing for charge of murder.
You could get charged with murder and not found guilty of murder. You get found guilty. You get charged with murder and other lesser charges, and then the jury can decide whether it was murder or a lesser charge.
The lesser sentencing, 2 to 20 years, is still a murder charge. That's what I'm saying. That's how it works in Texas.
No, they could give him a manslaughter charge. They could give him aggravated assault, one of those charges. They could have put one of those charges in the book.
What I'm saying is a crime of passion, stabbing with this second statute with intent to cause bodily harm, which is murder, still is that sentencing of 2 to 20 years, which you might call manslaughter, but this is still called murder. So either way, he gets charged with murder.
No, they have other. Are you saying they don't have like manslaughter as a charge?
I believe not in this county. Not the way it works. It is in the same way that you might call manslaughter second degree murder. This is what it is. It's murder with a sentencing of a second degree felony.
Yeah. So you're saying they don't have lesser
sentencing? Yeah, they do.
No, not sentencing. They don't have charges like lesser charges.
They have different charges, but but what he did would be murder with a second degree felony sentence for a charge of murder.
No, what he did would not be murder at all, based on definition.
Based on the second statute, it would be.
No,
I mean, I know you disagree, but this is how this would have happened. If you and I agree he should have gotten a 2 to 20 year sentence, that would have come from charging him with the second statute and then sentencing him for 2 to 20 years, because the defense would have had to prove that it was a crime of passion.
Fair enough. So based on the second definition, prove to me, based on his actions, that he intended to kill him. He intended to cause the death.
Well, if you don't agree that a knife is lethal force, then you have a proprietary definition
No,
of
you can.
lethal
No,
force.
a knife can be used to cause lethal force. It's a lethal weapon, so it's a gun.
Yeah.
But prove to me, based on his actions and the evidence, he intended to kill him.
Well, he had a knife and he used it. That's using lethal force.
But having it, no, that's not the definition. You want me to read it?
I think you're misunderstanding the definition.
No. Intend to cause. I'm just going to read what it says.
Right.
Intend to cause serious bodily injury and commit an act clearly dangerous to human life that causes death.
Yeah,
now, prove to me he intended. And he knew he would kill him. He knew he would cause his death.
Right. So this is not how the courts work. You can never read someone's mind. You have to go on what happened here. He had the knife in his bag. He knew his hand was on it. He said, "I'm going to use this." He didn't say it was a knife, but he knew he had his hand on the knife, and then he used it on a person. This is using lethal force with intent.
Where's the intent? Where's the intent?
When it came out of his hand and went into his chest.
Where's the intent to cause death?
Well, and maybe I can help a translation error. If he had if he was standing here and he swung a knife, not I don't know, hanging out, having fun, and he swung it being funny, and it happened to stab somebody, that would be like an accidental. But if I actually take a knife and I direct it towards you as if I'm going to stab you, that is the intent portion of it. Maybe that helps. I don't know.
A little bit.
Correct. Yes, that is what it is. It's the intent to commit the action that leads to death. It doesn't have to be you intended to kill them, because at least the action, at minimum, you had intent to commit bodily harm, and that's all you need.
I mean, also you can, there's cases that I've looked at where you can show that it wasn't intent to kill, where people are slashed multiple places because he's just kind of wildly flailing. And it's a lot harder to show intent when it's like, okay, I'm just trying to get you off of me and get away. But it's when you're shoving it into someone's chest, unfortunately, it's going to prove intent a lot easier.
No, see, so for me, the intent would be if he stabbed him multiple times. And also, if you look at the video clip, Austin is standing.
Why the multiple times though?
Because multiple times you're more likely to die the more times you get stabbed.
Sure, but all it has to be is serious bodily injury.
Did you see the video?
Yeah, it's a little zoomed out though.
So in the video, and I zoomed in on it, studied it several times, right? In the video, he's standing over him, and he's significantly bigger. He has 40 pounds on him, according to their max prep. So if you look at the same thing, the max preps has Carmelo Anthony listed as 5'11", 160, and they have Austin Metcalf listed as 6 feet 200.
Yeah, it's a big
40
weight difference.
pounds.
Yeah.
So, and he's standing over him, and he grabs him and pushes down. All he quickly does is this, and gets out of it. It's so quick, I can read it to you. He stabs him. He gets grabbed at 9:38, 9 minutes and 38 on the victim, according to the F1 444 video brought into the North End point of the stadium video. He gets grabbed at 9:38. He's already out of the tent at 9:40.
Sure.
Like 9 minutes and 2 seconds.
How fast you stab someone doesn't make it lethal force or not. That doesn't matter.
We're going to intentions.
Yeah,
that goes to show that it was a quick reaction.
If you shoot someone quickly, that's still lethal force. If you stab someone quickly, this is still lethal.
See, I told you he was gonna go with this but he did it. He didn't mean to do it. He didn't go there planning on doing it. That sounds like the argument he's using now.
Lethal force.
A bullet is very far different than a knife.
It is, but unfortunately, both are lethal force.
Yeah, but that's a logical fallacy in the percentage of death. It's far more dangerous if I use a gun than if I use a knife.
Yeah, and it's far more dangerous than a knife than it is, a fist. But a fist is usually not lethal force unless you have what do they register your hands if you're in martial arts or something crazy? They don't do that. That's a myth.
No, I'm a fourth-degree black belt. They don't do that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I won't get in a fight just in case anyway. But either way, the point is that this is what is considered lethal force by courts. But we're going to loop on this a lot. But I think maybe I want to see if you agree with this. If we don't cede that, the idea that he probably should have gotten charged with something, by saying he's not guilty of murder, you're kind of spreading this message of oh, he's completely innocent, because there was this narrative to try to paint him as innocent, right? They had a lot of GoFundMes for his bail. There are a lot of people that said the jury was unfair, and that might have been true, right? There were no black people on the jury, but there was a lot of people being filmed outside saying, he should go free. Well, we're not allowed to defend ourselves. And I think when you do this, what we're doing is we're driving people into these racist narratives where they're well, this guy's at least saying that he did something wrong. And so if you and me can't say, yeah, this kid should have gone to jail for something, then they all go to those people. It's well, at least they're telling the truth. And then they get this racist, white supremacist narrative where they're trying to paint black people as this, I don't know, what you were talking about. It's oh, they're bad kids. They're raised in this bad neighborhood. And they're, that's why they go around and they just stab people willy-nilly and they get off free, even though he was charged probably more than you. And I think he should be. So would you at least agree that if we can't at least admit that something bad happened here, we are letting those people run away with the narrative?
Well, something bad happened when a teenager dies, regardless of the matter. Something bad happens. I don't think Carmelo Anthony behaved perfectly, but perfectly doesn't warrant the sentence. In a perfect world, he would have had the maturity level of a 35-year-old and the emotional constancy of someone who's 35 years old. And be like, you know what? I'm going to just walk away from the situation. They're telling me to leave the tent. Even though I feel like I'm being bullied, I'm just going to walk away right now. But because he didn't behave perfectly, it doesn't warrant the sentence. It doesn't warrant what happened. It doesn't prove intent. It doesn't prove murder. So what I would say to that, you also have to factor in stature. So again, if someone was in here and they grabbed me and that person is, say, 6'8", 300 pounds, I'm not going to fight you. I'm a 4th degree black belt. I've been doing martial arts for 20 years. I'm not fighting that person. They would more than likely get stabbed. So my whole thing is, as a martial arts instructor, as someone who teaches self-defense, I teach all my students, don't ever touch someone first. Don't ever do that. Don't ever hit someone. People could talk, people can threaten. If someone invades your space, or they're threatening the life of you or someone else, or they touch you, you have the right to defend yourself. And you can defend yourself very harshly. Like, because I know if you touch me, that's why I hope no one ever touches me. Because if I don't have a weapon on me, you still may end up dead. Like, I find, I don't know where my mind will go if you touch me and assault me. That's why I'm luckily I've never had to use it, and I don't use it. I let people talk. So I've had people who are drunk, like, yeah, man, I'll kick your butt and all of that. I laugh. You sure will.
Last kind of quick minute, and then we'll move into closers, okay?
Yeah. Sure. I mean, so if I guess you obviously say these aren't comparable, but had Anthony like pulled a gun out and shot him, because don't get me wrong, I think you and I agree, he was pretty fucking scared. He's surrounded by these giant football playing teenagers. There's probably a good argument that these kids were racist, given the fact of what his dad has said after the fact with the whole, you know, racial watermelon felon, I think he said, which is like, yeah, okay, this guy probably didn't raise the best kids. Would that somehow justify that, using that lethal force?
If he would have had a gun on him, first he would have been committing a crime, so.
Tom thought he was innocent. I did not. I did not say he was fucking innocent. Stop it. Fucking Raceland came in here the other day saying this, and I was like, I did not. He's like, yes, you did. Go back to this fucking panel. I went back to it, and I said, I was like, bro, what I said over and over and over is that the idea that it is obvious that he committed murder is bullshit. There is a chance that he could actually have a self-defense case here. And I kept explaining why I thought there was a chance for a self-defense case. And I clarified that and caveated that 1,000 fucking times, saying this is not a clear-cut case of murder. There is a chance that he could have a self-defense case. And then I went back to the fucking thing and I said it over and over and over and over. I kept saying, I am not saying that he's innocent. I'm saying that this is not a clear-cut case of murder. I think that there's a chance he could get self-defense, but
he would be.
You better have the best lawyer money can have if you want the chance. I mean, I also like as soon as I saw his lawyer give a speech, I was like, oh, he's fucked. He's fucked. Like, he's absolutely fucked. I guess it was, I don't know if it was his lawyer or what, but there was some, like, reverend who was speaking on behalf of him at press conferences that was so fucking insane. So fucking insane.
Let's say it was illegal. The commission of a felony. You can't have a gun. No one, unless if you're not law enforcement, it is illegal in America to have a gun on
a school
high school.
Some of you guys were here, right? Because I remember Raceland came in and saying this shit, and then I went back and pulled up the panel, and then after I showed it, and I showed me specifically saying it, some of you guys were in chat like, Raceland, you got to take the L, admit it, and he wouldn't do it. He wouldn't say that he was wrong.
Campus.
Okay, well, let's just assume it wasn't. I'm saying, like, in the same situation, let's say it's like in a place where you had like a concealed carry permit, right?
Pretty sure we argued about it. I'm pretty sure that's when you first started coming into my chat, yeah. Maybe I'm thinking of something else, but I swear you were like, if you were pro Rittenhouse, you literally can't be anti this guy or you're a hypocrite. Yes. Yes. That is what I said, yes.
Well, he can at 17.
Okay, hypothetically, let's say he did. Would this be justified?
Yeah, he owes you money. That's right, he did. He bet me money. That's right. He said he was gonna pay me if I. Oh wait, I think he did. I think he came back the next day and donoed. That's right. I think he came back the next day and donoed. That's right. He said he was gonna go and watch the whole fucking VOD and come back, and he did. He came back the next day and donoed.
Let's say it was legal to have the gun, but would it be justifiable for him to pull that gun out and shoot him because that guy said, you need to leave. He said no, stood his ground, and shot this guy.
Where?
I think he did. I don't remember. This was like 2 months ago, I think so. But to the best of my memory, I believe he did. I believe it came back. And
like, for example, because Florida, yes, it's perfectly
Let's say it's
legal.
still in Texas.
So we can look at the stand your ground law. I have the data. If we have time to look through the similarities between Texas stand your ground and Florida stand your ground, because Texas has a stand your ground law. But just in that case, if we're just going to look at high school kids, I don't think if someone puts your hand on you in that type of setting, I don't think you should shoot them. No.
Sure. And so
that would be a crime. Like,
why is
a
that?
gun.
Why is that? What, say 20% difference in fatalities?
It's over 25%.
No, so yeah, 25% for the gun. You said 5% for the stabs. Why is that 20% difference enough? Is that's all it takes for it's like, okay, this is too much force now? Okay. Wait, you're saying that would be?
Yeah, it's a gun.
Right.
It's a logical fallacy in the mortality rate.
I'm trying to see like where do you draw the line where apparently.
I wish he would challenge him on the fucking logical fallacy thing, because he keeps saying it. He keeps saying that's a logical fallacy, but I don't know what. I don't know why he keeps saying it's a logical fallacy. Say fallacy one more motherfucking time. Dude, I don't know why. I don't know why he keeps saying it's a fallacy. It's not a. Where's the fallacy? Where is this coming from?
25% fatalities from gunshot wounds is enough, but 5% from stabbings isn't. But even though both of these...
You're talking about what, high school kids?
No, I'm just talking about whether or not it's lethal force, right? Both of these have an over 70% fatality rate, but you say no.
They have an over 70%?
Excuse me, a 70% survival rate, right? Both of these things. But because there's a 20% discrepancy between the shootings and the stabbings are not lethal force.
Not 20%.
It's
over 25% difference.
25% from the shootings, 5% you said from the stabbings.
So 33% die from gunshot wounds.
Okay, excuse me, 28%.
And 7.7% die from stabbings.
Okay, 26%.
Okay.
So this 26% discrepancy is enough to say, well, gunshots are lethal force, but stabbings aren't.
No, they both can be lethal force.
Right.
Yes.
Right. So the survival rate doesn't matter.
No, the survival rate does matter, but they both are lethal force.
Okay.
Like, they both are lethal weapons.
Right. So lethal force can cause bodily harm that can result in death, and that's why it's murder from that second statute.
I have to intend to murder you.
Yes, by using the lethal force.
Yes. No, but you're not proving it. Like, that's what I'm saying. His actions before, during, and after doesn't prove he intended to kill.
No. He has to intend to use the lethal force. Again, he's Soy Pill won't correct him on this. He doesn't have to intend for you to die. He has to intentionally use the lethal force. The force that he's using, it means it can't be on accident that he used the lethal force. It can't just be like he said, like he's just randomly swinging around knives, or you're going and doing a magic trick juggling knives and one of the knives goes flying out of your hand into somebody's head. Like, that you didn't intend for the knife to go into their fucking head, but in this case, the knife, he intended for the knife to go into his chest. He intentionally used the lethal force.
Kill him. He didn't intend to cause the death. He intended to get him off him. That's what it proves.
All you have to prove is that he intended to cause bodily harm, serious bodily harm that can result in death, which is stabbing.
No, clearly dangerous to human life. That causes
stabbing
death.
Is clearly dangerous to you.
See, fuck, Soy Pill's gonna drive me crazy here. He won't like nail this down. Intentionally using lethal force. Intent to use lethal force.
Human life.
No.
Yeah, I think we're mixing up intention. So intention would be like the action of
yes, thank you. Yes, thank you. Oh my goodness, Sarah is the person who fucking Sarah is the person who made this case. Sarah made the case. Ooh, Soy Pill's never gonna hear the end of this one.
Picking up a knife and projecting it towards
it says
you,
intent to
right?
cause serious bodily injury. I don't. You can't prove he intended to cause serious bodily injury.
He intended to stab him. That's a serious bodily injury.
No, it's not.
Why not?
He intended to put a knife on him. That doesn't mean he intended to cause serious bodily injury.
Okay, so the way this works is what is considered a objective reasonable standard. Objective reasonable standard is stabbing someone is a serious bodily injury. Just because, unless you missed, then it's like, okay, maybe he intended to and missed, but you would have to show that, oh, that's why he only grazed his toe, or nicked him in the shoulder and not stabbed him in the chest. That is serious bodily injury. So and it clearly was because he died.
So how do we know he didn't intend to cut him?
But we don't.
Oh,
but
we're-
that's why you have to prove that he didn't.
We are starting to loop, gentlemen,
Yeah.
and out of respect for everybody's time, let's go ahead and give some closers. So if you want to give a quick closer, and then I'll give it back to Dr.
Yeah,
James.
I appreciate the conversation. I think you're a little confused on that second statute, but regardless, I think we agree he should not have been sentenced to 35 years. I think if you look at all the circumstances, this was a scared kid who, got a little out of hand. If he was more mature, maybe he wouldn't have escalated, but he does not deserve to have his whole life ruined for 35 years. You'd probably go, I think 2 to 5, and like maybe with some plea deal. And I think it's important for both of us to acknowledge, like, this is a bad thing that he did. He does deserve some punishment. It sucks that this has been racialized, and it sucks that this is in the context of like the black community getting just smeared all over the time for every Black Lives Matter case. And so I get the reaction that people have, and I just think we have to be cool and level-headed, look at the objective evidence, and not cede that ground to racist right-wingers who are trying to turn this into like a race-baiting case. But I appreciate the conversation.
Yeah, thank you. So, yeah, we agree he should, the 35 years for murder is just not right. Again, to me, until his...
I was going to say, this guy did agree fairly early on that he thinks he should have gotten a lesser sentence, so... I don't know why. So I kept saying, like, I wish we could agree, or we should at least agree. Like, he agreed to that, all of that early on.
His intention to cause his bodily injury and commit an act clearly dangerous to human life. His actions before, during, and after don't prove that. They prove that he intended to defend himself. Again, when you pull a knife and you react quickly in a split second, which what this was, you can say that this person, maybe they intended to cut him, maybe intended to, graze him, whatever, scare him. But the action was so quick that he had that type of reaction. So I don't think anyone can prove based on the evidence that he intended to cause the death of Austin Metcalf. And that's where my claim comes from.
All right. Thank you, gentlemen. Shake hands, get up, and walk away. Have a good one.
Thank you.
Thanks for watching all the way to the end, guys. Please hit like and subscribe. It helps us grow the show and helps us get bigger guests.
That wasn't the end. That wasn't, we're 25 minutes into a 4-hour video.
Thank you so much.
Dr. James, I think the conversation that you and Soy had, it highlights a lot of the same things that I have.
Hey, Ethan, well done.
But maybe we can get this down through like deduction to, I guess, kind of prove where me and my buddy are coming from on why it seems to be the case he did intentionally do this. So we both agree knives are deadly weapons, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, by virtue of being a deadly weapon, right? A deadly weapon causes serious bodily injury and are clearly dangerous to human life, right?
They can do that, yes.
Right. Now, if I tend to use that, especially in its most common method, so for example, like I could have like a gun and maybe I want to like hit you with it. Maybe it won't kill you, but like there's a difference between if I hit you with it versus if I shoot you with it. The way you use it clearly matters, whether or not are you using it in a deadly format. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, the way you use it. Now,
if I stab somebody, which I believe you said the percent was about like 5% of killing somebody via stabbings.
Yes.
Isn't 5% when we're risking a human life? Isn't that of great significant damage to a person?
No, because 95%, that means 95% chance they're going to live.
So
I wouldn't say that's great significance, no.
So if you were to like potentially walk into like a room and there's a 5% chance of you dying, there's not a great significant chance of you dying.
What's the reward of me walking in the room?
The reward of you walking in the, you just go in. Doesn't matter.
See, in life we deal with risk versus reward. If there's a
Yeah, there does have, I was gonna ask, I was literally thinking the same thing. There has to be like a benefit to this in order for somebody to walk into the room at all. Even if there's like, you know, a 1% chance, you're not gonna go into the room for no reason, especially if you think that there's like a 1% chance that you die. Meaning that like, you might think like, well, that's not that high, Tom. Well, if you walk in that room, like consider a room in your house. If you walk in that room 100 times, one of those 100 times, you're gonna fucking die. Like, no, that's pretty, that's pretty fucking high, dude. That's a lot of times. I walk in a lot of fucking rooms in my house, and about like 10 times a day for almost every room. I think I'm less likely to walk in them if there's a chance I'm gonna die, 1% chance I'm gonna die. So, but this is kind of like with driving, you know, there's always a chance that you can get in a car accident and die. And it has nothing to do with how safe you drive. How you can be the safest driver of all time. It doesn't matter if because other people are on the road as well. Other people can be dangerous. Other people can just come slam into you. Other people can kill you. And so how safely you drive isn't relevant at all, but you drive anyways. You know that there's this chance that you can die from other people being crazy ass drivers. Yeah, you drive anyways. The reason you drive anyways is because there's a great utility to you driving. You need to drive in order to get places, in order to go to work, in order to get food, and so you continue doing it anyways. The risk reward there is everything.
The chance of me dying going in the room, then there has to be a reason I'm going into it.
Now, for the hypothetical, it doesn't matter because the only variable that we're isolating for is it a danger to your life to a significant degree? That's the only variable we're isolating for.
Yeah, but we don't take.
Yes, but it does a significant degree is based on the reward. He is correct. He is correct here. The Ethan can't isolate it in that way. You can't do it. That if somebody says like there's a 1% chance you're gonna die today while you're running doing your regular daily activities, I'm not getting out of fucking bed. 1%? Fuck that shit. I'm not getting out of bed. Like, not happening. Not happening. I'm staying in fucking bed.
Take unnecessary risk. If there's a 1% chance, if there's a 0.01% chance of me dying doing something and I'm doing it for no reason, I wouldn't do that either because there's still a chance.
Yeah, but there's one thing for it to be a chance. For example, there's a chance that when we drive, we may get into a car crash and die, and that'd be
Well, it's likelihood is what you're talking about. 1% likelihood.
tragic, and it happens to people every day.
Yeah.
However, there's also a difference between when you stab somebody and now you've got a 5% chance of someone dying because of that. So with that in mind, it's 5%. Like, if there was a 5% chance that you could get into like a car crash and then die every time you drove, you probably would never drive, right?
Well, I think it's higher than that. I think the percentage of car, I don't know the percentage. Of
It's not. I guarantee.
But
If it
it's
was 5%,
definitely
there would be car accidents everywhere because you see dozens of cars every day.
No, I'm talking
if you
about
drive.
once you're in a car accident. Like, I want to know the percentage of victims who die in car accidents. But when I drive, I'm driving for a reason. That's what I'm saying.
Right. But I'm talking about if you drive at all.
Yeah.
Every person who gets into a car crash, okay, they are first driving. That's the first prerequisite, right? Now, if there's a 5% chance that you may get into a car crash and then die just by virtue of driving somewhere, you would never drive, right?
No, I would if I have a reason to drive. If I have to drive to make a living, for example. So then that 5% would be worth the reward, the risk versus reward. It's a 5% chance of me dying, but I have to drive to provide for my family. So I would.
I mean, in theory, you could just like bike, right?
No, depending on where you work and the commute.
You can just get like a different job.
It's not that easy to always get a different job. And you see our economy right now?
So
you're
take telling
the jobs that you can get and affordable to you.
You're telling me that you would risk your life. Well, remember, when we're driving, we have to drive to and from work. You're telling me that you're actually gambling because you're doing it twice. You're doubling your chances.
Right.
You are literally having a 10% chance of you dying every time you go to work by agreeing to this hypothetical, which I think every person would disagree with.
They could disagree. To provide for my family, I would take that risk, yes.
Now, take that risk instead of like doing some other thing, right? Because the whole point of this is I'm trying to establish is when there's a 5% chance of you doing something for something as valuable as a human life, 5% is an insane amount, right? Whatever the case may be, right? I would find some other alternative to risking my life every time if there's a 5% chance I engage with whatever this hypothetical is. But you're agreeing to this. I don't understand.
You're saying, all right, so for me, 5% isn't high enough for the reward of me being able to provide for myself and my family. 5% isn't high enough. So, but if there was an option to where I could still provide for my family, and let's say an option was 1% more, the chance would happen.
Right.
Then yeah, I would take option B if it were possible. But it's not always possible, especially with like commuting to work. Some people take the train, some people take the bus because that's their only available option. Some people drive because that's their option. It's like not everyone lives close enough to work to bike or walk.
Right.
Yes.
Okay. Now, so then in this example, then let's say there's a 0.001% chance on a different hypothetical, right? So you get your 5%, and then for a different one, maybe you bike every day instead. You would obviously pick the bike because you don't want to risk a 5% chance because that is an insane amount, right?
You're saying it's possible for me to bike to work?
Sure. Yeah. There's
if
an
it's
alternative.
possible, if it's close enough where I am not jeopardizing my quality of life, I can get to work on time, leave on time, then yeah, bike.
Now, when we look at this situation, Carmelo had the choice of reaching in and then stabbing Austin or not stabbing Austin. What do you think is most likely to not yield in a death?
Not putting the multi-purpose tool that could be used as a lethal weapon on the person at all will be more likely for that person to survive.
Okay, excellent.
Yeah.
So the knife, we've agreed it's a deadly weapon. Deadly weapons can cause serious bodily injury and are clearly a risk in virtue of them being a deadly weapon. And we also know that when Austin was approaching Carmelo, he was already reaching into it, right?
Excuse me?
He was already reaching into his bag when Austin was approaching Carmelo. This is correct, yes?
When he was approaching him?
Yeah. When Austin was approaching Carmelo.
Well, when he was talking to him, they said, I think witness testimony, before he even like grabbed him, his hand was like already in the bag.
Right. So he already had the intent.
Intent to what?
Have the deadly weapon to use it, or to at least be ready for it. But yes,
he intended to use it.
Yeah, by virtue of having it ready.
No, I don't think he intended to use it if no one would have touched him.
Now, when we are talking about our risk to life, we already agreed that if we are going to do some action that could result in the death of a person, right? What is the risk factor of Carmelo being a serious bodily injury to Austin such that it warrants a 5% chance to Austin's death?
Carmelo being a seriously bodily injury to Austin, the risk of Carmelo, or?
Yeah, I might have misspoken. What I'm saying is, what are
the risk of Austin being seriously bodily injury to Carmelo, obviously. When Austin is shoving Carmelo over and over, that's obviously threatening to Carmelo. Obviously.
The proportionate force. It's in proportionate force. That's what I'm trying to establish.
You're saying the risk that Austin posed to Carmelo?
Yes.
Disproportionate.
Well, we don't know that. We don't know. We just know he's significantly bigger.
Okay. Now, when, for example, when Alex Preddy was killed, I think we probably agree that was a bad use of force by ICE. Are you familiar with that?
No.
Oh, okay.
Is that the lady who was?
He was a man.
Yeah,
this was in Minnesota, and it relates. It was a abuse of force by the police.
Oh, yeah.
Now, the guy had touched the police officer, right? And then a bunch of awful things happened. He was jumped by other ICE officers, and then they basically did an execution of him, right? It was an absurd use of force. And he did touch the ICE officer, though. He did. But the use of force was not proportionate. And that's what I'm trying to say is the case here. Now, just because someone approaches you and may be intimidating doesn't necessitate you doing a 5% chance of taking their life.
Yeah, those are not comparable. Those are totally different cases to compare with the use of force. You want to try another?
I mean, they both have the situation.
Well, I agree. So yeah, when they are insanely different. This guy you can't just say they're different, but the reason that they're different is because Alex Preddy, when he touched the officer, he didn't do anything intimidating to the officer. He was not escalating, he was not intimidating, he was not acting in a threatening manner, whereas Austin was. Austin walked up and shoved him twice and was standing over him with his brother standing right behind him as well. Like, that is not comparable to somebody literally just touching you. You just touched him. He just put his hand on the officer. So it's not related at all. Also, people who play Hero Siege like getting it in the booty hole.
Situation where you have an inappropriate use of force, right? Like, what are the chances
Obviously.
of Carmelo, his life being at jeopardy, or him being
Obviously,
at
we all
serious
agree on
bodily
that.
injury compared to the stabbing of Austin?
What are the chances of Carmelo being seriously bodily injured and the chances of the stabbing?
Yeah. What are the chances of Austin?
He's asking what the threat was towards Carmelo from Austin. Like, what was that threat risk of Austin coming at?
He hit the officer? Wait, Daniel Preddy? He did not hit the officer. He never hit the fucking officer. No, he didn't. That did not fucking happen.
Carmelo, that created the use of force to come back.
Well, we don't know that specifically, and I'm not Carmelo to know his perception of the threat. We do know that he's significantly smaller, and we know that he has epilepsy. So that also has to be factored in, because then you have to think about the cognitive, the brain, and what could happen if he would have hit his head when he fell, if he would have had a seizure. Who knows how risky it is? Did you know that Carmelo Anthony had epilepsy?
I did not.
Okay, so that has to does that change your opinion knowing that?
It does influence it. It does influence it.
Okay, so how does it influence it?
Well, it's another thing.
Well, it influences his state of mind, obviously. Carmelo's state of mind in this scenario.
To factor into the situation.
So how should we factor that in now that we know that?
Well, one, we have to evaluate and think about it, and I'm not going to sit here and try to evaluate and think about it on the spot in a debate, so that probably wouldn't be very...
Do you know that epilepsy impacts cognitive ability in your thinking?
I mean, sure.
Okay, so that furthermore feeds into him not being guilty of murder, because that also impact his thinking in the situation, not thinking, not factoring in, quickly reacting, not thinking, I'm going to kill this person may die for me doing this is just going to get them off me, quick, boom, get them off me, run, move, drop the knife, go back.
I thought that's what the guy said. Oh, okay. I was like, what the fuck? You never hit the fucking officer?
Oh, my business. That is impacted by epilepsy. Do you know that?
To that degree, I mean, I can take that, but ultimately, he reaches into his bag while Austin is approaching. We know that it's a deadly weapon.
Not while Austin is approaching. I think that's the wrong way to frame it. Because when on the video, did you watch the video?
I haven't seen it.
Did you see them walk into the tent?
No.
So when they walk into the tent, Austin Metcalf and Hunter Metcalf, when they walk into the tent, Carmelo's sitting at the top of the tent. His bag is beside him. You can see that much. He's not reaching then. Why not?
Why is he not reaching? I don't know. I haven't seen the video.
But you haven't examined the video from which the ruled homicide took place?
I've only read reports on what's happened.
You haven't examined the evidence?
The video, no.
What evidence have you examined?
I've read summaries of testimonies. I've read articles and summarizations.
Well, I think
this is where he entered. That's where the stabbing took place.
Yeah,
we want to look through more of this evidence.
Your claims are coming from you're doing the use of force concept, anyways. I don't even know if that would have to be tied in with watching the video per se.
Yeah.
Based on where you're going.
I think so, because if you see the video, then you see he's standing over him, which increases how someone may feel. You know what I'm saying?
Correct. It increases the intimidation factor.
They said, according to the witness testimony, he said, "Touch me and you'll see," or something to that effect.
Right.
So, and his hand is already on his bag, in his bag.
Right.
Someone stands over him, a bigger figure, and then Austin's beside him, Hunter's in front of him. He grabs him, pushes down. That's when he reacts. You can see on the video, it's a quick reaction. Around the 36-second mark of it, someone walks out of the tent. So that signals to you that the stabbing is about to occur. Austin pushes down, standing over him, pushes down, grabs him. Then you see the reaction, and him quickly, within 1.2 seconds, he's already at the top of the tent. Quickly, he drops it. He didn't chase after him to finish whatever he started. Right. Austin left the tent this way. He backed out of the tent, then ran diagonally the other way. So this is what I'm saying when we looking at intention, looking at the evidence, looking at the full video. On the video, you see him walk with a coach.
Again, he's not understanding this. It's intent to do the action that causes the bodily harm. This is really fucking frustrating that he keeps doing this.
Back over to the tent on the track.
Yeah.
Looking at the bleachers, saying he's not going to die. I think that's important to know for evidence, the intentions that we have to prove.
I mean, I think we're both very familiar with the 7 stages of grief, where the very first one is denial, right?
Grief, or just
grief.
The person. So he's grieving Austin?
He's grieving maybe Austin because, you know what, maybe it was really just something that
or
was
his own
action.
Not
maybe.
That's it. Why is he doing the fucking stages of grief? Okay,
it was something that happened in the passion of the moment, I would most likely say, right? So I agree with what Soy was saying.
You would say what?
That it probably should be like reduced, right? Like the sentencing time is what I'm saying.
But the time of passion.
The time?
Yeah. So I think he's got like 35 years. It probably shouldn't be 35 years. That's what I'm saying.
What would you recommend?
Well, that's relevant to the point that I'm trying to establish. Right? That's going to go into a whole different thing. But the point that I'm trying to establish, I don't even remember what I was saying since we got dropped into that.
You're saying that you were just on the stages of grief. The first.
Oh yeah. So when he stabs him, he probably is like freaking out. You know, after that, I think anyone would be after you stab somebody, and there probably was a good bit of blood after you stab someone in the chest. And then second, he probably knows, if this guy does die, then my entire life is at serious jeopardy. So like, yeah, it wouldn't surprise me that him saying he's not dead or he's not going to die or whatever it was, That doesn't surprise me.
Have you ever seen someone get stabbed?
I don't know how that's relevant at all to this.
I'm going to tell you. Have you ever seen someone get stabbed?
Yeah, I've seen videos.
Have you no, in the moment, in person, have you ever seen someone get stabbed?
No.
Have you ever stabbed someone?
Nope.
I've seen people get stabbed. I've stabbed people. When you intend to stab someone, I'm not worried about grieving over them. I didn't ask, is he going to be all right? I thought good for him.
When you do stab people, though, or when you do intend to stab people, usually you reach in your bag and you say, come over here and see what happens, right?
No, what?
You say, like, come over here, see what happens.
When
Touch me, see what happens.
No, when I stabbed the person, it was because they touched me first. We were having an altercation.
Well,
they started.
Just because someone touches you doesn't mean you get to, do a great risk to their life. That's what I'm saying.
So you're saying, let me make sure I understand your argument correctly. You're saying in America, people should have the right to go around putting their hands on people first because they have a disagreement.
Whoever said that? I just said that you shouldn't be able
Are
to,
you
like...
saying that?
People should be able to touch other people just because they have a disagreement? No, I never said that.
So you disagree with people... So you disagree... Austin did something wrong by putting his hands on Carmelo first.
Of course.
Okay, so then what are the parameters for defending yourself against bigger people?
Not necessarily killing them or doing something that is of great risk to killing them. Not necessarily, no.
Okay, so let me make sure I understand this. If a female is standing here and she's 5'7", 140 pounds, and a guy is standing here and he's 6'3", 230 pounds, and he says, I'm going to take it from you. And she says, if you touch me, you're going to see what happens. And then he grabs her and she stabs him and he dies. Should she go to prison for murder?
Wait, did Austin know that he had a weapon?
Should she go to prison for murder?
Did Austin know that he had a weapon?
I don't know if Austin knew he had a weapon.
Well, now we're introducing new variables. This is not analogous.
Should she go to... All right, so...
Right.
Let's
This
say,
one you said she would tell him, I will stab you.
No, she didn't. No, she said, touch me and see what happens. She's saying the same thing that Carmelo said. Okay. So she's standing there and she has her hand in her purse and she says, touch me and see what happens. Then the guy grabs her and she stabs him and he ends up dying. Should she go to prison for murder?
What's the guy trying to do? I mean, like, we need to know the context of this whole entire thing.
He's grabbing her. So that's what I'm saying. He just grabbed her, though. That's all we know. Just like Austin just grabbed Carmelo. He just grabbed her. Should she wait and see what happens?
If all else equal, if this is the same situation as Carmelo, no.
She shouldn't go to prison for... Wait,
no, as in she should not attempt to or do something that is of great risk to the person's life.
So
no.
she should...
All else equal, no.
So if she does and she stabs him and then he dies, she should go to prison for murder?
Yes.
Okay. I'm fair enough with that. Ladies, protect yourself.
Are we talking...
Yeah, I mean, I said this early on as well. I said, like, if this was like a small blonde white woman, like, I don't think anybody would fucking question this. I don't think anybody would question this. A small blonde white woman, big guy walks up, tells her to get the fuck out. She says no. And then she says, touch me and see what happens. And he comes up and starts shoving her. She says it again, touch me and see what happens. And he shoves her again. And then she pulls out a knife and stabs him. I think that everybody would be like, yeah, she's fucking terrified, dude. Like, this big guy is walking up on her and fucking shoving her over and over. Like, yeah, she's scared out of her mind. But in this situation, people don't think of it the same way.
I would say let's start trying to wrap up our points. If there's any bigger ones you want to make, and then we'll move into closers.
Okay. Yeah, I guess the last thing I want to... This one maybe we'll get over in like 2 seconds. But like, if I'm like intentionally... Actually, you know what? No, it's not a good symmetry break. There's a hypothetical I had, but I don't think it's going to be a really analogous one upon further introspection. But yeah, I guess as a closing statement, all I'm positing is, at least with the woman example that you just gave, all I'm saying is if you swapped out Carmelo Anthony for a woman, I would still apply the exact same standard. That's what I'm saying. Otherwise, though, no, this is an absolute disproportionate use of force. He obviously had the intent to use a deadly weapon. Deadly weapons, by virtue of their name, being deadly weapons, which can cause serious injury to a person. He obviously had the intention to use it by virtue of him stabbing Austin in a disproportionate use of force.
Yeah. So in closing, I would say... Carmelo intended to use the multi-purpose tool, which could be used as a knife, but I don't think he intended to cause the death with the knife. I think he intended to maybe cut him, could have caused a laceration. There's no proof based on his actions before, during, and after the stabbing that he intended to kill him and cause his death, other than him being a normal high school kid with a 3.7 GPA, football captain, great kid, doing word puzzles.
Okay, we might come back to this in a little bit.
What politics and what background do you bring to the table at Fox?
So an alternative point of view. I grew up in a pretty political household, parents quite active, you know, I think typical boomer liberal types. I grew up around old school liberal values, so I consider myself part of the center left moderates. I have a podcast.
Have you covered any of the new information? I don't know. I'm not sure.
It's called Raging Moderates.
Sure.
So an angry moderate who wants to win elections and will go into any venue to talk about
Okay,
it.
so that's a great way to start. What is an angry moderate? Because it seems like an oxymoron.
It's all of us now, isn't it? I spend a lot of my time looking at the data and the polling. I have a background as a political researcher and pollster. I did a PhD in politics at the London School of Economics. But an angry moderate today, I think, is someone who understands the gravity of the moment that we're in and is laser focused on winning elections as the only solution to that. The system is set up a certain way, and that you have to get into the system, i.e. you have to win the seat or the election in order to be able to make any change.
And how do you see your role?
First and foremost, part of the table. But I see myself as part of a fraught and oftentimes friendly bipartisan ensemble discourse that very much reflects real life.
What's the virtue of you being the one out of the five, and what's the danger of it?
So the virtue of it is that you have an opportunity to have this tremendous platform, a huge amount of eyeballs on it, which is bipartisan. So we have 20% Democrats, 30% independents, and 50% Republican. And that's everything from a Romney Republican to MAGA. I get to not just make the Democrats' case or the Democratic Party's case, I get to make my case, which I think is a very sensible and logical blend of policy and humanity that resonates with people.
I grew up watching William F. Buckley on the right, and debating, you know, somebody from the Black Panthers or William Kunstler, the lefty lawyer, or Alan.
It sounds like a therapy session. Yeah, it's very podcasty, where a lot of these guys, they all talk very similarly. I don't know if it's the mic that they're using or, you know, the sound settings, but there's always this very podcasty sound to the way that they speak. Like they're on, what was that? What am I thinking of? There's like a radio show, NPR, like it's an NPR sort of thing, I guess.
Allen Ginsberg or something. It was it was exciting. It was intellectually entertaining. What's the goal now? It doesn't seem things are more rough-hewn. You know, are you trying to persuade? Are we trying to entertain? What's the purpose? Why are you there?
So I want to win elections. I don't work for the Democratic Party. Democrats, when they're in office, elicit better policy outcomes for everybody.
So there's an idealism to it, not just
100%,
not just careerism. Yeah.
No, and I understand I'm on. You know, we're entertaining, and you can't keep 4 million viewers watching it if you aren't entertaining.
There are a lot of people who watch either people on your show or Sean Hannity or Laura Ingraham, and they can't believe that they're actually saying
it's an
this.
alternative reality to them.
Exactly. They don't really believe that they mean it.
Certainly have heard that. People ask, how much of what they say do they believe? And likewise, people have asked me, how much of what you say do you believe? And if you spend time consistently with me, you'll see the days when I'm railing against the party for something that I think is a mistake. Like, I don't know how many times I can say, I think that blue city mayors should cooperate with ICE to turn over people who have committed crimes on American soil, not crossing the border, but once they got here. If you don't do that, then Stephen Miller gets the wind beneath his sails, and he goes after people who have been here for decades who work at a car wash. And nobody wants that. Donald Trump doesn't even want that.
You've talked to Trump?
No.
Never?
Nope.
You want
He's
to?
talked about me.
He certainly has. Donald Trump once came after you on Truth Social for citing some poor polling numbers, and he wrote this: "Why does Fox News allow failed TV personality Jessica Tarloff to soil the five? Her voice, her manner, and above all else, which he says are a disgrace to television broadcasting." When you read that on Truth Social, do you feel terrible, or do you go, I like that?
No,
I was just about to say, I bet you anything, like whenever Trump mentions somebody, they're like, fuck yes. Hell yeah. This is based as fuck. I get to take the most hated man in the fucking world talking shit about me, and I get to post this all over the fucking internet. This is awesome. Hell yeah. Like, dude, I would pay Donald Trump to talk shit about me on True Social. I would pay him everything I have. I would pay him everything I own, bro. Just one time, just go on True Social and just talk some shit. Just like talk about me being fucking bald and just talk about me being on the left and a fucking liberal. Just do it one fucking time. Just talk some shit about me. I will be posting about it for the rest of my life. This motherfucker, can you see this? Can you believe this, dude? Just talk about me, what? He's talking shit about me?
I feel terrible.
Do you?
Generally.
Really?
My husband
I'm gonna run to the restroom real quick. I'll let this play.
will try to gauge the reaction. He's like, can she see the value in her platform and her persona being elevated like this, you know, hero to the resistance left, etc. And then I'm mostly in tears about it. Not that one in particular.
So what really gets to you?
What really gets to me is threatening my job.
I do like his show. I like all of your shows, actually. I'm glad Jessica's not there. Because I think, no, actually, I think your show would be better without her. But, you know, who am I to say that? Isn't that terrible? I think it would be a lot better.
I think people who act as if it is not meaningful that the most powerful person in the world is personally attacking you are being dishonest. And I see no reason to do that.
Mm-hmm.
And I've shared that with my colleagues.
What do they say?
It's not nice. They also know that if you engage him, it just makes him stronger. Like, you know, in The Little Mermaid, when Ursula keeps getting bigger and bigger and bigger. Sorry, I have a 2- and 4-year-old, so we're deep in the Disney trove. That's how I see Trump when he's being fed.
So when I have conversations with people in Congress, for example, Democrats will always say to me, you know, our Republican colleagues,
behind the scenes.
Behind the scenes,
They can't believe it.
They can't believe it. They'll say this, that, and the other thing about Trump, but then they go pull the lever and they vote the way they do. Is that the same at Fox?
I think they believe what they say, or at least the core of it. I mean, one of the most important lessons that I think I've gotten from working in conservative media as a liberal is how angry they are at how life has been for conservatives when Democrats are in office. The Obama years just meant such radically different things to liberals and to conservatives.
Well, let's dig down on that. Somebody who's got a very high-paying job on Fox, who has all the privileges in the world, how have they been in some way injured by, say, the Obama years? What is the sense of resentment that they're feeling? I'm not battling back against it. I want to understand it.
Yeah. Something like not having the same kind of journalistic access, let's say, to the administration, you know, favored outlets versus ones not as much. That what they do, which is giving voice to that factory worker and millions of people across this country, is not worth spending a few minutes talking to someone about that.
Do you? This is the crux of the matter. You're on an opinion discussion show, but you come, as I've watched you come well armed with facts and figures, and you seem to live in what many people call the reality-based universe. I think a lot of people would look at Fox's journalism about any number of big stories, whether it's election fraud, so-called, or January 6th, or any number of issues, and it's hard to credit that as real journalism as I understand it. How am I wrong?
Well, listen, I've been very clear and was all through, you know, around January 6th and what it was. I call it an insurrection regularly. Donald Trump was responsible for it.
And so did many people on Fox for a hot minute.
Absolutely. Bill Hemmer, Brett Baer on air.
Yeah. But then they stopped.
No, they didn't stop. And you see Brett Baer and you've had Brett here, has
Brett
to defend
Baer.
the Arizona call to a bunch of rabid election deniers.
Would you say that Fox helps foment that denier?
Dude, they are so mad about the fucking Arizona call. Oof.
That has been litigated. When people walk up to that line and, you know, they're talking about, you know, this thing or that thing that happened that might not have been big enough to swing votes, but there was something funny going on. And I believe the point of what I'm doing is to say, you just don't want to go there. Like, this is done. It's not only done and dusted, it can never happen again.
What have you learned more about conservatives by sitting in the seat that you do that you didn't know before?
On specific issues, I think that I have been able to see it from the other perspective. And a lot of liberals have gone through an evolution when it comes to, you know, border security under Biden and things like that. I have learned a lot about people's pro-life views by being with genuine religious conservatives. And then I've even moderated the way that I talk about abortion to be more in step with, frankly, the European standard rather than when we just say safe, legal, and rare, because that sounds insane to people if you sit down and say that versus, can we have a conversation about a viability standard? Is that at, 24 weeks and then obviously exceptions for life of the mother? That comes from talking to people who have, deeply held beliefs that life begins at conception or that it has to be first trimester, for instance.
What can you not wrap your head around?
I can't wrap my head around thinking that Donald Trump has moved this country in a good direction and that there are so many people who are willing to compromise what they know to be true about character and morals and all of these things.
I think
for
a
him.
lot of people share that with you.
I know, but it doesn't win elections.
No, okay, I understand that.
So that's like a me talking versus how I would advocate on
Let's
TV.
leave elections alone for a second. You go to work each day with people who do that, who do find a way to say, that's just him, or that's him being funny, or he doesn't really mean it. How do your colleagues, in your view, see that or have a kind of cognitive dissonance where they push it to the side? That's hard for me to understand.
I understand, and I think that we might have, frankly, a different idea of morality about how a politician behaves than they would inherently. They have found a way to make someone into a policy vehicle that they like and excuse the other stuff. And we are always looking for both. And also, people just think politicians are bad dudes.
Across the board.
Yeah. You would see those numbers over and over again. Faith in Congress, cares about people like me. Every institution has gone down in standing. Even fire departments are down 4% in approval. The people who
That's
will
a
run
stunning
into
fact.
yes,
Why would
because I'm
that
the
be?
data person.
Why would that be?
I think people just don't think society works. People don't trust doctors in the same way.
Right.
Our insurance system in general is horrific, which is why you have people who would typically be part of, the moderate crew or the center left who are talking about Medicare for all now. Like a Ruben Gallego, for instance, right? And that's what I talk about when I talk about an angry moderate. It's a Ruben Gallego set of policy proposals, right? Where you say, we should all have health care and we need to close the border. And that's a good thing.
You're looking at the midterm elections, I'm sure, and you're also looking at a very fractured Democratic Party.
Yes.
You've seen Zoran Mamdani. You've seen AOC. They've emerged not only in their particular offices, but I would have to think that AOC, for example, is a lot more powerful than just the district that she's representing.
100%. Yeah. And she'll be even more when she's perhaps our senator and then maybe when she's a candidate for president.
How do you feel about that?
I feel better than I used to about it.
Because she said no to DSA here and
she didn't say no to DSA.
She didn't say no to DSA.
She has great instincts.
That didn't happen.
She didn't touch Graham Plattner. She didn't endorse in that race. She wasn't running up to Maine, ready to stump for him. I don't know if it's because she was a bartender. She was like, I know that guy.
Yeah.
She didn't endorse against sitting Democratic representatives here in New York. If it's an open seat, that's one thing. But she's part of a caucus, and that was certainly a nod to Hakeem Jeffries. I pay a lot of attention to her because clips of her are constantly used in conservative media, right? So it all makes her stronger. And it makes her resonant with people in an even more powerful way.
That encourages you or worries you?
I have gotten over being worried. I'm in full winning mode. And if the ticket ends up being something strange like Andy Bashir and AOC,
right,
so be it.
So
I don't know that I ever thought of her as a moderate before, but I guess that makes a lot of sense. Makes me kind of like her a lot more.
Jessica, you, unlike me, you're sitting there in the belly of the beast. You're in the Fox building, News Corp building in Midtown. And there must be a lot of discussion, either on camera or more so off, about what the Republican Party and conservatism will look like after 80-year-old Donald Trump is gone. And what is your sense of that?
Well, first of all, I would like people to really promise me that he is going to be gone, because I believe Steve Bannon when he says we're exploring all of our opportunities, and how usually people telegraph what they're thinking or plotting.
And how would Fox cover that?
Don't worry about the coverage of it. The Constitution is clear. There, Jonathan Turley, Andy McCarthy, all the legal analysts, they would be on air telling you exactly what they thought, much like they did during.
But it doesn't matter. That's she learned fucking nothing, dude. Did she learn nothing from January 6th and Donald Trump trying to steal the election, attempting a coup, him continuously claiming that he won that election? Like, did she learn nothing from that? Was it what? How the fuck do you come out of that and be like, well, doesn't matter? They'll tell them it was bad. Like, so what? These people don't give a fuck. They don't care.
During the Mar-a-Lago raid,
They play it straight.
of course.
Yeah. What is the
It's
conversation
the Rubio
about
versus Vance.
And where does
is-
that conversation go?
America First is a malleable concept.
Mhm.
It can be
So we're
Marco
learning.
Rubio.
Yeah.
Marco Rubio's version of it. It can be JD Vance's version of it. They are just much more flexible than we are.
Jesse Waters, one of your co-hosts, recently commented on Pete Hegseth's plan to screen testosterone levels in the military, and he said,
I want these guys on it, but you know what's going to happen? The guys that don't need it are going to take it.
So when I talk a lot about like influence and the fact that people drastically change based on who they're listening to, like, people start with who they trust. Always, they start with who they trust. They like somebody, they think, okay, this is person who I believe when they say something. And so as long as they believe you, then that's pretty much everything. If somebody finds you to be a credible source, then that's kind of the end of the story. Like, once they believe you as somebody, you can sell them just about anything. And as influencers, as people who are the ones who pay the most attention to politics, as people who are the ones who are gonna like be getting the details, a lot, most people, they don't have time to go research all of this. They don't have time to go look into each and every single little thing. And so they need people that they can trust in order to give them all this information. But the problem is that with the Republican side, that when she says they're malleable, like, they're malleable in a way, sure, but they're malleable because they have different agendas from one day to the next, to where there's always going to be somebody there who's going to push them to be a different thing, to believe a different thing, to be in favor of a different thing. It's going to continuously change over and over, because it's always going to change what's beneficial to people like Trump or people who are powerful. So the malleability, and a lot of it is what she said at the beginning, that like, they don't see Trump necessarily as a representative of them. They don't see him as the person, as their emblem or as their mascot or anything like that. They do sometimes, but for the most part, they see him as a utility. They see him as somebody who's just going to get shit done. He's going to do the things that they want, and they look around and see that, like, under him, they've actually made some ground on abortion. They've made some ground with Supreme Court justices. Like, I think it was under Obama, they were all freaking out all the time. This is a common thing that I heard incessantly, was it's not right that judges get to make the laws. Out of nowhere, judges are able to just decide everything that happens, and our representatives, our Congress people, have no say in this. And the people that we vote in, they have no say in this. Judges just decide. They just tell us what's going to happen, and that's that. And now getting
But they only feel that way as long as it's judges that they don't like. They don't actually care about that process. They don't care that it's somebody that is making a decision that, you know, isn't their congressman or isn't, you know, an actual elected representative. They don't care about that. They care that they're making decisions that they're not happy with. So once they have the majority of the House, and through Donald Trump, he's been able to pressure everybody and coerce everybody to get a very different government now, with very different laws, with very different decisions, very different precedents. Like, their shit's getting done now. It's getting done. And this is why when we look at Trump, we think, damn, dude, he promised y'all so much shit. He promised y'all the fucking world, and he hasn't done any of it. But you go talk to a fucking conservative, and they're like, I like Trump because he does what he says. He was right about everything. Like, when we think about it, we're like, everything? He's been wrong about everything. What are you talking about? Like, I can go off on an endless list of all the shit that he said he was going to do that he didn't do. I can go off on an endless list of all the stuff that he said was going to happen that never fucking happened. I can just go on forever. They don't care about any of that. They do not give a fuck about any of that. Like, none of that is relevant to them. There's really important things like the Supreme Court justices, the abortion laws, the border, that like they have like 4 or 5 things that just change everything. Taxes, lowering taxes. Like, dude, they have like 4 or 5 things in that. When they say he was right about everything, that's everything. It is. It literally is. That is everything. The rest of it is just fluff. It's just, you know, shit for the fucking philosophers to argue about. But that's everything. He has done everything that they wanted. They care that they see Trump doing literally anything. No, it's more so that there were things that were really important to them that they prioritized above everything else. That, like, there were just very few things that they really cared about. And then outside of that, they also like the cultural changes. They like that, like, he's gonna talk shit about the media. He's gonna make a big deal about how dishonest they are. He's gonna make a big deal about, you know, science being dishonest and that sort of shit. Like, they really like the cultural differences that come with him as well. But yeah.
To triple boost.
Right.
And then they're gonna get out there, and women on base, you guys better be careful. Port
of it. They are just much more flexible than we are.
Jesse Waters, one of your co-hosts, recently commented on Pete Hegseth's plan to screen testosterone levels in the military, and he said,
I want these guys on it, but you know what's going to happen? The guys that don't need it are going to take it. To triple boost.
Right.
And then they're going to get out there, and women on base, you guys better be careful. Port calls, women in Asia, you better be careful, because these guys are going to be wild animals, and you better watch out.
Now, you weren't on the panel.
I was not on the panel.
Lucky you.
What?
Do you talk to him? Do you say anything?
What?
I did ask him when I came back, and he was like, of course I wasn't condoning rape. And you have to, reading that and watching, if you were a consumer of Jesse Waters, you would
get it as pure comedy.
You might not think it's funny.
Right.
It wasn't. I would not have had a ha-ha moment at that. I know that Jesse Waters doesn't think it's okay to rape people. And
Noted.
I think that it's certainly not something like I would have said, and that I know I have a particular style with Jesse. We're very combative, like siblings, but it links to something that I think is core to this whole discussion, which is that people who like Jesse or people who watch Jesse a lot give benefit of the doubt on something like that and also know that he's not ill-intentioned. That has a life to it in...
This is, yeah. This is a thing that I wish people thought about more when it came to content creators as well. Because obviously anytime we watch somebody like HASAN, the people who watch him, again, they already trust him. They trust him. They like him. They think that he has good intent and that he's not an evil person. And so when he says something and people call it anti-Semitic, like, to them, it just sounds crazy because they give him so much benefit of the doubt because they trust him right off the rip. But you then have to think, like, when we're talking about all the clips from him and all the bad things he said and all the clips that we can come up with and show him saying this, that, and the other, it's true you can do this with me, you can do it with Destiny, you can do it with so many people, where people who don't trust us and they don't start with that benefit of the doubt in the beginning, they're not going to give us any charitability, and they're going to see us say something that our audience knows is a joke, or our audience knows how we mean it. They know how to take it because they know us well enough. Everybody else doesn't. And it's that's how, like, a lot of HASAN fans feel about him, the same way that a lot of Destiny fans feel about him, the same way that a lot of my viewers feel about me, is that, like, when all of these clips come up and they're like, oh yeah, what about this? Well, he said this, he said that. Like, you just have to know them well enough. And that's obviously the case there, is that they just know him well enough in their eyes.
The clip economy that I think might not in the regular viewership economy.
Do your table mates think that Donald Trump is corrupt?
I don't know. There is a very strong case that they make and have made on air that, well, he was a businessman, so this isn't like a politician making money. There's a lot of animus
that even
towards
stuns me. Yeah.
There's a lot of animus towards politicians that get rich, that they think that you told us you were a public servant. And so this idea now that the Obamas have houses everywhere from Martha's Vineyard to Hawaii or whatever they're doing, and that is out of step with who they told you they were. But Donald Trump never told you he was anything but a scumbag. I'm using scumbag, that's my word. And I think a lot about the initial premise of Donald Trump's candidacy, which is I can fix this because I'm the one who knows where all the loopholes are, right? I'm the one that knows where the bodies are buried in the tax code and maybe in real life too. And that carries a lot of weight.
Early days, who do you see potentially breaking out in the Democratic Party for the presidency?
I think it's going to be very hard for people to pick because I think the bench is so wildly talented. People are going to have a tough time choosing from every column but the left column, because there'll be a moderate choice, right? And then there'll be a left-wing choice. And if it is an AOC, I don't really see someone at this moment that could take that mantle from her, who is going to be as compelling to an audience.
Who's compelling to you?
John Ossoff is very compelling to me.
A Jewish guy from Georgia.
Yes. My husband would say, like, is this because you're upset that you married out? He's Catholic. He's had great speech coaching, and he has got great writers who understand that what people want the most is anger.
Here you are in the other belly of the beast. You're, the liberal media establishment. As somebody who spends a lot of time at Fox, what do you want to kick us in the ass about? And say, wake up, you're missing this, this, and this.
I think that there's a lot of lip service to the various autopsies that have been done about the 2024 election, and people have their marching orders. We know that we're coastal elites, or we know that we talk down to people, and we're not going to do that anymore. But they don't feel differently about that. Those caricatures are pervasive and still very powerful. And
Are they overcomable, or is it just something that's
I think so
locked
if
in?
the policies are good enough.
Mhm.
I mean, people
It's
really...
about policy and not manners.
It is about deliverables. And you see that with Donald Trump. Now, they don't like him right now. I'm talking about the average conservative voter is mad. Not necessarily, I wouldn't tell you I hate Donald Trump, but they hate tariffs. They hate the war in Iran. They hate the self-dealing. They know Donald Trump is corrupt. I look back to the 2020 lines of argumentation about, why we needed Donald Trump out and what Joe Biden could provide. And it was a safe pair of hands. And I believe without COVID that Trump would have won re-election. And I wish that he had. I wish we were done now because he, like Ursula, got stronger in those 4 years.
You really are into the
We're
Disney
really
universe.
into it. I could also do Beauty and the Beast. But, he established a cadre of advisors that understood the challenge. Like, Russ Vogt wasn't as powerful round one. Stephen Miller certainly not as powerful. Project 2025, not a thing, right? And so I hate that we gave them 4 years to take a sledgehammer to the country. And we haven't found a way to deliver our vision for the future in
Because
simple
we're
slogans.
too decorous, too mild.
I don't know. I mean, I have a PhD, so I get it. I get why it's interesting to write a big policy paper or, dig deep into, what happened. But for me, it's like, just give me the bumper stickers. Where's your no tax on tips? But we, like good liberals, I think have ingested all of these learnings and have yet to spit something out that can win an election on our ideas and our merits and not just not being the other guy.
Jessica Tarloff, thanks so much.
Thank you for having me.
Interesting. That was good. I enjoyed that.
I went deep undercover in the Republican.
You enjoyed the Cheetos? Yeah, I want to keep eating them, but I'm almost out and I need to use them in my ramen noodles later. So.
Party for over a year just to see what they're like when they believe no one is watching.
Oh, we're about to find out what conservatives are like. Oh shit. Oh shit. Powered by rainbows. Oh. What did we click? What is this?
Get everything you need to protest the grifter in chief, including books, pins, hats, stickers, and more at ProfessorPride.com. A year ago, our team went deep undercover in several states to see what Republicans are like when they believe no one is watching. We considered calling this episode White Hoods Gone Wild, but we were afraid it would give the wrong impression. We wanted to see not only what they believe, but why they believe it. What we learned was invaluable to how we break through to our friends, family members, and loved ones who fell for political lies, no matter how absurdly dumb those lies may have been. We created new social media pages, posted a few ridiculous things about Donald Trump, and these Republicans let us into their private groups, telling us everything. And here is where I want you to meet our undercover agents, Steve, Jacob, and Cletus. Steve went undercover in Owasso, Oklahoma.
No fucking way did they name this motherfucker Cletus. Alright. These guys are fired. What the fuck? No fucking shot, dude.
You might remember that town because in February 2024, a 16-year-old high school student named Nex Benedict was killed there in the restroom of their high school, just because they were non-binary. All these years later, and no one has been charged with any crimes. Just days after Nex was killed, the city council approved $2,100 to be spent on bouncy houses for all of the other kids in town to have a party. They never mentioned Nex Benedict and never even held a moment of silence. On the state level, the leader of their education department was Republican Ryan Walters, who made Trump Bibles mandatory in all classrooms across the state. We wanted to know what life was like there 2.5 years later, but after Steve went undercover, it still feels like their city just threw a giant party, covered up their name, and moved on. As for Jacob, he was in South Dakota. A few months ago, we did an episode traveling to the most MAGA town in all of America. The data from that episode led us to a town of just 278 people called Buffalo, South Dakota. In the weeks after that episode aired, Buffalo actually responded to us, both in local Facebook groups and at their town council meeting. They didn't know Jacob was already embedded in their private groups long before that episode aired, but their town was livid that we got some things wrong in that episode. We said their town library and sheriff's office are in the same small building near the center of town. Their residents were furious that we never mentioned how their county courthouse is also in the same building. So they have even less books in that library than we originally thought. You might remember we mentioned their horse statue in their town park. Residents there argued for weeks about how well endowed the statue is. One of the residents got so mad he even went to the statue and measured the horse's cock himself. To the woman who said the horse wasn't that big, I feel sorry for your husband, who probably can't compete with an equine. And if he can, good for him. We mentioned in the episode how their city council seemingly spent $6,000 of taxpayer money on liquor in 2024, and a major debate item in 2026 was considering spending taxpayer money to fix the air conditioning in the local for-profit bar. Their residents told Jacob how their city council meetings are held in that bar every month, and you cannot expect city council members to buy their own drinks. The city council expects to be wined and dined, or beered and cheered, more likely. They don't really strike me as wine drinkers. Finally, we mentioned how, according to their school district website, 48% of their high school graduates cannot do basic mathematics.
Okay. On board.
What would happen if Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez became president? Oh man, this should be a fun one. Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, also known as AOC, is just 36 years old, but is already one of the most well-known figures in all of American politics, mostly because of where she stands politically. She is a member of the Democratic Socialists of America and was first elected to Congress back in 2018 when she upset 10-term incumbent Joseph Crowley, who was also the chairman of the House Democratic Caucus. Since that point, AOC's brand name has only continued to grow, and in a time when many Americans are calling for drastic change, her name has been floated for the 2028 presidency. Whether she even runs is still very much up for debate. It's probably more likely that she's going to challenge Chuck Schumer for one of New York's Senate spots instead, but that's also less fun. So today we're going to take a little bit of time to take a deep dive into what a potential AOC presidency could look like in 2028. I'm going to do my absolute best to give you an honest look at what her policy may be and how she may try to implement it if she were to ever win the presidency.
He's going to do his best to be honest? Why does he have to try so hard just to be honest?
as well as a scenario where she wins the presidency and what she would do in her first 100 days. If you've watched any of my previous what if election videos, you'll probably recognize this format. The primary difference here though is that instead of looking into the past, we're going to try to predict the future. Before we get into that though, please do keep in mind that this is all in good fun. I am going to try to predict her platform as accurately as possible, but it's very possible that I might miss something. If that is the case, it's not intentional. Additionally, while I will try to be as specific as possible, there's a lot of hyper-specific policy that may get glossed over purely due to time constraints. Please try to remember that. With that being said, if you do happen to enjoy this video today or learn something new, please feel free to give it a like and feel free to subscribe so you don't miss out on any future content. Now let's begin.
So this is a channel, it's got 73.3 thousand subscribers. It's called Stickman Talks.
By diving into our scenario where AOC wins the presidency. How AOC first becomes president. The scenario I'm about to lay out for you honestly seems like a pretty simple one. With that being said though, the path to the presidency is never a straight line, and for someone like AOC, it would be even more interesting than most. Our scenario begins in the fall of 2027 when AOC officially announces she is running for president. She has spent time since the 2026 midterms building exactly the kind of national infrastructure that her allies had been urging her to put together. She enters the race after watching the DSA's 2026 primary victories validate the argument that democratic socialist politics can win beyond New York City, and with Bernie Sanders, now 87 years old, not running again, there is a clear opening in the left lane of the Democratic primary that no other candidate has the platform or the fundraising ability to fill. The 2028 Democratic primary field is crowded. Gavin Newsom is in it. Kamala Harris decides to give it another go too. Pete Buttigieg, John Ossoff, Andy Beshear, Chris Murphy all get in on the fun, which amounts to a lot of names that represent the moderate and center-left wing of the party. What AOC has that no one else has, though, is an immediate $100 million fundraising floor from small dollar donors, and the ability to generate the kind of crazy energy that wins primaries. She wins Iowa and New Hampshire narrowly, survives a tough debate cycle, and then runs up the score on Super Tuesday in states with large progressive and young voter bases. By the spring of 2028, the field has consolidated and she is the nominee. Her opponent in the general election is J.D. Vance, the current Vice President of the United States, and as of now, the clear Republican frontrunner. As of June 2026, Vance leads the Republican field with 36 to 46% support in various polls, far ahead of Marco Rubio and Ron DeSantis. Trump has identified both Vance and Rubio as heirs.
Is there some sort of formula he's using, or is he just like doing some fan fiction shit, or what the fuck is happening?
To his MAGA movement, but Vance's incumbency as vice president gives him a significant structural advantage in the Republican primary. In our scenario, he wins the Republican nomination and faces AOC in the general. This is a pretty fascinating matchup on paper were it to ever happen. It's Vance, a working class kid from Appalachian, Ohio who went to Yale Law School and became a venture capitalist before pivoting to populist politics, versus AOC, the daughter of a Puerto Rican family from the Bronx who worked as a bartender before being recruited to run for Congress. Both are running explicitly against the establishment. Both claim to represent the forgotten working class. Both are generational figures, as Vance would be 44 in 2028 and AOC would be 39. The contrast in her actual policy positions could not be more stark, but the actual framing of the race is unusual for American politics. In our scenario, AOC ultimately wins because it's an extremely favorable political environment for her. The 2026 midterms have given Democrats the House and potentially the Senate, Trump's approval ratings have continued to decline, and the economic conditions heading into 2028 are simply not favorable to the party in power. AOC drives record turnout among young voters and voters of color, and wins back the Rust Belt states that Democrats had been losing for years, carrying Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania on the strength of her economic message about billionaires and working people. She flips Arizona and Nevada too. She holds Georgia on the back of record black voter turnout, and picks up North Carolina, a state that has been trending competitive for years and finally tips Democratic in the right environment. She does not win Texas or Florida though, as those are still a bridge too far in this scenario, but she doesn't need them at all. When the dust settles, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez wins 312 electoral votes to Vance's 226, and she becomes the 48th president of the United States. She is inaugurated on January 20th, 2029 at 39 years old, making her the youngest president in American history and the first Democratic Socialist to hold the office. Now it's time to talk about what she would actually do with it. AOC's first 100 days. So once AOC takes office, it's pretty safe to assume that she arrives with a mandate and an agenda that is more ambitious than anything anything a Democratic president has attempted since FDR. The question is what she actually does with it and how fast. The first thing to understand about an AOC presidency is that she would almost certainly govern the way Trump governed in his second term in terms of the sheer volume and pace of executive actions. Not in terms of what the orders say, but in terms of the strategy. Trump used the first 100 days of his second term to issue 147 executive orders, which was more than the yearly average of his predecessor since 1944. AOC, coming into office after another 4 years of Trump administration policies, would have an enormous amount of reversals to make, and she would likely try to make them fast. Day one executive orders would almost certainly include reversing Trump's immigration enforcement directives, restoring DACA and expanding protections for undocumented immigrants, reinstating the Paris Climate Agreement, restoring LGBTQ protections across federal agencies and the military, rejoining the World Health Organization, and suspending military aid to Israel pending a congressional review. That last one would be one of the most consequential and controversial day one moves in modern presidential history, and we will come back to it in the foreign policy section. In her first few weeks, she would direct the Department of Justice to end prosecutions related to marijuana and begin the formal rescheduling process. She would direct federal agencies to begin drawing up regulations implementing a $25 federal minimum wage for all federal contractors while pushing Congress to pass a nationwide minimum wage increase. She would issue an executive order establishing a moratorium on new fossil fuel leases on federal lands and direct the EPA to begin immediately restoring the environmental regulations that the Trump administration had dismantled. On the legislative front, the first 100 days would be about establishing
This came out a month ago, so you might have seen it already.
priorities and testing the waters with Congress. If Democrats held both chambers, which in our scenario they do, her opening legislative priorities would be Medicare for All, the Green New Deal, and student debt cancellation. Whether any of those can actually pass in the first 100 days depends on how large the Democratic margins are and how unified the caucus is. And that's where things start to get complicated. The progressive wing of the Democratic Party has grown substantially since 2026, and with AOC as president, they would feel more powerful than ever. But there are still plenty of moderate Democrats from swing districts who are not going to vote for Medicare for All on day one. The legislative math here matters a ton, and we'll get into that later in the video too. What the first 100 days of an AOC presidency would no doubt signal, regardless of what passes, is a fundamental reorientation of what the federal government is for and who it is supposed to serve. The symbolic power of the first Latina Democratic Socialist president using the full weight of executive authority to reverse 4 years of Trump policy and put working people at the center of federal policy would be unlike anything American politics has ever really seen. Whether the substance of her presidency matches the symbolism is the harder question to answer, but that's what the rest of this video is going to try to do. Let's get into it. AOC's possible economic platform. This is where this video is probably going to get pretty crazy. So
Okay, it just seems like he's just writing fan fiction. Whatever.
The most remarkable story from election night is one you may not have heard. And it happened in Michigan's 8th congressional district, which, by the way, Donald Trump won in 2024, and it's a competitive district. Well, in this week's open primary, Trump endorsed a Republican named Amir Hassan, you see there, for that seat. Now, he's a really guy with a really interesting bio. He's a Flint, Michigan native. He's a Navy veteran. He was a Muslim, but he converted to Christianity, and now he's very, frankly, anti-Muslim and anti-immigrant. He's sort of a star in conservative circles for being that. He also got endorsements from House Speaker Mike Johnson and South Carolina Senator Tim Scott. Now, his main competition in this Republican primary for a competitive seat was a guy named Tom Smith, who is a small businessman whose campaign page on Facebook had 95 followers. Tom Smith had raised less than $2,000 for the race. We know that because it is written in his last campaign filing with the Federal Election Commissions, which I will show you here. Smith hand wrote it and snail mailed it to the FEC. Quote, "Dear FEC," handwritten, "this is to notify you that Tom Smith for Congress was a late entry into the race. P.S.
No
I could
way.
not file this form electronically because I have had no success logging in and not admitted."
Aww. Poor boomers, dude. Poor fucking boomers.
Able to get response from the help
So
desk.
cute.
So, in fact, at some point last month, Smith cut a 15-second video saying he was dropping out of the race and endorsing another candidate who had gathered petition signatures to get on the ballot. So that's the guy. Donald Trump and Mike Johnson have endorsed Amir Hassan, okay? He's got a perfect bio. It should have been clear sailing for Amir Hassan, the formerly Muslim, currently Christian, black man from Flint.
Oh.
Except.
Oh.
A lot of Donald Trump's followers assumed HASAN was Muslim. They wondered why Trump would endorse a Muslim. They called HASAN a snake in the grass. The disinformation about this man and the hatred, it got so bad, the candidate felt too compelled to address it in a car selfie video.
My name is Amir Hassan. I'm born and raised in Flint. My whole family has been here for hundreds of years. I'm not an immigrant. Secondly,
oh my goodness, dude. Fucking conservatives, you guys are embarrassing, dude. You're all so freaking embarrassing. Oh my goodness. Your own fucking people, dude. Your own people. It's so sad, dude. It's so fucked up. Your own fucking people.
I'm 100% Christian. So you can believe what you want to believe. But believe me, I'm not the great deceiver.
Yes, but isn't that exactly what the great deceiver would say?
True.
Well, on Tuesday, HASAN had his day at the polls, and he lost the Republican primary by nearly 20 points to Tom Smith, the guy with the handwritten FEC note, the guy who had raised less than $2,000.
Dude, the guy who dropped out, he wasn't even on the fucking ballot. He wasn't even on the fucking ballot and they wrote him in? No way, dude. No way, dude. No fucking way, bro. This happened 2 weeks ago? Holy shit, bro. That is so gross. Republicans, you're disgusting. You're all disgusting. You're actually disgusting people. Like, I don't give a fuck. Fuck that guy. He's a Republican. But you're all fucking disgusting. Holy shit.
And the guy who had dropped out of the race. Why do you think that is? There is one and only one explanation for why that happened.
Because you're all
that is
racist
now
pieces of
organized
shit.
around open bigotry as its reason for being, as its last resort. The most remarkable story from election night is one you may not have heard. And it happened in Michigan's 8th.
Okay, let's look into this. On August 2026, Republican primary 8th congressional district resulted in a win for Thomas J. Smith over Amir HASAN. Trump-backed candidate. Bro, this is actually insane. This guy, this is too hard to believe that they are this bigoted. That the guy was backed by Trump and was on the ballot and they wrote somebody else in because Republicans are that racist. Like, it's hard to believe. It really is. It's hard to believe they are that fucking bigoted. That is disgusting. Holy crap. So Trump-backed candidate in Battleground, Michigan district loses to opponent who dropped out. Amir HASAN lost to Tom Smith, who had suspended his campaign, but is now jumping back into the race for the purple 8th district. President Donald Trump's endorsed candidate lost the top battleground Republican primary in Michigan to a candidate who suspended his campaign last month. Amir HASAN, a Navy veteran and former law enforcement officer from Flint, backed by Trump, finished significantly behind Tom Smith on Wednesday. HASAN rallied with Trump in Milford, Michigan, just last week. Smith, a retired engineer, had dropped out in mid-July and endorsed another candidate who ended up in third in the primary. Trump told Politico that he would now return to challenge first-term Democratic Representative Kristen McDonald-Rivet for the purple 8th district. Quote, I look forward to working with Speaker Mike Johnson and the entire Republican team to expand our House majority and advance President Trump's America First agenda to lower costs for working families and make America affordable again, Smith said in a statement. McDonald Rivet is among the more than a dozen Democratic incumbents seeking re-election in a district Trump won in 2024, but a GOP strategist granted anonymity to speak candidly characterized her as a powerhouse. The strategist added that HASAN had clear flaws as a candidate, and the GOP base was reluctant to support a dude named Amir Hassan. A handful of Trump-endorsed candidates have lost state-level races this year, including the governor's race in Iowa and Georgia. But Hassan is the first congressional district or candidate to lose despite the president's support this cycle. That made no sense. That last sentence made absolutely no sense. Oh, he's the first one to lose for Congress. Okay. That's insane, dude. Republicans are actually disgusting.
I'm Mr. Beats, and if you've watched me before, you probably know that I'm a...
Oh, I'm at 9.5 hours. I should have gotten off an hour and a half ago. All right, well, I'm going to head out. Everybody do me a favor, hit the thumbs up button. Make sure you subscribe if you haven't yet. And I've been so focused on trying to get the fuck off this planet that I didn't realize what time it was. Yeah, make sure you hit the thumbs up button. Make sure you hit the like button and make sure you join the Discord. Also, follow me on Twitter. All my links are in the description. No, Tom, your clock's wrong again. Yeah, my bad. Whoopsies on that one. All right. Till then, appreciate you. Love you. I'll see you next time. Later, fools.
The wind is bullshit.